Dude, you just touched Chrissy Boris hoo-hoo. Shibby. Low five. Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Dude, you just touched Chrissy Boner's hoo-hoos. Let's get out of here. All right. Bye. Low five. Shibby. Just going to get ready with the items here. Anything related to Dr. Walla, because that's what we're reading in 2 minutes. The show begins with the jury trial of lunatic Monica Walla. I don't feel comfortable calling her doctor after what she did, in my opinion. If somebody does stuff like that and breaks ethics rules and searches people in databases and uses those, talks to, while you're treating someone like that in that vulnerable position to then be oohing and awing about it in anyone's YouTube chats and live streams or Facebook groups or whatever she was doing online in her own name too. She wasn't even doing it in another name. Wasn't she doing it in her own name? I wonder if it was really her. Like that's kind of weird. I guess anyone, but how would anyone have known? I guess people knew her name. That's weird. If she used her real name, that's wild. So, gonna just start reading. It's 177 pages, so I really should get it onto it right away. So, what I'm doing is, getting some background tunes. It's only at 9% volume, so you can barely hear it. Actually, you know what? Let's play this one. This is that one which one was it? I love these. I'll pretend like I'm meditating until the masses of people come. 37 would be perfect. Like that number. Look at 30%. Love it. Let me hear this in the background. The people are piling in. So my microphone does not cut out. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Meditation and testing. Slurping. I was listening in my other ear on my laptop. I just keep the other one live. I keep this running live on my laptop. In my right ear, I hear it, but I mute it so I can unmute to make sure. Because I feel weird bugging you guys all the time. And I should, if I had done that since day one, I would have never, ever been, if I'm muted and all that. I guess I wouldn't know, but it's always, when I remember to check the sound, I can just unmute my laptop and it's running live. And if I hear, and it's like 7 or 8 seconds behind, so. These are great to listen to. Oh my God, how long was that? See, that's 1:11:11. I'm sure the person who ever made this probably did that. 19:11:11. Oh my goodness, 1:11:11. Not that that means anything. I don't know why I'm even thinking about that shit. And this is a good one. All different variations of 396 hertz. 9639 or 963 hertz, which are the frequencies and different, the frequencies you can make you feel good. You can sit there and meditate if you would like, which is what I listen to in the background all day long. Look at this. This was 11 hours. I could listen to this all day, literally. Just in the background, like I play it like this 10%, and then I do other things when I'm listening, and then on my laptop I have something, my music playlist at 10%, like Taylor Swift and like regular songs in my right ear at like 10%, and then I listen to mine or another live stream. So I have always 4 things going at once. So I play these in my left ear. On this desktop is my left ear at 10%, and then I play whatever I'm watching, a live stream, movies, TVs, hockey game, whatever, in my full, like regular volume. Then my right ear, I play same thing, a media player or my playlist, my Amazon Music playlist at like 10%, and another, anything else I listen to, a playlist of YouTube of live streams or whatever in my right ear. So I'm always listening to full silly things. So, and there's 400 people here. Perfect. YouTube streets are busy tonight. I know it. I'm just going to get on with the show. This is my favorite one. This is a wild. Just, I don't know, just like makes me feel really good for some reason. Just like, it's like I feel like if I try to match the frequency I'm hearing, just like tickles me in the inside. And this one is kind of, it's an iteration of all the different ones. So I guess it tells you which one is playing or something, I think. It looks like it's doing this because it kind of lights up. So we're 6,300. Then we do 963 hertz. This feels great. I swear to God, tickles my ears. Tickles me inside. Hey, what's up, Dewey? Look at this. The people are piling in. My greeters here to greet. It's Friday night, guys. People are, if you have anywhere else to be, don't feel obligated. Don't feel obligated. The YouTube 396 hertz right now. The YouTube streets are busy tonight. I'm pretty sure. So do not feel obligated to young Shibby. I'm happy if you guys come and catch the replay in 1 week even. That would be great. So I was playing that stuff. This is my favorite. I don't know why. When I start to read, and I put just this first one alone, I don't know why. It's fun to listen to in the background. It just has a great sound to it. I'll go up to 33 for Dewey, because I know he likes the number. Don't you worry, young man. If you have to go to other ones, if there's interesting people talking, oh my God, I'm going to be reading like a long time. I'm going to check what this sounds like. I'm going to be reading a long time. I'm about to start in 2 minutes. That's a bit loud in the background. I love this one. I don't know why. I'm going to keep this on for a bit. I'm not going to have it switch to the next one just yet. But I'm going to turn the volume way down. Not that far. So, keeping it. I'll go up to 13. Wait. I can't really hear it. So I'll go to 13. Volume can go up. This does one increment at a time. It's real easy to adjust this way. Boom. Oh, I'm not even playing. Perfect. It's going to loop. It's going to loop. Let's do this. I'll keep this up. So I'm going to start reading this Monica Wall. She's something else. Something else. The ethics of this doctor. Oh my God. Cool, dude. Yeah, that's awesome. If there's I'm sure there's interesting people that actually do shows. Oh my God. People are missing the slurping. So I don't usually do this, but I've been requested to do this where I use that Ninja cup and I do the blender and I make up like a frozen banana, 10 frozen cherries, skim milk, cover it, put a teaspoon of coconut oil, 2 tablespoons of plain 0 fat Greek yogurt, plain, and 1 gigantic scoop of vanilla protein powder. And then after it's done, I put 2 more gigantic scoops of plain yogurt on top, like it looks like whipped cream. But when I clean the cup, and the straw, that's it. I would definitely have done that muted, but by a bazillion people special requests for certain people love the slurping, which is cool. It's funny. I'll tell you that vicarious vigilante loves the slurping. Some people may know her as Peggy. I know her as O. Just kidding. They love the slurping. The people, I got to give the people what they want, Dewey. So here's what we're doing. We're ready to go. It's 177 pages of action-packed excitement. I'm sure halfway through, I'll start getting people when all the other interesting people's live streams start ending soon or whatever. But what I plan to do is I can push this over until we get her started. Look at Purpose in the house. Is it 4:30 a.m.? Oh, you snooze and you relax, okay? So just so you know, here's what's going to happen for you. Dewey and I will be here. And if you wake up or can't sleep, we'll be here. If you sleep 8 hours, I'll probably still be here. I'm going to read this Monica Walla. I refuse to call her a doctor. Her name is Lunatic Monica Walla. 177 pages. And I'm planning on just getting a few things ready. So when I see anything related about Monica Walla, I've got to try to get it up here. I'm going to try to have it ready for you guys. All right, Perp? So it's 4:30 a.m. over across the pond, and that across the Milky Way, the galaxy, and that planet you call the United Kingdom, that little planet, island planet, has its own solar system over there. I believe you're so far. If you fall asleep, we'll be here. If you can't sleep, just concentrate on my voice. I'll put you to sleep. I'm so boring. I'm only kidding. So, oh, look at Becky B. Hello, young lady. Young person, young lady. So here we go. The people are piling in now. 700 people listening right now. Oh my God. 700. We're going to read Dr. Monica. No, I'm not calling her doctor. Excuse me. Lunatic. I got to remember Lunatic Monica Walla. I'm not calling her a doctor after what she did. Imagine going in there every day and thinking you're helping this guy and trying to get stuff for the state to hold against him as just to befriend him. It's almost like, I don't know, that's horrible. Locking a man up, especially. Imagine how gross it was for him. Even showering, you'd still kind of feel yucky in that place after everything that had kind of happened and the stuff he'd been through and put him, he did to himself, but in a very, very, I doubt he even remembers doing that stuff. And just how ucky it must have felt, and the clothing and everything probably gross and stinky. And then a couple times, when I don't know how often it was, you'd get to talk to this person, a female, even though I don't know. I think I saw pictures of her. You know what? I have a photo of her. I have photos of her. I mean, she's not a I wouldn't say in this situation. I think it matters. I wouldn't compare a doctor's photos. I wouldn't look at a doctor, female, whatever. But in this situation where a guy is locked up for, you know how it was, right? That guy is locked up, and this is a hard time for him. It's a vulnerable situation, and to just talk to anyone, especially a female who's coming in, and I'm sure, even if she didn't do nothing, just got out of the shower and put a little lotion on and her underarm deodorant and stuff, and as a guy, I can tell you, you would smell her coming down the hallway, and it would you'd be thinking about it, especially in this situation. I guess I can show these photos. There's none of the crime scene photos here, so she's in here somewhere. If I show anything, I don't have the crime scene photos in here, so these are everything is Delphi related here somehow or another. I hope she's in here. I don't know. They're not properly labeled, but I know what she's walking outside the front of the court. She's got like a black dark hair. I don't know. I just saved these from everyone's sites. I don't even know half these people, but I figure people like, oh, that was her there. This is her. I believe that's her. Right, guys? Like, still. I mean, she's, if she shows up like this, come on. Popping me, like, any guy, like, she's actually got burgundy dyed her hair or something. Whatever. Doesn't even matter. Look at these guys going to war. Fucking going to war. And if anybody on the sidewalk is even holding a concealed carrying legally a weapon, they're like freaking out. And they get in your face with this stuff. This is the wild times we live in, where people are okay with this kind of thing. And I mean, it's great, but then they can't be all, you know, it can't be all over you. Wait, what? No, stop it. Stop it, Fishy. Stop it. This is her, right? What do you mean? You don't think he can smell her? Come on. Come on. Just, he can't see her? Just seeing her? If she shows up and popping these things out and you've been in solitary for 3 months or something, and oh, come on. Sorry. I mean, she's not on top of him, but, and I hope I'm not being too creepy of an old guy, but just hearing her voice to talk to someone, a female especially, I mean, in that situation, he's broken and beaten and lonely and hurt and very vulnerable, and that's just her coming in and pretending to be his friend and talk to me, and did I even say hi? I said hello. Hi, Fishy. I didn't even think of saying hi. I'm so sorry. Man, if she's walking around, if she's on the same floor as him in that place after what he's been through, if she puts a squirt of perfume on her underarm deodorant, lotions and conditioners and hair stuff, whoever these are, a guy is smelling that, Fishy. I'm sorry to tell you. And then we will. I mean, if she's in earshot of him, he's smelling it, especially after everything Richard Allen's been through. So, not to get creepy, but I mean, that's a wild thing. Sure, but I'm sure they don't. I'm sure they're instructed like they don't show up every day. Those female guards, all, you know, I'm sure she probably supposed to do what they're doing too. Probably not have, you know, all that stuff on. There must be something for the guards, or it's different. It's different. Even when the guards are in the guard clothing. And is she wearing guard? Like, what is she showing up in every day? Show me what she's wearing every day to talk to Richard Allen. And does he get to visualize and see her? Like, I hope I'm not. You guys don't understand that. Even a man in custody like that, anyone. I just think it's even more like, to come and befriend him, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And I know you guys think the same. So I'm not saying anything too much, I hope. But, oh boy. What am I doing? I've got all these things running. 1 second. I wasn't downloading anything. Why are you running? Oh, I must have accidentally opened that. I used that to download. Let's see, put this back. All right, perfect. You know what I'm saying, Fish? I don't know. If she's in the same floor as him, he's catching whiffs of her. And it's going to drive a guy bonkers, especially after everything he's been through, in my opinion. It's just more to it. I have no idea. I'm not sure about the cubicle. I definitely heard him say it about, they did talk about it a lot in couple of those guards were mentioning the cubicle. You're right. But, I mean, he's got to be sitting there face to face with her, no? Is she like, how is that? You're right, Fishy. It is type of, you're right, I did. It's in one of the guards, thingies. I wonder if there's photos of that. I think I've seen photos of it. You know what? They might have showed photos of it when, remember they were talking about something that looked like a computer. Oh, they were showing where he would eat lunches or something, and what was it? Or where he had to visit with them. they would bring him to someplace. I don't know if it's the same one. They showed a picture of a door. Anyways, there was some kind of door that they showed. It looked like the back of a old desktop computer, the door. And anyways, he's got to see her, right? When he's talking with her, he's not blindly talking to this Monica. Come on now, right? We all agreed that. Maybe he's not. Maybe there's, they've got to be in the same room. Come on. Maybe he's far away and shackled and chained, or there's a divider. I don't know. Maybe there's a glass divider and he can't smell her. So I could have been wrong this whole time. But if he's talking with her in just a little cage, I mean, he's smelling her. Even just he's seeing her and hearing her voice in his condition, and her being nice to him, befriending him. Oh, wasn't there times where she's getting him to search things on his Google, or talking about movies and stuff? Like, the whole thing was wrong. Well, and then if she's so trustworthy, well, he's got to have a visual of her, even if it's on video. Just knowing she's there to talk to him. She could be on a different floor. She could be in a different state if it's on video. I mean, and he's vulnerable, that he's hurt, broken, and a female is befriending him. That's all I'm going to say, and that's more than enough. Then if you start adding visuals and... How is she dressing? Is she coming in a smock? Hey, what's up, Louise? Hello. Look at the people piling in. It's Friday night. If you have anywhere else interesting, I'll understand. Hello, Louise. Fishy's here. I'm ready to begin. I have it going. We're going to do Monica Walt. I'm going to be the first person to read every dang day of this trial. Every day I've done a live stream for the last at least almost a month and a half. Every single day. Look at 15 hours, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, 8 days ago, 9 days ago, 10 days ago, 11 days ago, 12, 2 of them are 12 days ago, 13, I think it's 2 weeks. And the only days I didn't do the trial sequentially, like, is any times we had to stop for, Christmas stuff. And then I did like the New Year's thingy and Saturday Night Owl thingies. But 6 days a week for sure, I would do the trial stuff. And I've got it all in order. I'm going to be the first one to read the trial completely. The whole trial. The whole damn trial. Every night I'm doing a day. Or if I don't finish it, I'll finish it the next day. So that's what we're doing today. I have it ready to go. I figured anybody, this is what I'm doing now, is, well, she might be right, but she might have her titties out and smell wonderful. And I'm telling you, if a guy in that condition is, especially after what he's been through, showering 2-3 times a week, all this crap and feces, and in that whole condition in his clothing, if she comes in there freshly showered in the morning and she's got a little bit of one squirt of perfume and, underarm deodorant, it's making him nuts. And probably wouldn't even know why. Conditioner, hair stuff, guys, and he's vulnerable. He's vulnerable. No. I'll say what I want. No, don't you start with me. I know what you're saying. You're right. But come on. I mean, why? It's like, why make people feel bad for me describing what's happening to this guy? Because I'm not saying it as in like I'm getting off on this. I'm saying it in the fact that, like, they're torturing him. That's mean. That's horrible. And if they do it, I'm not going to feel bad saying it. Like those photos, and I wish it never happened. But it did. And that's her, what she's done with him, befriending him, and just being suggestive with him and talking with him, and then being able to then use that against him in a court of law. Like, my honest opinion, like, when you think about it, first, I was going to say, if anybody knows of anything I should have ready to put up, I can't think of anything now. So I'm just thinking of stuff I should have, so I'm not looking for it. Monica Walla related. So, but just the whole thing there, they should have said when he's in here, he doesn't want to speak to anybody. I think the lawyers would have said that. I don't know why this even, he should say, like, he doesn't want to speak to anybody without being read his rights and talking with anybody. So when they start befriending him when he's on medications and stuff, and in this situation, none of that should be admissible in the court of law. None of it. I know most people would probably feel similar. Who? Oh, did somebody work there? Becky? Oh, right. Okay. Did you work that, Becky B? Wow. I believe, and it's done through the bars, or in one prison, it was through a door. And it had a non-break. Oh, right. Like like when they do it in the movies and you see people visiting each other, like a bank, like the glass partition. And I could barely hear through. Yeah, right. Like when people do visiting, we see it in the movies all the time. Possible. But they were talking about some kind of cubicle. So if they're in like a little cubicle thing together, just in some of the guards mentioned it. So that's a good thing. So Fishy or anybody, if we ever see this exact one of Westville, especially where they were talking, I've heard them talk about it. I think I've seen pictures of the door from the outside, but yeah, it would be good to know. But even just having someone to talk to, even just not even seeing her, hearing a female voice that's being friendly to you after everything he's been through, he's vulnerable. He's vulnerable, and he's going to say stuff. And then for them to be able to turn it around and use that against him, as he's still an innocent man there. They should say, they should have had a thing where they should have said, anything he says in here, he wants his lawyers present. And then if he's doing another extra talking with you while you're keeping him here, then that can't be used against him. This is amazing that it was. So, you know what? Maybe I'll just read, and hopefully when we are looking for something, they'll give us the number. That's probably what's going to happen here. So the show shall begin. Look at how many people are here. There's 800 people. All right. Feeling aren't facts, whatever that means. Right? Feelings aren't facts. What do you mean? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I should probably not jump in. But, did you write? I once thought RA was tortured. I no longer believe that. What we believe doesn't matter. Well, Louise, it's fine. It's fine you think that, but the guy's an innocent until proven guilty citizen. They've said 395 days in solitary. The United Nations, the IDOC policy is 30 days. United Nations, the Geneva Convention, the rest of the world thinks that's beyond unusual punishment to be in a same room locked up for more than 15 to 30 days. They've admitted him being there 39 days. So he was, right. But was he at the time this was happening, Louise? Answer that. And then I feel, yeah, he's guilty. He is guilty. He's been found guilty in a court of law. I will say that now, and I know a lot of people at the time wouldn't have said he was innocent before he was convicted, right? I know you agree. I know you agree. Yeah, I will say he's guilty now because he was convicted in a court of law. He was found guilty in a court of law. You're right. But at the time, you hear how reasonable all of us will be now. I bet you I could have went and talked to a lot of people who would never have said he was innocent at the time when he was in Westville. And half of these guards treated him like he was guilty before he was convicted. So that's wrong. That's wrong. Everything that happened in Westville was wrong, against violating his civil rights. He's an innocent citizen at that point. Up until the day he was found guilty. So he was, not sentencing, like the whatever ends. I forget the name. You know what it is, like when you're found guilty, convicted. Up until that, every day, everything he did, he was an innocent until proven guilty citizen. And so to be in that vulnerable situation, being forced to Halidol forced injections, and oh my God. No. I mean, yeah, feelings. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, no, it wasn't a bad. Yeah, feelings aren't bad. Yeah, right. Well, basically, I agree with you. Also, when I watch a lot of those, you guys probably see them, those 1A, where those First Amendment freedom guys, and just walking around with a camera. Sometimes they're dicks, but for the most part, if you're walking around with a camera and people are calling the cops on you, if you're not breaking the law, that's when they say, oh, the feelings police are coming, and the cops get there and start enforcing feelings. Yeah, because laws are laws. That's it. Your country, my country, this whole, we're lands of rule laws. And if somebody's walking down the street with a camcorder and just not bugging anybody, just because you don't like it, if it points in your direction or two for a second, if you're out in public and, if somebody's not breaking the law, you don't call the police because your butt hurt. So that makes perfect sense, Louise. Yeah. Feelings aren't laws. I get it. There's another point too. It's another point is the whole for-profit system. I think it's almost like sometimes they look at people like that as a job security and just money, and yeah. The whole profit system is not great too. Oh yeah, he was convicted in a court of law, right? Oh hey, JR, we're ready to go. Did I miss anyone? Yeah. So, but in the beginning, though, before he was convicted, how many people thought he was guilty would have said, well, he's innocent until proven guilty. Although I think he did it, that's fine. But at the time, he was innocent until proven guilty. And they did this, so. Uh-oh. Don't you start. It's not that time, guys, if you're going to start arguing. I hope you're not. So I'm going to start reading. Well, I think for his safekeeping, if they did all that, whatever it was, they should have not been able to use anything he says against him, because they're drugging him, keeping him in captivity, and then when his lawyers aren't present, starting poking him and asking him questions and stuff. The lawyers in this situation should have said, he doesn't want to speak. Look, he signed this. He's told us. We've asked him. Oh, can't see who. Walla? I took it down. Do you want to see it? I'm not even sure. I should stop jumping in halfway. Oh boy. Let's start reading. Let's do this. You guys know what I'm trying to say. Like, I think that in that situation, before he was convicted, they shouldn't have been able to keep doing what they're doing and then using it against him. And another thing, one last thing I'll jump in and say is, oh, I didn't say you're arguing. Hush. No, I didn't. I told you, I'm confused old man. I'm reading every 10th comment, trying to do things here. So, yesterday the guards said, what was it? Oh, right. The guards were writing down verbatim what he's saying. So imagine you're being yelled at, so what they left out was the context, right? They left out that Richard Allen was sitting there and other people, all the other inmates were yelling at him, why did you kill them? You're a baby killer, Richard. And so when he replied, I'm a baby killer, like in doubt, like asking back, like as if he's not, or being sarcastic, the guards would write down literally what he was saying. So if you write that down, he said, I'm a baby killer, or somebody screams, Richard, why did you kill Abby and Libby? And he says, I killed Abby and Libby, like in doubt, like as if he didn't, with a sarcastic tone, like, I killed Abby and Libby, like what? But they don't. They just say, well, he literally says, I killed Abby and Libby. That's what the guards are writing down. They're not writing down that he's replying to somebody yelling at him through the wall and stuff. So that's a whole nother thing. They admitted it in their statements. Half of those guard statements were out of context. And yeah, it's going to make, like, technically, if they take me out of context, me saying that he said, I killed Abby and Libby, if you cut just that part and played it for people, then I'm saying I killed Abby and Libby, right? that's what the guards did with their stuff. They left out what was said before. They left out what was said after. He's being yelled at by all those people. The lights are on 24/7, guys. Imagine trying to sleep with the lights on 24/7. Then them delivering your food to you and you're not trusting it. You're going to starve. They're whispering, holding cameras in your face, camcorders in your face. You're on a leash. Being walked around by these huge Odin guys. They've got Odin patches on them, tattoos on their face. They're 6'2". They posted photos of them bench pressing 3 plates aside. Every man you know cannot barely bench two plates aside. If a guy can bench 2 plates aside, he's big and strong. These guys are bench pressing 3 plates aside, these Odin guards. They posted photos of it. That's fucking like 200 something pounds, 300 pounds. I don't know. What is it again? 45, 90 plus 45 is 135. So it's 270 plus the bar. It's like 310 or 15 pounds, including the bar. 315 pounds, these guys are bench pressing. And then they're walking him around on a leash and tasering him because he's got his hands through a hole. So, I don't know. Just this whole... The whole Westville thing has got to be the part that they get the appeal on. So, thank you guys for being here. Judy, hello, Judy. Did I miss you guys? If I missed anyone, I'm going to read now. We're an hour in. The show can begin. Monica Walla. Day 11 of the trial. I'm going to be the one who reads every day. I'm going to read this whole trial from front to back, the first ever on YouTube, even though it's a bit late. I got to work until it's now. What time is it here in the East? It is, oh my goodness, I can't even see the time. Why can't I see the time? It's midnight here in East, and I'm here at work until 8 a.m., so I have 8 hours to go. So, thank you guys for being here. Even one person is more than I deserve. Let's go. So, Judge, go. All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me double check one thing. Judge, go. Oh, perfect. All right. All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record in the state of Indiana versus Richard Allen. I'll show the defendants here in person with counsel. Ooh, that's one thing, Judy. I didn't know when we were talking about the courtroom. I didn't know. Did Truth and Transparency docs those jurors? I'm not even sure what happened. I don't even know what happened with that, but it was the last 2 or 3 days. It came into the courtroom talking about them being followed by Lana, Truth and Transparency. I'm not sure exactly what happened. And I didn't follow up, but I was commenting about it. I don't know. I have no idea what really happened. I just saw they spelt it. Nick the first time came in and said her name and spelt it out. So there was an incident. I'm not sure. I guess she followed people or something. I'm not sure. I have no idea if that's what you're talking about. I don't know. But she definitely tried to. I'm sure she probably tried taking pictures of them. I don't know. People got doxxed. I don't think that's a good thing, but I don't know what happened. So, if anybody knows what happened, you can update us, because that was like 2 weeks into the trial or so, or not even. Yeah, the second week, because it's weekdays. So, I guess Lana parked her car out front and then walked in, and then Nick was saying she's in the courtroom and doesn't know what she looks like, and so I don't know exactly what happened. So the jury has reassembled. I apologize for the little bit of a late start we are getting. I had a couple of logistical issues I needed to address with the security staff. So, is the state ready to proceed with its next witness? Anytime you hear this voice, it's a prosecution. Judge, we actually were wanting to request a sidebar for a few issues regarding our first witness. Okay, they're having a sidebar. No face plants, please. No face plants. So she wants to get off to a great start, I guess. So Diener, Judge, if we could, we would like an admonishment, or basically we're asking the court to order an oral motion in limine about the impeachment of Dr. Walla. I need a name for her. I don't feel comfortable. I'll call her whatever. Okay. In the 3-day hearings, there was testimony about an inside search of Keegan Decline that would violate the, well, right. So she was searching up, right. This is her, Walla was using the database to search Keegan. And she wasn't supposed to be. So that would violate the motion in limine on both parties. In addition, I anticipate the defense to, so they have a thing about that. So she's saying, don't talk about it today until we get it dealt with, because that's a matter that's scheduled to be dealt with. But so I anticipate the defense is going to ask her about that, just as they did with Brandon Fisher, about him getting fired from the DOC. Dr. Waller was not fired, but she had a gate closure. Did she? What's that mean? Gate closure. And then she went and found a job somewhere else and just left. So she was not terminated. We had a deposition with an employee from the investigative office of DOC, and they said that they could not do an audit. Oh, sure. So because that's the whole thing with them. Like if Jerry doesn't investigate the murder sheet for having that PCA, or if Jerry Holman doesn't investigate Fig for having that bullet that he shouldn't have had, the info, the sealed thing, and if Jerry doesn't investigate, Jerry Holman doesn't investigate Barbara McDonald to see where she got that Odin report from when she shouldn't have had it, then it's like it didn't happen. Oh, we didn't do an investigation there for you yet. So this is they should be, it's not fair for them to do that stuff. It's like, oh, well, she wasn't, we decided not to punish her, so therefore she's done no wrong. It's kind of what she's trying to say here, in my opinion. So, oh, don't you worry, I'll be here. Go, you go draw. Yep. Say goodnight to her for us all. Tuck her in. Say nighty nights, and we'll be here. We'll be here. No, I never even heard of him, Louise. Joseph Corcoran. Nope. I've never heard of her. But him, sorry. Never heard of him. So it's like, well, we didn't punish her the way you would be able to acknowledge in this court. So therefore she's done no wrong. Wow. Like her, in my opinion, Dr. Wallace shouldn't be able to be trusted. Because I mean, isn't that a serious breach for them to be searching up people and using those databases? And they all pretend it is, yet nothing's happening to her, and we're using her statements. It's not right. So it's not proper impeachment. Did some research on the case with regard to that issue. Research. The other one was he was safekeeping status. I anticipate they will be asking her about how he became a safekeeper. Yeah, she's trying to get out in front of stuff here, obviously, because why he remained a safekeeper. That's not something she, as an employee of Centuria and a service provider to DOC, can answer for. What? Well, listen, this is another thing. Like, if it's wrong for him to be, if this is wrong, if it's against their policy, doesn't matter who she works for, she's talking with him, she could say this is not right. These people are amazing. Like, it's against their policy to have people in for IDOC's policy to 30 days. Anything above 30 days in a solitary environment is beyond cruel and unusual punishment. In the rest of the world, there's laws. We have Geneva Conventions, which are binding agreements, and the whole prisoners of war, and every country in the world has kind of come to this conclusion that that would have rule of law, and most civilized countries would agree that 30 days is, oh my God. So if she's sitting there talking to him and knowing this is happening to him, she can talk about it. She should have to answer, because I think anybody knowing he's being treated like that and they're not allowed to, it's against their policy, I would speak up. So it was on a legal determination by this court that he was ordered to be a safekeeper. Yeah. And it was a DOC determination as to where he went and what his restrictions were. So she is not in a position to answer that. And I don't think it should be asked. In conjunction with that, during deposition and the 3-day hearings, there was discussion of DOC policy and the 30-day SMI confinement. That particular policy has been addressed by the defense in multiple settings. Yes. Yeah, and they should keep bringing it up. So just because they've talked about it once, you guys are the ones who did it. You shouldn't stipulate who and when and how much it can be talked about when you guys are the ones who violated it. Imagine that, going into court and being able to say that you're the one that's done something wrong. And you're being, well, you can't talk about that. You know, they would laugh you out of there. It does not apply to Mr. Allen. It's a legal determination by DOC, and as a safekeeper, that policy does not apply to him. Tell the rest of the world that, lady. So she's not the appropriate witness to answer for DLC legal determinations. We do have Elise Gallagher here, who's the spokesperson, I guess, for the DOC. Yeah, because remember, there's a whole bunch of suits there for these Westville guys. For everything that happened at Westville, there's a whole bunch of like lawyer suits. There's a whole row of suits back there, and everyone's wondering who they were, and that's who they are, the lawyers. And probably this woman's going to be there. If you need to ask any about it, she's here to speak on that. Nobody else can. If additional insight on that particular issue is helpful for the court, but we are asking for a motion in limine, order in limine on those related topics. Well, if they do have something scheduled, they probably shouldn't talk about certain things. I agree with that. Like if there's a whole other hearing that's going to address some things, then that would make sense. So, okay. What was the first one? I'm trying to recall. Impeachment by making reference to the fact that she had a gate closure. I love hearing that gate closure. Like she did something wrong and she left to work somewhere else. And they're pretending like we didn't fire her. She left. Well, why? Because she did something wrong. Well, that's basically like firing somebody. What the hell? She got a job somewhere else. Great. Other people don't care about her sketchy behavior. That was the second issue. That was my first safekeeping. Keegan declines insight. Okay. Impeachment. It was also the Keegan reference, because that's what she looked at. And she told you she's not going to lie about it. Right? About what? She didn't lie about using it. She volunteered that information in response to a question. Rosie's here. Okay, safekeeping. So the insight search, there was an admission by her that she didn't read it. She didn't copy it outside of the scope of an employee. For personal reasons, that involved this case. Facts and circumstances matter. It doesn't necessarily, bringing it up doesn't mean we use it for impeachment purposes. I think it's good for the jury. The story behind the backstory, which she later reported it in court. So basically what he's saying is she did it and then lied about why she did it to make it sound justified when it turns out she knows it wasn't. So I think it's relevant, and it doesn't necessarily need to be in a formal impeachment. It's just what she did and what she knew, what she learned through that insight, all of which she eventually reported. And remember, this is a case too where she destroyed her session notes after she prepared them, which I think people said is normal, but I think they should have to scan them in and not type them. I don't know how they do it, but it's almost like we can then just write down anything. It's like our narrative, our interpretation. So despite the fact that their policy suggested and tells us she keep them. Oh, right. So I heard so many people go on about saying that's normal. Seems like he's saying that their policy says they're supposed to keep these notes. So I heard people go on about a lot about this, saying that it's normal to do this. Wow, a lot of people were pushing that, and they were wrong. Wonder why they were pushing that so hard. Fuck it. I think it's relevant, and I'm not sure that it's an impeachment issue in the first place. And that's my response to that. 1 second, need a quick drink. Well, she didn't call you anything. Oh, who? What? Louise, no, stop out here, okay? If you guys have, go email her. Don't do that here, please. So, she called you anything here? Stop it. I don't know when you guys are writing this, but I don't want this here. If you guys go get each other's email and Discord each other or something, please. Thank you. Come on, guys. Let's do nice stuff here. I'm a little over all that other stuff, and I know people have just try not to carry stuff over. If somebody said, email them, call them on the phone. I don't know. Please don't bring other stuff here. I'd like to just. We don't need to kumbaya each other, but. So if anybody's calling anybody anything, don't. If anybody's bringing stuff from elsewhere, go email each other and go talk to each other on Discord and work it out. I don't want to kumbaya, but I don't want to start, you can talk about pretty much anything, guys. Just, sit back and relax. And it's Friday night. Let's chill out. I'm going to read this stuff. There's a lot. And I'm going to, if we see anything here, I'm going to try to find it in the evidence to read. So I would respond that none of her records does she make reference to checking insight for Keegan decline. That appears nowhere. I've been through every page of her reports. It doesn't exist. If it does, I'd like to know where that is. And with regard, I'm sorry, I'm just lost my train of thought. So she's having a brain fart in the court. So she accessed information. Oh, so they're going to talk exactly what Walla did. So here. And it wasn't about this case. It was about Keegan declines. Extraneous information. He was separately charged. He was discovered through this investigation for possession of child porn and child solicitation. Okay. So connected to the investigation, but not to Richard Allen. I have no intentions of, I'm sorry. So they're not even going to do that. So Latrell from the prosecution. The point is, Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. He said he's not going to do it though. Well, you cannot try to impeach a witness on a specific act or misconduct unless it's a criminal conviction. Well, you guys decided not to punish her. No, I know. I was talking about people blaming. Oh, right. I get it. Cool. I know what you're saying. So people mistook each other. I do the same. I kind of miss a lot in chat. And then I read, and I get it wrong too. Maybe it's something I said. So if I got anything wrong, I'm sorry, guys. I hear you. I'm not saying I should probably not even read chat. So I know you're not saying that. But I'm guilty most of the time of screwing things up because you guys are talking about something different and I answer as if you're talking to me about something else. And I'm a confused old man who's just, I mean well. So let's go around. Which this certainly is not. This Truesdale case. What's this case? Truesdale case. Your Honor is instructive. The Indiana Supreme Court about a psychologist. Oh, that's precedence, probably. A case where somebody's done something that they want to use this as precedence. Or a medical doctor that had their license actually put on probation. The status of his license was relevant, But the reason behind it is irrelevant because it became a violation of something. And this is specific, and it lays out specifically a specific act of misconduct. Oh, the bailiff is going to yell at people. Look at this. Bailiff jumps up. Can you guys quiet down? We're on the record. Thank you. So the bailiff is yelling at the gallery of people. To go with character or truthfulness are not permissible. If there's any other reason, then, Judge, it's irrelevant. So I think they should fail on the issues of why is she no longer working in Westville. It is irrelevant or it's improper impeachment. I just remembered my thought, Judge. He makes reference to the APA best practices, but those are not DOC policy, and they are not Centurion policy. It's a whole other thing, yeah. When it's like they can contract out people and kind of get skirt over stuff too. The possum drop, I don't know. I didn't check up on that. Oh yeah, third person. Yeah, well maybe. Yeah, they're bringing it. Yeah, you're right, Dewey. If they're talking about Keegan, you're right, Dewey. Doesn't that open the state up for it? Because that's a great point. Because yeah, they're talking about how she searched Keegan, and they talk about all the things Keegan did. Like they're saying, oh, it's okay because Keegan's so related to this case. You're right, Dewey. Good catch. Hi, Paula. What's up? Oh, of course it was. Of course it was, because, yeah, right. It was definitely stupid now because Gull didn't allow 70% of the discovery the defense was given about the Odinists. So, yeah, it looks terrible now. But you guys remember when that Frank's motion came out in October of 24? Was anyone on that side thinking that it wasn't going to be in the court? No. So these guys, Nick probably and all these Ellie knew that Gull was just going to refuse everything. And looks bad now. If Gull doesn't allow them to say the words, you should go through. We went through the things they said they're not allowed to say. All the names. You can't say Odin. You can't say that. And they're bringing it in constantly, talking about undoings and the very first prosecutor said non-secular religious stuff, and the defense got everything. Sure, they exaggerated the stuff. They were what's that called when they're like melodramatic with some of the things to make it sound more whatever. But they got it all from all of it came from the law enforcement's investigation, right? So yeah, it looks terrible now. But I don't even know who Turbo is. So you're talking a lot about what people say, and I don't know. I don't even know who Turbo is. So. I know what you're saying though. But yeah, of course. But you got to admit, at the time, remember when they dropped that Frank Wilson and everyone's going bonkers? When that first time we heard about all this stuff, did any of us think they weren't going to be able to talk about this in the court? Especially because it came from the discovery that they were given. Imagine that at the time, right? So that's cool. I get it. I'm not even sure who that person is. Pop Culture Paula is here. So if you have any questions about pop culture, please address them to Pop Culture Paula. Thank you. Let's do this. So the whole Odin. So let's even forget the Odin thing. Elvis Fields, guys. Forget Odin. Elvis Fields had 8 cops pile into one van from Unified Command. They drove 8 cops. Picture Jerry and Purdy and Murphy and fucking Liggett, all of them piling into a big white van and driving down to question Rushville Elvis and all 4 members of his family, his sister, her husband, everyone in that house. Got the 2 cops went off with each, and of the 4 people, between 8 cops, 2 cops went and questioned each person. Then Murphy and Purdy went back and they talked to Mary Jacobs, who had a few pill bottles around, but said so she had pill bottles, like her maybe meds were working, right? And they said she sounded lucid and she was very coherent and not talking. And They thought she would be a great witness, and she was trustworthy, so much so that Murphy and Purdy police officers took her in a car voluntarily. They drove her to the station to give her a polygraph test with Stephanie Thompson, and she passed with flying colors. Do we think Stephanie Thompson would be the type of when she walked in there, if she thought this woman was not of sound mind and crazy, like Jerry said, that she would even think this is wrong, right? No, Stephanie Thompson wouldn't have, but she passed the polygraph test. And then Stephanie Thompson's now died in a suspicious fire. And these guys are saying this about, so that's a wild, wild thing. So to not be able to mention third party with all the names the discovery had in it, forget the Odin thing. Forget it. Just the whole Elvis Fields alone. Brad Holder. Brad Holder is his son's girlfriend who's dead. He has a hand tattoo that looks exactly like her stick configuration, for whatever reason you want to call it. He said he never met her, and turns out he had. His interviews go missing. He's cleared after they lied about the Odin report, about what Turco said. Then when they go back and talk to him, because all the stuff he posted, he tells Purdy and Lourdes, the other cop, that he likes to walk through the woods and listens to Odin. He listens for Odin to speak to him through the branches. And then he's cleared again. So forget the Odin, third party thing, there's lots of other guys they should have had. Dave McCain was there. Why isn't he at trial? Like, just Dave McCain, Brad Holder, and Elvis Fields. This wild. It came all from the discovery. So, yeah, it looks terrible. Especially the Odin thing looks bad because Gull didn't allow any of it. So how? Nobody at the time thought that was going to happen, right? People in the case have... Oh, for sure. Yeah. Inside with lies. Yeah, lies, right. But I'm not talking about lies and rumors. I'm talking about stuff that was in the filings. The proven... I get it. Yes, there's been lots of saying stuff. But all the things I'm saying, I've read from depositions, sworn affidavits. Roland Purdy, the officer, that Trooper X, the undercover officer. I've read all of them, guys. And I'm only quoting stuff from their sworn affidavits and court cases. So, hey, what's up? Saban. How do I say that? Siobhan? Is that the one that's pronounced Siobhan with a B? If it is, I'm sorry. I think it's Siobhan. I'm sure it is. Welcome. Gull was a terrible judge. She should not be on the bench. This was not a fair trial whatsoever. Yeah, awesome. Welcome. Hello. And yeah, she should have been more of just like a referee, right? Kind of like, it's almost like it felt she was calling a little more to help Nick, so in my opinion. Just the fact that, okay, so let's forget the Odin thing, but everything from discovery should be able to be talked about if they choose. For her to say you received 80% of your discovery and you can't talk about it, the law enforcement did this investigation. The law enforcement brought this into so I do wish we just had at least more transparency with the cameras and stuff, right? Like when you see Koberger's first trial, part of the trial, he's got 3 cameras. Doesn't have to be very sensational. Doesn't have to be great. Just working microphones and 3 cameras, especially in the United States of America. You guys have a great, it would have been at least transparent. We could have saw how there's just so much shady stuff enclosed behind the chambers and inaudible statements and mumblings, and the microphone's not working, so talk louder. And if you talk too loud for us to hear, the microphone gets crackly so the gallery can't hear. They just tried to keep too much in. Hey, V, what's up, girl? Right. Gull's done. Yeah. Gull, she sentenced a guy with schizophrenia to death, but also, didn't she? I read something where she had a case where she let some father out or something that had done something with his daughters, and she let him out. And I think I just read that recently. So, Definitely. Definitely, at the very least. So if we forget the Odin stuff, third party, like, you know, I don't, Elvis Fields, V will tell you every time. Elvis Fields, just ask V, tell him V, eight cops, one van. That's all you got to say to V, and she'll agree with you. Hey, awesome guys, love this chat. Having fun. It's Friday night. If anybody else is around, I understand. I'm going to be here a lot. I've been here a lot. I don't want to be selfish and steal you from everyone. So I'm going to be talking all night probably because I'm working all night long. So you can sit here and say the policy doesn't apply to one case and then it does in another. I think the policies of the American Psychological Association. Yeah. I think those are fair game. Oh, so here is where it almost sounds like Gull is gonna have to be do the right thing here. So I think those are fair game. She is a psychologist. I don't think we need to get into the meanings like we did during the hearing, right? And also the whole if they contract, like I always say it. Imagine my neighbor across the street asked me to shovel their driveway, and they paid me when it snows. And you're up. If you do it before I come, I'll give you $20 to shovel my driveway. Let's just say, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it every time you wake up. It'll be shoveled, you know. And you're gonna pay me $20 each time I do that. And yep. And then I go and say, hey, I go find someone and say, hey, every time this happens, get your ass, and I'll pay you $10 to shovel this driveway. And you're like, yeah, I'll do it. And you're like, okay. So snow comes. And they shove half-assed, they screw it up, or they don't even show up to do the driveway, and you've got $20 already or something, and they come to you and say, hey man, my driveway, you fucked it up, or you hit my car, or you didn't do it properly, or you didn't even do it at all, you didn't show up. And you're like, sorry, I contracted that out. I'm not responsible. That seems what's happening a lot nowadays with everyone. Garbage, everything, cities and municipalities and whatever. They're just like, well, we contracted it out, therefore we're not responsible for what we are supposed to get done. Oh my goodness. So I do hate that part of it. That if they ever try to do that, that really bugs me. Because if they hire her, and then they say she's from Centurion, she's basically their employee, right? Just because it's another company contract. So yeah, I have no intention of that. But I think that is fair game, that she should be allowed to acknowledge or disavow knowledge of those particular practices. But I don't think the search that she did, I believe the fact that she did a search, if you get her to it, but not who or I wasn't. Anything else, I wasn't gonna. I mean, that she accessed a DLC website to obtain information about this case, that is not professional. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. That's my intention. Like, she's like, I don't have a problem with calling her out on that. That's what it feels like, right? But that's as far as it goes. Yeah, because also they're going to deal with it elsewhere too. So I can. Okay, that's as far as it goes. So here's Rosie. The safekeeper status. So the relevance of her talking about him being a safekeeper as it relates back to the policies on how they treat people in solitary confinement. Safekeeper is a description. It's a term of art in those policies. If you are designated a safekeeper, there are certain ways that you are handled down in the DOC. I'm fully prepared that they are going to make the argument that this guy was different from everybody else and that they had the right to keep him in solitary confinement forever if they wanted to. But she has testified that the purpose behind the 30-day rule, the solitary confinement rule in the policy, is to protect somebody from a mental health standpoint. And I think, does that apply to safekeeper status? Yeah, it does not. And Elise Gallagher is here to tell the court, if need be, the DOC's 30-day SMI policy for confinement, that does not apply to safekeepers. Safekeeping status trumps it. Wow. So they could say this guy is on safekeeping status, therefore that policy doesn't apply. So they're trying to say, and they've got this woman there. So there's like, she's been sent from, she's one of those ones probably sitting back there, right? With those suits. Like she's probably like a lawyer of her own. She's there to answer any questions on that. Nobody else can. So that they're getting out in front of that for sure. In case this gets appealed and there's lawsuits, this is proactive here. The DLC knows it. So that's what they're doing here. It's like nobody can talk about it except this one because she'll say all the right stuff. She's probably top. She's got to be a good, like a lawyer or something. Both Dr. Walla and Dr. Dwenger, who is the head of behavioral health at DLC until I just learned this morning, she left or something inaudible. Both of them testified in depositions that the purpose of the 30-day rule is to protect someone's brain. It's to ensure that. Well, I don't have a problem with you getting into that extent, but we're not getting into safekeeper. That policy doesn't apply to a safekeeper. I'll give you a little bit of a leeway to inquire as to the 30-day policy, but we're not going into it in its entirety because it doesn't apply. Well, in this particular situation, I realize you disagree. Yeah. So with that, and you're entitled to ask her that very narrow, specific question, but DLC policy does not apply in that regard to him, and I don't have a problem with that coming out. Well, but the DLC policy, just to make sure we're on the same page, it does apply to all of them as it relates to why they should be in solitary confinement for 30 days. It applies to all of them. Judge, the question is of how this is related is for the jury to decide how much weight they give this. The question isn't whether they were voluntarily. They can argue all sorts of things about the voluntariness. Absolutely. Or not. Involuntariness of his confessions. That's a whole other thing. Involuntariness. I mean, how is that involuntary when you got him drugged and held captive? He's innocent at the time, so. But what the DLC policy is about, who's an SMI and how long they can stay in confinement, doesn't really equate to that. He's in solitary. So if you are going to be maintaining an environment that's not consistent with your policy, then it's relevant. But this is McClellan. But the policy is trumped by a court order. Wow. Their policy trumps the court order. Policies. It's not a law. Policies trumping a court order. Right. And that's the issue. He's a safekeeper. So he's not. The policy doesn't apply to him. I don't have a problem with it. So they're saying that this is their policy, and so how would they get that in their safekeeping status then? It's not. I don't have a problem with, and I assume you have witnesses that are going to talk about the effect of solitary confinement on humans. And yeah, and how long, and that is fair game. But the policy itself that doesn't apply to him is not. I think we are getting into the weeds with that. Well, that's their words. You're just because they put something, that doesn't mean it doesn't apply. They have admitted that it applies to humans who are locked up for more than 30 days. They have admitted that across the board. Oh, okay. So, like, to me, this is Gull knows it's wrong, but she's just giving him a hard time, like a negotiation as to how much they can bring in and talk about it. Because she's obviously got to let it in. So she does this all the time. She's like, no, and kind of bluffs and pushes to see how much people will try to get in. And then she settles on something. So that's her, when she's being reasonable, that's what she does, in my opinion. She kind of negotiates. Hey, what's up? Oh, don't get all that. Who cares? I shouldn't even have said that word. By the way, is the background sound Shibby? Yes, I did it. It's mine. I love it. I love it. You think it's too loud? It's on 9. I'll turn it down for V. How's that? I don't want to disrupt you. I do like to have something, but if it's too loud at 9, I will definitely shut it down. Turn it down. Here, look at. Oh, is that? Sorry, you're right. I did have it up because I was. Thank you, V. No, that's right. That's right. I usually keep it much lower. So thank you. Sorry. Because earlier I had it up. I was thinking I'm going to turn it down once I start reading. Thank you, V. So definitely, I don't want to. This is where I would usually keep it. I'll even go down to this for V. Look at there. So sorry. Like I literally, I'm not being a jerk. I turned it up. I remember because I was just kind of thinking I would. In the beginning, I was going to kind of go through the things to have stuff ready for with Dr. Wallace stuff, but so you're right, V. It was definitely. I don't usually keep it that loud. So thank you. See, I'm not always a jerk. You guys are awesome. Let's do this. It's Friday night, guys. Forget all that other crap. Yes. Yeah, I'll find another word. Leapfrog. Yeah, whatever. I know. It's cool, dude. It's cool. I get it. Everyone's, but do what you want. I don't care. Just if you can, like we all have to make comments. I don't want V's. Reminds me, I don't want to tell you guys what to do or say, but just kind of if we can do stuff and move on and not hate each other, that would be nice. That's all. I don't want a whole kumbaya session, right? But I just, there's so much, there's so much angst everywhere. Getting a little bored of it myself. So, I don't know. This is a lovely chat. If I annoy you, hit the mute button and just look at these lovely people here. Handsome, my greeter, Dewey. Oh my God. Oh, did I miss anybody? I should be checking. No. Oh, Nicole, when did you get here? Sorry, did I miss you? Oh, what's up? What's up? I hope Louise is still here. Hope you guys are still. We have a new one, Siobhan. Siobhan is here. Oh, thank you. Oh, glad you're covering this case. It isn't. Oh my God, look at somebody writes this. How long ago was that? 12:30. I'm an idiot. What time is it? Oh my God, that was almost 10 minutes ago. You wrote that. Somebody writes something nice, and I don't see it for 10 minutes. So glad, Siobhan. Glad you're recovering this case. It is important for people to see what actually happened and why the court tried so hard to keep it hidden. Liking and subscribing. Thank you. I agree. Because what I'm doing is we're just reading the, nope, you didn't miss anything, young lady. We're just reading. Look at you guys piling in. Bezo's here. Oh my God. Nicole's here. Dom's here. You didn't miss anything, young lady. We're just reading Dr. Monica Walla. We haven't even got to her yet. They're just talking. So this is Dr. Monica Walla's testimony, but they're still negotiating about before. They haven't even started talking with her yet. So you haven't really missed anything with Dr. Walla. This is day 11 of the trial. But they're kind of arguing, the prosecution and defense, about what they can actually talk with her about. So you haven't missed anything, you guys. If anybody else is on, I'm glad you're here now or whatever. It's Friday night. If you have other places to be, I'm so happy if you even just come and say hi. So I think that's permissible. I mean, I'm not in here arguing an administrative law because that they should be held responsible. The DOC, because they violated some policy. The question is, what's the impact on our guy? The impact. You can talk about the impact without even talking about the policy. Exactly. Well, that's your whole point. Well, no, because your whole point sets the foundation for is that the whole point, this is Diener, the whole point is that his circumstances are these circumstances, and they have caused him to make a confession that's not reliable. It doesn't, based on what the policy is. Well, whether there's a policy or not is not the point. The point is you have a witness that are going to testify about the effects. And that is important for the jury to know. Whether there's a policy or not is not important for the jury to know. What? How about if there's a United Nations agreement and a Geneva Convention, a whole war agreements that every country in the free, the civil societies has agreed to. So forget about that. We got the war and all those war, treaties and stuff. They're like, man, we won't do this to your prisoners. Don't do it, sort of thing. And obviously some of them don't abide by it, but solitary's, I've never been in it, but man, I don't think it could be a great thing. It could really probably break you. So, well, it does set the foundation as to what they're going to testify about. Well, I understand that, but I'm going to give you some leeway when getting into that with your witnesses. Can I ask a clarifying question? So is he allowed to ask is there a policy, but it doesn't apply? There's a policy that applies, but to the Department of Correction. That policy does not apply to Mr. Allen. Wow. So the DOC has a policy, yet it doesn't apply to him. That's wild. That is wild. Hey, Dee. No, it's not spicy. It's not spicy. Welcome. It's Friday night. Everyone's excited. It's time to just chill and have fun. That's what we do here. So I'm reading Dr. Monica Walla. We haven't even got to her testimony yet because they're arguing about what they can talk to her about. So, okay. I just wanted to, and that's as far as it goes. Okay. Thank you. What's the next one? What's the next problem this doctor's put upon us? That's fine. That's it for me. Okay. Judge, I have totally out of scope question. Is there going to be a limit on closing? I'm just trying to look ahead. 2 hours. Mr. Baldwin, I mentioned that they're okay. 2 hours. Perfect. Okay, thank you. Judge, I'll use this sidebar just to renew all of my objections with regard to the admissibility of Dr. Wallace's statements in terms of what Rick said. The statements that she's going to testify to based on everything that I argued before in the July and August hearings, July 30th and 31st, and August 1st. 31, I think. So something in that area. Okay. So inaudible. Because like I said, my ruling, all of her extraneous, the internet search, the walking on the trails. So yeah, she went to walk on the trails, I guess. All of that came in during that hearing. That impacts her credibility, and you're entitled to go there. Yeah. I mean, we don't have to beat a dead horse. No, I know. So she's conceding and like, okay, quit rubbing it. Okay, quit dancing and spiking the ball and rubbing salt. You got it in. Like, you've been beating a lot of dead horses. This is a girl saying this to Rosie. You've been beating a lot of dead horses. I think the jury is going to expect it. That's my opinion. So it's an exhaustive amount of information. There, he's spiking the ball too. And dance. He's doing his little TikTok dance right now in his sexy socks up on the tail or something. Okay, what else? TikTok dancer. Give you a preview for the day while we're here. Okay. Because I know, well, you've asked for that during the process. Dr. Walla, we may have a short witness after Dr. Walla, and then we'll have Brian Harshman in, and then the rest, and then we'll rest. Okay. The problem with Harshman is he's going to be introducing the phone calls, and we got at least 2 hours of phone calls. Oh my goodness. Okay. And so if we go to 2 or 3 o'clock, I really don't want to split them up. But again, if we get to 2 or 3 o'clock, we may be in a position to say, okay, judge. And a lot of that's going to depend on cross. Yeah, absolutely. And the breaks that we'll be taking. So I'm just giving you a heads up that if we get late in the day, I may be in a position to say, hey, judge, can we talk about this later in your room? Oh, excuse me, it doesn't say that. Sorry. Hey, judge, can we recess till tomorrow? Yeah. Sorry, I misread that. He doesn't say back in your room, back in your hotel room, Judge. He says, so that was my mistake. He did not say that out loud anyway. Tell me what you want me to do. Anything. I'll do anything for you, Judge. And I'll have Harshman here. Well, it might be. I mean, I think the jury, we kept them late yesterday. Right. They probably would appreciate it. Yeah. A little bit more. It's going to be 2 hours of phone calls at least. Okay. And then my direct, his cross, and Harshman's obviously an important witness. Yeah, because of the confessions. So I think it's going to take a morning or an afternoon. Okay. To get it done. So just as a heads up, Judge. All right. Just for clarification, on her employment situation, I'm not sure we covered that entirely. There was a gate closure. We've seen that that's not something that it was clearly related to her use of her personal activities while at work. Yeah, they want to say she was gate closed and not fired. So whether or not she conducted an insight search, I don't know that I remember exactly what they said that she did, but she admitted in the court she stepped outside of those boundaries. And so I'm permitted to just point out to her that that's why she was terminated. She was not terminated. She's not terminated. So Gull's not having their bullshit. Sounds like, let's see. Gull's like, she repeats it. She's not terminated. And the gate closure did not say why. There's been no evidence of that. The gate closure did not show why. And you subpoenaed the employment record, and there's nothing in there about the reason for the gate closure, and it does not. Well, Deanna Dwenger said that's why she could. Well, then call her as a witness. I'm going to. That's just character assassination. I mean, she worked for Centurion at DLC. She is no longer working for Centurion at DLC. It's improper impeachment of the witness. I'm sorry. No, it's not. No. Doesn't that go to her work product, like the quality of her work product, which is credibility? It goes to, she told you she did the search. Yeah. Sorry. What's that? No, I mean, she told you she did the search. I don't know the reason. And honestly, I don't even know what a gate closure is. But the fact she wasn't fired, well, that's what they're calling. That's what I think they're trying to say the gate closure is. So if they can name it, you can name anything something different, right? Doesn't make it so. Hey, what's up, Carol? What is up? What is up? My love has found me. It's a new day, young lady. It's a new day. Carol's come in. Did I miss anyone? Sweet Southern Nicole, Louise, Dee Dee, Candid. Is it Candy or Candid? Why you keep changing? You silly goose. I thought I saw Candid. Candy. Oh my God. Is my name-o? B-I-N-G-C-A-N-D-I. B-I-N-C-I-N-D-C-A-N-D-I. Candy is my name. Haha, my bad. Wasn't thinking I had this on TV. So I just switched to the phone because it was bright in the room. Cool. Welcome. Hello. Let's do this, guys. Thanks for being here. 220 people are here listening to me. Thank you. Candy is my name. Is there a song about that? B-I-N-G-O. Let's do this. It's Friday night, guys. Love you thanks for being here. So throw a couple jabs, but move on. Don't get stuck. That's all. You don't need the kumbaya. Just enough angst in the world. Oh, I've had enough. I'm sick of it all. So, no, I mean, she told you she did the search. And I don't know the reason. And honestly, I don't even know what a gate closure is. But the fact that she wasn't fired, no, we're not getting into that. She's not working there anymore. Blah, blah, blah. You're not working there anymore. And the jury can draw their own inferences as to why she's not working there anymore. Okay, we're ready now? Yes, Judge. Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. So the sidebar is over. We're going to start soon. All right. Are we ready now to bring in our jury in, Miss Diener? Yes. Mr. Rotzi? Yeah. Yes. All right. Gentlemen, all rise. Thank you. You may be seated. The Honorable Judge Joseph A. Wapner is not here. Today is the seagull herself, Judge. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you back this morning. I hope you had a pleasant evening. I know, like this sounds exactly like Gull, right? I'm sure it does. I forget. I'm pretty sure I got her voice nailed. I'm pretty sure. I know you didn't have much of an afternoon yesterday. You had an evening. Again, as we parted company and you've had access to your electronic devices for purposes of work and contacting your family, I'll just again ask you the following series of questions. Ladies and gentlemen, have you read, seen, or heard any media accounts concerning this case? All the jurors say, nope. Have you discussed this case with anyone? Nope. That's all the jurors. Have you permitted anyone to discuss this case with you? Nope. Have you conducted any research into this case? Nope. And finally, has anybody persisted in attempting to discuss this case with you? Nope. Alrighty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I appreciate your continued compliance. Oh my. Oh, 1 second, sorry. Why is my status bar not coming up? Sorry. I'm sorry. I can move it up a little bit. Sorry. Hey, Fishy's back. Look at this. Fishy's back. What's up? Everyone, what is up? CN is here. 200 people are here. What's up, CN? Dom. Pie. Miss Pie, where you been? What is up, young lady? Oh my God. Look at these superstars here. Pie. My warm, friendly Canadian Pie. She brought enough for everyone. She's brought enough pie for everyone to share. Yes. Thank you, guys. Did I miss anyone? CN, Fishy's back. Who else did I miss? Nicole is here. Look at all these lovely, lovely people. Thank you, guys. Let's do this. They're still talking about what they... Hey, what's up? Yes, you guys. I haven't seen enough emojis tonight, right? Yeah, I've scrolled back. Where's all my emojis? Look at this. Man, love it. Anytime you guys want to talk about your favorite pie that always excites the chat. What else was it? Pie, and what else was the other one? Just talking about pie. You watch people get so excited. Pudding and pie and stuff. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So getting started, it's not quite 9 o'clock. I had a matter I needed to attend to, but we were ready to proceed. Miss Diener, you may call your next witness. The state would like to call Monica Wall. Good. I don't have to call her doctor. Good. Oh my God, the microphones. Are your microphones on the tables? Thank you. So look at this. We're at page 16 and we're finally able to introduce her. They've been arguing and talking about everything they're allowed to talk about that she's done wrong or that she can actually be questioned about. Oh my goodness. Sorry. You may proceed, Miss Diener. So Diener, direct examination of Monica Walla by Diener. Miss Walla, could you please state your full name and spell your first and last name? Monica Walla. Monicawala. And I'm going to let you know that the microphone does not... Oh my God, this microphone. Fix it or turn it off. Give him a bullhorn or something. Oh my God, give him a milk carton and let him stand up. Oh my God. This is like day 10. Everyone's like, oh, this microphone sucks. You see our head investigator over there, Mr. Stephen Moonman Mullins? He's a dipshit. He would like to fix it for you, but he's too dumb. Oh my God. And I'm going to let you know that the microphone does not help us in the area. Oh, so the jury and the attorneys will not be assisted by that microphone. This is the whole rub of it. If you need to talk, because the jury, Judge Gull, the prosecution and defense cannot hear the speakers well. They're so far away in the gallery. So for them to hear you without the microphone, they're telling you to speak louder. Yet if you speak too loudly, then the microphone, the speakers, it gets all garbled and it's hard. It's too easy for them to hear you, and it sounds horrible. It's hard to decipher for the gallery. This is their whole thing. So this microphone is basically worse because it makes it harder. It's almost like it blocks what they're, because they say, speak up so we can hear you. So the prosecution, the defense, the jury, and the judge can hear you, because we can't hear that microphone speaker. So speak up. Yet when they speak up too much and the microphone catches it, it's hard for them to understand it because it's too loud for them in the speaker. So, wow, what a racket. No wonder they don't want to fix it. So you don't need to pull that for, so he's probably just in the microphone. Oh, she is, oh my God. She's grabbing the microphone, I guess. Yeah, there you go. So I'll just ask you to speak a little more loudly than you're used to. Yeah, speak loudly so we can hear you. But if you speak loudly, the gallery can hear you too well, and they can't understand you. Could you tell us what your profession is? I'm a clinical psychologist. And what is your level of education? Doctorate in clinical psychology. Is there, could you just briefly describe the education that got you to that point? I went through college, received my associate's, bachelor's, master's degree in counseling, and then pursued a doctorate in clinical psychology. So, and then is there an examination that you take after that? There is. To complete the process, there's a licensure examination. Once you've completed all your coursework and clinical work, you take a licensure exam. And you did all those things, is that correct? I did. And does that earn you the title of driving Monica Walla? I need a nickname for her. Oh my goodness. What is it? Dictor, Dirter. Germanic, Drala. I'm going to come up with something. I can't say that. It hurts. Yeah. Yes. Sorry. In your profession, and are you licensed as a clinical psychologist in Indiana? I am. And did you prepare or provide to us a curriculum vitae that outlines your education, your experience, and your work history? Is that how I say that? Vitae? Curriculum vitae, whatever. I think you have it. I do. May I approach the witness, Judge? You may. Dr. Walla. I need a nickname. I need a nickname. Help me. Fangirl. Oh, that's it. Is she fangirl? Is that what? Maybe I'll call her fan. Oh my God. So it'll be like FG. Fangirl Walla. Oh my God, Pi. Thank you. Is that what you, oh my goodness. Is she? Who brought the fangirl? Was that you, Pi? Who brought fangirl? I'm going back. Just letting you know. Okay. Oh, it's okay, guys. Sienna's here. Who brought coconut cream? Oh my goodness. Banana. Look at you guys. Muff Burger. You guys are wild. I should have been reading. Look at me. Yes. See what Pi does to the people. See what, no hair pies. Oh my God. I missed all of this. You guys are awesome. Hair pies. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God. Crisco. Oh my God. I didn't want to know. Oh my God. I can't go back any farther. I cannot go back. You guys are wild. Oh my goodness. Pie. See, I told you. Look what pie does to the people. It brings us together. Oh my God. Yes, twat chick. Share that pie. Miss Pie is here, and the chat goes wild. She's brought enough for the rest of the class to share. Oh my God. So a fangirl. That's going to work for me. If that's what she was, fangirl. Oh my God. Because she was fanning, eh? I think it's going to work. I'm going to try it. Fangirl Walla. I think it's going to stick, guys. It sounds good now, and that's the first time. So if a nickname sounds good right away, oh boy. I'll show you what's marked as Stage Exhibit 302. It has several pages. Please take a look at those. Do you recognize the document? I do. And is that your curriculum vitae? I hope I'm saying that properly. Yep. Does it also have your Indiana license attached? Yes. State would move to admit Exhibit 302 and publish to the jury. Oh my goodness, do we go look? Do we go look at 302? Do we see her extensive experience and everything she's written? Oh my God. Oh my God, I probably should go. It's too late. I'm searching. I should use my keyboard, but I kind of like scrolling. 302. 302 has got to be soon. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's getting halfway there. Halfway there. I'm almost there now. Look at how close we are. We are close. We're getting closer. Oh my goodness. Oh, it is here. It is here. The one thing that is here. So, boom. Here's her extensive experience. Illinois School of Psychology at Argosy, Schaumburg, Illinois. 2010. Weird thing is they're always out of order unless I'm... No, it's not. It's not. It's just newest to oldest. Okay. Northeastern Illinois University, accredited. University, Bachelor of Arts, Triton College, Illinois. Her experiences are Wexford Centurion Health. So she was the lead psychologist. Wexford, Indiana State Prison. Oh, she's done this lots of times. Eh? Corazon Health and Indiana State. Lutheran Social Services. Residential treatment specialist. State of Illinois, Elgin Mental Health Center. Elgin, Illinois. Look at this. Doctoral therapy practicum. Oh boy. She's got a look at this experience. Oh. Is there anything about her getting discipline? Oh, thank you. Oh. No related licenses. So is this active issued expiration? Discipline information is blank. So she's been not been disciplined. Yes, that's right. She wasn't disciplined. She was, what was that word they called it? Wish I'll remember it. It's not fired. She had her gate closed or something. No objection. Yeah. All right. Without objection, 302 is admitted. You may publish. Dr. Walla. Oh, sorry. Fangirl Walla. FG Walla. That sounds pretty good too, because fangirl's a little bit, but I can, instead of saying F Walla, FG Walla. Boy, that might stick too. During the years 2022 and 2023, were you employed at the IDOC? I was. And what was your positions there? Lead psychologist. And could you explain for the jury whether who your employer was and how you provided services at the DOC? We were employed by Centurion at the time. So we're a contractor. We don't work for the DOC, for the state. We don't work for the DOC. Your position was lead psychologist at DOC through, though, is that correct? Correct. If you're contracted on their behalf, doesn't that mean you're working for them? Like, what is this? They're contracting you to do stuff they need to get done. Correct, Shibby. And so, in that position, did you serve at one facility or multiple facilities? Primarily at one facility. I mean, there are times where we go and help other facilities, but primarily at Westville. Okay. And was that all at the Westville facility? Yes. No, it wasn't. You said your little curriculum thing, you said a bunch of other places. What? I guess I don't even know. Maybe I read it right. And so, would that include what's referred to as a WCU? Yes. And is WCU only a small part of that facility? It is. Okay. When you would provide services there, did you have a caseload of a number of clients? Not necessarily. I would just be if there were any. It would just be if there were any more serious cases that needed more attention. I would take them on. And so, in that capacity, did you take? I'm not sure how you refer to them. You refer to them as patients or clients? I see a designation of 2. Incarcerated individual. Oh, I. Excuse me. I. Incarcerated individuals at the time. That's fair. Incarcerated. Yeah. Held captive individuals. Okay. And so that's how you would refer to a person you were providing services to? Yeah. And so during your time at WCU, during 2022 and 2023, did you have occasion to provide services to Richard Allen? I did. Were your services in conjunction with other mental health professionals? Yes. And 1 second, grabbing a drink. 1 second. 140 people. Welcome, welcome. And we're back. What? What? I bet Shibby can't even fire. He's never shut up long enough to. Oh, you don't. I mute this microphone all the time. Should I be leaving it unmuted? I'm like, yes, I do talk a lot. Yes. Yes. I'm burping, and it's all my hot air is leaking out my no, because I'm yapping all night long. Oh, is someone leaving? Oh, you leaving? Night Pie. Thanks for being here. Thanks for bringing that pie and exciting the chat. If you wake up, I'm going till 8 a.m. probably. 8 a.m. East. So you're in the mountains. So 8, 7 Central, 6 in the weird mountain time of the pie. And so 8, 7, 6, and 5 for you weirdos out on the Pacific West Coast. I'm working hard until 8 a.m. East. So I'm doing this while I'm observing as a one step above Paul Blart security idiot. All right. Just know I'm hard at work. And you guys are doing me a favor by keeping me company all night long. Oh boy. So, hey, let me be the first on YouTube to read the whole damn trial every day. Look at this. You watch. I'm going to be the first one. Look at this page. Look at this page. The whole trial's here. Day 1 to everything in between. I'm going to read every damn document that's here. Every damn pertinent document in order. And then I'm going to go back to catch anything we've missed. Depositions, everything. This is my dedication. I'm an idiot. I can't make videos yet. I just learned how to make thumbnails. I'm not very bright. I squeaked through high school. I'm an idiot. I'm a 52-year-old man who's just come to a few realizations in life. Midlife crisis. My bangs have been cut too short. I got grandkids now. I got a muffin top. I can't do nothing right. So if I can at least read to you people and we can understand this so we're ready for when this goddamn appeal is granted. It has to be. Let's do this. It's all I can do. So what the hell? As an influencer to the stars and a creator extraordinaire, I will read. So bedtime stories with Shibby. Let's do this. Thank you for being here. And so who would those other mental health professionals be? So initially, it was just me, as well as a psychiatry. Okay. And later on, we did have a master's level and bachelor's level mental health. Professionals also see him. Okay. So initially, it was just you. Yep. And how did that happen that you became his provider when he came into the DOC? It was just assumed, given the high profile nature of the case, that I would just take it on. Okay. Did it require more time or more intensive services because of the nature of the situation? Yes. Ooh. Fishy, where are you? Do we have our fishy? I got your channels. Look, I'm ready. I have it. So let me know which one we're watching. In a couple hours, when I need to take the little fishy pee break that you granted me, I will play. Is there a Dr. Walla clip in here? Oh boy. Is there, young lady? Is there? Oh, I need a Dr. Walla. I'm not playing this one, I don't think. Let me know, young lady. Let me know, Miss Snake Eyes. If there's a Dr. Walla clip or thing that I can have ready, yes, thank you. You're awesome. Oh my God. So we've got there's a new what is that called? A segment on the program. It's called the Fishy Pee Break. It's called maybe I'll find a better name for that. It's called the Fishy Makes My Show Better break. The Fishy Makes My Show Better break. And she lets me play a quick video of hers while I run to the bathroom. And first I turn the kettle on, make a hot instant coffee. Then I grab something to eat. And then I run to the bathroom and I scrub my hands for Nicole. I scrub. And then, what's going on? Who's cyber? What does this mean? Tommy isn't. Who's Tommy? What's going on? Ugh, you guys. If you're talking about others, I hope you're being funny with each other. I don't even know what that means. Cyberbullying 101? Ugh. Is anyone cyberbullying? Please stop. It's no fun. Anyway, so we're going to watch in the Shibby came. Yes. Oh, me and Elvis? Yeah. Elvis. I mean, I'll admit it. I'm probably not the brightest guy in the world, but I'm persistence. And my persistence is what, when other people give up, I solve the puzzle because I enjoy those things. You know, those, especially those, where you see like two photos side by side and there's like one tiny little detail is different. Find it. And I swear to you, I'll stare at them for hours until I find it. So other people are like, oh, there it is. There it is. There. And some people give up. Most people give up or quit. I'm like, I'll stare at it for hours until I find it. And I enjoy it in a weird way. So, yes, I'm not the smartest. It's oh, you're being funny. Okay. You've been doing, all right. Use your LOLs and emojis, young lady. Because I'm a confused old man. It'll make it easier. I'm only kidding. Thanks for being here, guys. Let's do this. And so how is that different from your other duties with other inmates? I guess there was no one else that I would be seeing every day for an extended period of time like that. Okay, but you did that with Mr. Allen? Yep. And now, when you would see him, did you prepare documents regarding your sessions with him? Yes. Ooh, hopefully they described this thing where she met, and hopefully they're specific about how she meets with him. We know it's in a cubicle. We know they take Richard to that cubicle. They walk him there. It can't be far. And I want to know, hopefully they describe it to us. And there's probably got to be pictures of it. So if anybody sees anything about Dr. Walla that fits into this at any point in the test and the exhibits, or even any photo they've seen anywhere, let me know. I'll go find it. All right. And so definitely about the cubicle where she, and the situation of how, like, are they sitting there with each other? Or is there a glass partition? Is it just a cage? Can he see her? Can he smell her? Are they, I'm not being creepy. I think it would influence him a lot if he can see her, even though like he's lonely, broken. Nobody's being nice to him. And she comes in and she's all nice to him. Like, come on. Like he's probably telling her stuff like, hey, don't leave. I'll tell you anything you want. Fucking stay and talk to me. Oh my God. They're hurting me. Fucking stay. Help me. Yeah, Richard, I'm here. I'm your friend. So, and how would you record that information into the electronic medical record system? For those who don't know what that is or how that might work, could you give us a little bit of an explanation? So, it's not paper records where we write notes by hand and file them into a paper chart. It's getting into a system on the computer, typing your notes in the program. And did you use that program for all the inmates that you counseled with? Yep. So how do we do that in like if we're going to use stuff as evidence against people? How is it that she could be there to help him with all this HIPAA violation laws and stuff? And he's there. He's not guilty yet. He hasn't been convicted yet. He's told his lawyers he doesn't want to speak to the other people probably without, them present. So how is it they get to help him with all his personal confidence, then she's able to be here testifying about what he's saying to her and using it against him. Because in that case, the lawyers would say, hey, don't talk to my client. You can't. Yet we've designated we can talk to him to keep him safe. And we can use everything he says against him after we've drugged him. And oh my God, there's something not right about that, isn't it? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just a big pussy. Can you please not with the wall of role play, Shibby? Thanks. Well, if you're joking, that's wonderful. But I think I'll do anything I want. Thank you, V. Thanks for pointing it out. Use your LOLs and your emojis, and you're welcome. You're very welcome. Awesome. There. See? You did a little LOL. That's we know. You think. I know you're just kidding. It is creepy. Yeah, it is. What they did to him is creepy, V. And I'm just pointing it out. I agree. It's very creepy. What they did to this man is very creepy. Yeah. I agree. So when I point it out, don't dare throw that in my face. I wish this never happened. I would have never let this happen. It's wrong. So am I going to call it out? I'm not being creepy. They sent a female in to talk to a guy who's fucking broken and tortured and lonely. It's like, fuck. When you would meet with someone, did you have a computer with you? No. In order to take down those notes, right, in the system? No, not in that situation. Okay, so tell us how that would work with Mr. Allen. I would just take notes on a notepad and then put my notes into the system when I got to my desk. Okay. Where were there other people you could see where you would have the computer there at your session? Yes. Where would you meet with me? Oh, here it is. Perfect. Oh, perfect. The cubicle, guys. Where would you meet with Mr. Allen for your sessions? We called it a pod cubicle. So it's on a pod where he lived. It's a room that has a partition, and Mr. Allen would sit on one side and I'd sit on the other side. Could you and he see one another? Yes. And was it secure cubicle? Yes. Was Mr. Allen shackled in the cubicle? Not in the cubicle. Well, he would get unshackled after he was in the cubicle. Okay. And so you would take handwritten notes during the sessions? Yes. And then how much time would pass before he would then create the electronic document? I mean, ideally the same day. And so would you say that happened in almost every situation? Most of the time. Oh, most of the time. Since you would always get to add stuff in anytime, I guess. Now, there are some situations where you would do an addendum report. Mm-hmm. Would that be an exception? It would depend on the reason for the addendum. So maybe if I saw him again the same day, I could add an addendum. Or for example, with the diagnostic criteria, I put that in a separate file, just so it's separate from the note, just more clear. But yeah, I mean, most of it would still be in the main note. Right. So if you're doing something, you can add, like, if you were to follow up with a report, like a test that had to get sent away, and you can add stuff. But then if you're talking to them, you wouldn't just wait to write down how you remember it hours later. You would add an addendum of what was said or done. So I hope. Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness? You may. FG, voila. I'm going to show you what's been put in the binder, just so that it's not falling all over the place while you're up here looking through it. So this is State's Exhibit 303 and State's Exhibit 304. If you would just take a quick look at those and tell me if you recognize those. Are those the documents you would prepare with regard to your sessions with Mr. Allen? 303 and 304. Do we have? Ooh, we don't have, oh, those are medical. Okay. So those are medical records. Obviously, we don't get those. Oh, that's cool. Mm-hmm. And 1 sec, need a drink. And we're back. Paula's in the house. Awesome, awesome. Oh, you know what happens with that blocking? You guys, I'm on, right? Yeah. I notice when on my computer, if I hide somebody or something from the channel, or I don't know how that goes, but then there's also a blocking. So there's two ways you could do it. So sometimes if you think you've unblocked or you've unhid them on your Google account, I don't know, I'm sure you guys know that better than me. And sometimes you think that you've unhid them. I thought I unhid somebody, but they weren't. They were still in my, blocked in my, I guess, YouTube or Google. I don't even know how that works, but there's two places you can kind of do that. So sometimes you think, so I don't know what you're talking about exactly, but I'm sure sometimes like that happens all the time to me. If I don't even block many people, but there's been situations where I had to, and then I undid it, and I thought I undid it, but I didn't undo it enough. I don't know. So I'm glad you guys are all having fun, getting along. Love it. Glad you're all here. Nice to see you, Paula, young lady. Thanks, guys. Let's do this. Judge, I've already provided copies to the defense counsel in these two groupings. And would these assist you in testifying, since it would be difficult to remember? I think so. I think so, yes. Yeah. So much information? Yep. State would move to admit Exhibit 303 and 304, but only publish 303 to the jury so that they can follow along with those. No objection. All right. Without objection, 303 and 304 are admitted, and you may publish 303. So just so I'm clear, Miss Diener, you want the jury to follow along as you publish 303. Yes. Okay. All right. You may proceed. FG, voila. I'm going to start with the select group that you find in the first tab. That is Exhibit 303. And we'll go through those. And then we'll go to the general tab in the back, just for your understanding. Oh, okay. So when you started seeing Mr. Allen, when did that begin? November of 2022. Okay, that's soon, eh? Yeah, wow. Okay, and as you notice, this particular exhibit starts well after that. Is that correct? Yep. Okay, and so the first document is from April the 5th of 2023. Are you familiar with that document? Yeah. Oh, April 5th. March, yeah. Remember how they tried to backdate stuff from March 5th? April 5th is when the one guard also, what did he see? Which guard was it? The one guard witnessed something on this day. Oh, that's when he puts the note through the door, wasn't it? He slides that help me, that note where it's like, I want to talk to the warden or something, under the door. And then the warden pretends he received it a month earlier or something. Yeah. Okay. Okay, and we'll talk about this one in a little more length, in a little more length, just to give the jury some familiarity with the categories within the report, and then later we'll be able to make reference to those categories more quickly, just to provide some understanding, okay? So, with regard to the report from April 5th, what is it about the document that identifies who you were meeting with and documenting information regarding? Are you just referring to the name? Yes. Okay. Well, on the front page, you'll see the patient name, the date of birth, the DLC number, the date of visit, the visit type, and the visit type. When it indicates daily, does that mean that he's at a watch level, that you are seeing him every week, every workday? So the visit type is showing suicide monitoring, but that does indicate it would be a daily visit. Down below, after the date and the time, and we get to suicide. Oh, observation. It says daily. Yeah. Okay. Does that indicate that you are seeing him daily as opposed to something that would be a longer time frame? Yeah. Anyone on suicide watch gets seen daily. Okay. Then we have a subjective portion that says reason for placement. Is that correct? Yes. And could you briefly describe what the purpose of that particular section is? It outlines the reason why the individual is placed on suicide watch. So anything that occurred around the time of the placement, as well as the level of the suicide watch. So in this first one, at the very end, it says, quote, he will be placed on suicide watch, close observation, unquote. Okay. And what does close observation mean in your business? Close observation means that the individual does not necessarily have to have a companion. That the individual perfect. That they just have does not have to have a companion at the door at all times. They just have to be watched every 15 staggered intervals of 15 minutes. Yeah, that's what happens. That one guard at the end, the Wabash guard, the very last guy yesterday, said he was walking around. This guy, Bedwell, he says he's walking around and looking in and then going and helping with glucose monitoring of people with diabetes and other things, helping with food and chow, and then coming back and checking on him every 15 minutes. Yet Rosie busted his balls about he kind of just checks in and doesn't write down everything, but he stood there for 10 minutes and had plenty of time to write something down and didn't. At Wabash, they were recording if he was sleeping or crying and all these codes and stuff he wasn't writing down properly. But that was just at the very last one. So the rest of the guards didn't say this. They were there the whole time staring at him. But the last guard at Wabash, whatever, was walking around doing a bunch of other things. Every 15 minutes he had to check in. But the other ones were writing stuff every 15 minutes. And also anything in between, they would write stuff too. But they stayed there sitting. So, okay. And we've heard some testimony about companions. So are you referring to suicide companions? Can you repeat? Are you referring to suicide companions? Correct. And you refer to the 15-minute intervals. Are you talking about officers that would check on an inmate on suicide watch and make a log? Yes. And did you refer to those logs for information to provide yourself necessary information you couldn't gather during the time you weren't with Mr. Allen? Yeah, that's why in the reason for placement, I used a lot of their quotes. Okay, right. So she's using their quotes, and they're quoting him. And one of the guards even said, I'm quoting him verbatim, meaning one of the other inmates was yelling at him, why did you kill Abby and Libby? And he's like, oh, I killed Abby and Libby? Like as if he didn't. And the guard writes down, he said, I killed Abby and Libby, and tells the doctor that. And she reads that. And if you read that out of context, then I literally just said it. If you cut me in, I said I killed Abby and Libby. Right? Because that's what they're saying he said. But if you cut out of context, you can clip that. You know? I mean, that's basically what she's reading from these guards. They're writing down verbatim. He's like answering people and replying to them. He's saying stuff too, obviously, right? But half of those are things that he's repeating. Other people are yelling at him or singing song lyrics or something, and they're just writing it down as if. So that's the whole thing. You write it down out of context, it's even worse. And then she comes in and reads this. Oh my God, he said I killed Abby and Libby. When meanwhile he's replying to somebody who said that to him, and he's repeating it in a sarcastic, like as if like I killed Abby and Libby, as if, you know. But they don't write all. They just write down. Yeah, he said it. I killed Abby and Libby. So that's what she's reading. They even admitted to it in their testimony. So, okay, and those appear in the subjective reason for placement. Is that correct? Yep. In that area, are you referencing entries on the suicide log? Yeah. And do any of those indicate your observations as well? Not in that area of the notes. Okay. Now on the 4th, his status was changed. Is that correct? I say status, but I'm saying the level of his watch. Yeah, he was not on suicide watch, and he was placed on suicide watch. Oh, on the 4th. This is what's going on with these guys, right? On the 4th, they want us to know he was not on suicide watch on the 4th. Now, on the 4th, his status changed. But then the next day is when he hands that note to the guy. If it's April the 4th, right? The 4th. Or what? I guess we'd have to go with the month they were last talking about it. How can I just say the 4th? Okay, now on the 4th. What month? Oh, April. So prior to April 4th. Okay, sorry, right here in front of me. Were you seeing him daily? No. Prior to April 4th. So Gallup, who wanted us to think that they're getting all this stuff a month earlier, the request for him. He received it on March 5th when he was written on April the 5th. So what? That's why Gallup, who wanted to backdate that? What would that mean? If he backdates the request to visit with him, he says that I killed. In that, wasn't Richard Allen saying that? He says something like I killed the girls and I want to apologize to their family or something. I'd like to meet with the warden. Not in his letter, but in the request, I guess, whatever that was. So that was April 5th. The guard says he passed that under the door to him. So yeah, he was not on suicide watch, and then when he was placed on suicide watch. So wait a second, he wasn't on suicide watch. Wait, so now on the 4th, so maybe that's what it is. So if he handed that note to him and he's not on suicide watch, then it can be a confession. So he was off of it the day before, and then on the 5th he passes that note. Not even a note. So prior to the 4th, have you seen him daily? No. Not on. Yeah, he was. So he was put on suicide watch. Okay, so now on the 4th, his status was changed. I say status. Okay. So yeah, he was not on suicide watch, and he was placed on suicide watch. So okay, so he was placed on suicide watch on the 4th. So that's why they want to backdate that 5th one, because he's on suicide watch. If he's writing notes like that, I don't know. Maybe I'm looking into that too much. But so April 5th is when they passes that note under the door, not the letter. I think the note under the door to request an interview with the Gallup, and he says, I killed Abby and Libby, and he wants to apologize to the family or something. And then Gallup, who writes on the top of it, oh, The guard just said he observed this on April 5th, but I received it. If you look on it, he writes backdated to March the 5th, a month earlier. So what would have been the frequency of your visits? So he came to us from RDC. He was on suicide watch from there and remained on suicide watch at Westville for a month. So in December of 2022, he was released from suicide watch, and he was off suicide watch up until April the 4th. So between just the end of December to April, he was being seen maybe once a week. Okay. Now, wait a second. So if he didn't get placed on suicide watch until then, how does he have suicide companions before that? Or did the suicide companion start on the 5th? Because she's saying he's not on suicide watch. So he was off suicide watch until the April 4th. From December? So January, February, March, and April. January, February, and March, he was not on suicide watch. When did those companions start? Okay. Now, there's already been testimony that he's in a solitary confinement cell. Is that correct? Yeah. So 1 second. I should be reading you guys. I'll do better. Oregon sounds beautiful. It does sound lovely. It was a very nice day today. Oh, awesome. Yes. Michigan is cold and snowy, young lady. Actually, you know what? Today was mild. All the snow melted. I'm sorry to say, I think we got up to like 5 or 10 degrees today, Celsius. And it's only 3 degrees now, so we're not negative. So, I mean, my grass is green again. There's no snow anywhere. Everything's melted today. And so yesterday and today were very mild. Hey, what's up? Thanks, bro. Cool. Perfect. Look at this. Beautiful. Y'all suck. Cue ball is in the house. I'm the cue ball. This Mr. Hillbilly Frog in his throat. What's up, bro? We all suck. Then drop some emojis, makes it all better. Perfect. Hey, what's up? Awesome. Dewey's laughing. Oh my God, look at you guys having fun. 191 people are in chat. No. Oh, 101 are here. Perfect. 101 people are in chat. Thank you. Let's do this. Look at all you great people. What was I even saying just now? I forget. Oh, I asked you guys a question and I got distracted. What was that damn question? I was coming to look for the answer. Ooh, the weather. Yeah. How was everybody? Mild everywhere, I think. Because, yeah, it was super mild here today. It got up to like, I think 10 degrees in Celsius. So, hey, Becky B. Hello, I'm back. What did I miss? Hi, Shibby. Hi, chat. You didn't miss much. We're just talking with Fangirl Walla. She's been on a testimony. They've kind of covered a few things. Nothing too much. I'm on page 26 of 177. So I'm basically 1/8 of the way through. It's taken me 2.5 hours to get 1/8. So let's multiply that by 8. So I'll be done in about 27 hours, I believe. So let's do this. And that cell has a camera. Yes. And he's videotaped when he's moved to and from his cell. Is that correct? Yeah. And you were aware of all that? Yeah. And so when this is Diener questioning a Fangirl Walla. Sorry if I was. And so when you change supervision or observation from close to constant, what impact does that really have on the circumstances? Well, that's one thing I was talking about is she says he was not on suicide watch from December. So in December, so they don't say exactly what day. So between end of December, okay, and to April 4th, he was not on suicide watch. So sometimes very little. My orders don't cover being recorded when he leaves the cell. That wasn't my decision. The only difference, if we go from constant to close or vice versa, it's having either somebody sit at the door the entire time. Yeah, entire time looking for somebody who can kind of come and go. But as long as they're seeing them staggered intervals of 15 minutes, that's close observation. Now, whoa, I just thought of something, guys. So that guard, so he's put on suicide. That was the whole thing. This is it. This is it. I caught him lying. Because she's saying he's not on suicide watch from the end of December till April the 4th. On April the 5th, that guard is writing down that that's why they wanted a month ahead. Because that guard is writing down on April 5th that he put this under the door. So if the guard is already worked, then before April 5th, the suicide companions were sitting outside his door for weeks and weeks. And he's not on suicide watch. Dig that. Take that. Take that and do what you want with it. Or do I have the wow. No wonder they wanted to backdate that a month. Even be worse because it's the guard still. And the suicide inmate companions were there for a couple of weeks or whatever, right? Before the guards are there. And the guard is there on April 5th he's there on April 5th to get that note passed to him under the door. The request to see the warden on April 5th. And she's saying he only started his suicide watch on the April 4th. Between the end of December and April 4th, he was not on suicide watch. Yet the guard is there on April 5th. Therefore, every day before that for weeks, those convicts, the other inmates were watching him on a suicide watch. So something's not right there. That's fucked up. But it's even worse. Why does he want to backdate that a month? What's his face? Gallipool. Where is that? What was that again? It wasn't. What was that again? It was with all those guards. No, it wasn't that. It's the one right before this. Yeah, here. Oh boy, it's right here. It was backdated here. It says received March 5th. Gallipool tries to write on there. Can you guys see that? Gallipool. So he doesn't put a date on it. This is Richard Allen passes this under the door to that one of those guards. I forget exactly who. He slides this under the door. He says to the warden, this is Richard Allen writing it. My name is Richard Allen. Here's my number. Here's where I am in WCU, my assignment number. This fucking guy who's managed Walmarts and worked at CVS and successfully employed for 30 years, is writing like this. So he's fucking blind. His eyes are puffy. He's half dead, being tortured and drugged. He can't write or make sense. He's confused. He's like, I'm ready to officially confess killing Abby and Libby. So I'm ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby. He's like, I hope he signs it here. And it says, I hope I get to go. Hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry. And then he doesn't date it himself, Richard Allen. Gallipool then says, I received it 3/5/2023. March 5th, 2023, he received it. Gallipool signs his name to it. But the guard says he received this under the door on April the 5th. What does that mean? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's do it. Let's do this. That must mean something, right, guys? I must have stumbled onto that. I'm sure more smarter. Wait a second. The most smartest, smarterest people have discovered that. But I'm only kidding. Something's up with that for sure. So when you change supervision or observation from close to constant, what impact does that really have on the circumstances? Sometimes very little. My orders don't cover being recorded when he leaves the cell. That wasn't my decision. So she's not. The only difference if we go from constant to close or vice versa, it's having either somebody sit at the door the entire time looking, or somebody who can kind of come and go. So the only difference would be having someone sit, yeah. So, but as long as they are seeing them at staggered intervals or 15 minutes, that's good enough. That's close observation. So regardless if they're sitting there writing every 15 minutes or walking around and checking in every 15 minutes and writing, and then, okay. And so if you were comparing close to constant, what would be the reason for someone to be on constant versus close? Wait a second. So the guys sitting there are also close? So it's a constant? Wait a second. So that's close. So as long as they're seeing them at staggered, so close is the staggered. The only difference, we go from close, so it's having some, yeah. So sitting at the door is the constant, right? Obviously, duh. And the staggered 15 is the constant. Yet close, they're writing every 15 minutes. So he was on constant observation because of the suicide watch for weeks by those companions. And if that guard is there on the 5th, then before he's on suicide watch, those guards are sitting at his door. No? She says it. He wasn't on suicide watch from the end of December to the April the 4th. And if that guard is there on the 5th to receive this letter under the door, which he says it, then he's watching him on his suicide, because he does that on suicide watch. Then those guards are there because they're replacing the inmates who are running around talking about shit to people and communicating with them in ways they shouldn't have, and then going and blabbing to general population what he talked about. But he's not on suicide watch. So why are those guys at his door? Constant. Other inmates at his door when he's not on suicide watch. And the guys that they're suicide companions? So, okay. And so if you're comparing close to constant, what would be the reason for someone to be on constant versus close? Constant is reserved for more severe instances of imminent harm. In this situation, I placed him on close. He was not exhibiting anything. So she places him on close. So he wasn't even on anything? She places him on close, not constant. And that's on the 4th. But for weeks and weeks and weeks, he's had constant observations from inmates, suicide companions. Constant. And she's only putting him on close now. So, because he was not exhibiting anything in regards to suicidality. What? So then how would they have suicide companions for months and months? Inmates. I don't know how long they were there. They were there for a couple of days, weeks, whatever, until they were removed. She's saying he's not even suicidal. He's not he was not exhibiting anything in regards to suicidality, but things have obviously taken a turn at the 4th, yeah, in terms of the things that he's talking about. So she puts him on suicide watch on the 4th. Back on suicide watch on the 4th, because he was off of suicide watch from the end of December to April 4th. And this is 2023. Yeah, because you just get in there at the end of 2022. So, but not to the point where we felt he was in imminent danger of harming himself. And so, are you referencing the statements in the first paragraph that you took from the suicide note, companion notes, that he was confessing to his charges? Yeah. Well, how do you have notes from suicide companions if he was not on suicide watch between December and April 4th? Because the guard is there the next day, and the companions have been there for a bazillion days. So these notes are not from the guards, are they? You're saying that the guard... I don't... Companion notes. Who wrote these? So this is the whole thing, where I always felt that the guards were kind of putting their name on them because it would be wrong to say that these other guys wouldn't. Something's off here for sure. Yeah. And so that was your consideration in putting him on a closer watch. Yep. Does the watch level status also impact what kind of personal property he's allowed to have, and is that related to his safety? Yeah. Can you please explain? So, in a situation, let's see here. We just started him off with the standard. So he would have monitored showering and toileting. He would have toileting, monitored going to the bathroom. Oh my goodness. He would have a mattress and a safety blanket. He would have the kimono, the safety kimono. I allowed the regular meal and books, documents, tablet, commissary. Usually those aren't provided, but we were just kind of, I wanted him to have his stuff. So at that point in time, I allowed those items to him. This was just the first day. And it's another thing where she's getting him to talk about stuff and then giving things back to him. Almost as if, they're probably going to say that it was a coincidence of the timing, but it's almost as if, like, answer the questions and we'll give you back these, you want this back? Tell me. Sounds pretty sus to me. Okay, so you indicated that you didn't have any control about the nature of his cell or how he was moved? No, with regard to security, but you did have the ability to make decisions about how much personal property he'd been able to have if it was safe. Yeah, right. And then he's confessing to her while she's able to hold stuff and give him rewards of stuff, and then she's also able to write down stuff he says as confessions. And when you say regular meals, what could you do about a meal that would make it more safe? Oh, safe. They don't give them utensils, so I forget what they would call it now. They don't get the styrofoam tray, maybe. Fuck, I wouldn't care. Give me a burger. Ugh. Give me a bucket of chicken wings. So there was something different. Yeah. Or boneless chicken wings, I guess. That's nuggets. I don't know. Yeah. They making the packaging more safe. Okay. And is that again a precaution for self-harm? Yeah. Okay. So in this particular document, then there's a section called patient complaint. Is that correct? Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And does every report contain a reason for placement and a patient complaint section? Yes. Oh boy. Okay, so that's a good apology. Now Louise accepts your apology and we'll move on. She wishes you the best and we're going to move on. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Charles. All you guys I've been reading. Awesome. Who got anyone? Oh, what happened with you getting jumped and your bike got stolen? Like literally in real life, right? How'd that work out? You're alive. What happened there, bro? Didn't you say you got literally jumped? Like your bike got stolen or something? Did you catch him? Did you get it back? Did you get your bike back? Did anything happen? Let me know. I was thinking about that the other day. Because sometimes people say jumped as in like in chat, but you were saying it as in literally. So. No more failing? I'm concerned. Why can't the doctor pick you up? Oh boy. Got a new one? That's cool. So you're alive, you got a new bike. Just fucking get one of those electric bikes so you can fucking won't get caught. You can just like pull the throttle and take off. Oh, let me know privately maybe. Cool. Discord me the cool updates if you can. I won't say a word. Cool. Oh, so there's more to it. Yeah, definitely. If this is not the place, I will totally understand. So cool. You got a bike back. That's cool. That's cool. It's always good to at least have something. In the patient complaint area, would you be making notes and then entering them into the electronic system based on details from your conversation with Mr. Allen? Yep. How would you begin a session with Mr. Allen? I would typically ask how he was doing. And you were aware that he was being housed as a pretrial detainee, is that right? Yep. And did that give him particular status? Safe keeper. Yeah. He's not an inmate, he's a safe keeper. We're keeping him safe. Okay. And at some point, had you talked to him about not discussing his case? Yeah. And do you recall when you did that? I don't recall the date. Was it early on? I think it was early on. Like, okay, like back in November of 2022. Sounds right. Okay, we'll get to that later. We'll get to that. It's in here, but I just wanted to make a reference to it in case you knew. And so, other than asking him how he was doing, did you ever ask him questions about his pending case? Nope. Did you discourage him from discussing with others? Yeah. Did you believe that Mr. Allen understood the dangers of talking about this case? Did he know it was a bad idea? Do you believe it was? Yeah. He knew he shouldn't say all those things. He's fucking confused and drugged. He can't even write a paragraph properly and stay within the lines. This guy's managed Walmarts and had employees and held employment for years. Come on. And he fucking that. Did you see that? Look at it. Look at this. Is this a fucking? You think this is a guy that understands he probably shouldn't be fucking saying shit? And the shit you're hearing he's saying, he's not really saying. He's replying to people who are yelling at him, who shouldn't be communicating with him. And he's just fucking arguing back in sarcastic tones, and they're being clipping it out of context and just writing down literally what he says, you know? The words like. And then you get this. Look at this. This guy, his eyes are puffing. He's very half dead. He's near dead here. He's like tortured and broken. This is a man who months earlier they're all saying walked in here perfectly normal. It was nice, cordial, and walked in here. Everything was great. And fucking a couple months later, you get this from a fucking man who was a manager of employees in Walmarts and worked at CVS and showed up every day and was on time, had no problems, and didn't get fired. Let's look at his notes there. Go to fucking CVS. You think he's fucking writing like this on his CVS notes? Keeping track of his stuff at work and writing notes, you know? Look at this. He can't even stay barely he can't even stay within two of the lines. You think this is somebody who's fucking hired as a manager at Walmart does this? Come on. That's fucking wild. I mean, that answer may be different depending on what point in time, right? Yeah, that person is able to tell if he's able to, then we hype him up on drugs, forcefully inject him with Haldol, and then he can make decisions if he should say things to me, who's saying he's there as his friend and here to help him. Okay. Did you find Mr. Allen to be an intelligent person? Yeah. He had some college education. You were aware of that, correct? I think so. Right. Perfect. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. You think a guy goes to college and does this? Come on. Even the dumbest guy at college is not writing that way. You did assessments to learn about his background. Is that right? Yeah. He had a job that involved the management skills. Is that correct? Perfect. You're proving our point for him. Yeah. And over the course, so he was able to do all this stuff. He came in here perfectly normal. He was a manager. He went to college. He did all this stuff. The guard said everything was perfectly normal. He sounded great. Everything was perfect. And then fucking the day after you put him on suicide watch, he's getting this. He's writing this on April 5th. It's backdated to March 5th for some reason. And Then the guard is there on April 5th. Therefore, if he's not on suicide watch until the 4th, then all the time those companions were at his door on suicide watch when he's not on suicide watch. What's all that about? That makes no sense. I must have something wrong. Sure it does. Yeah. Yeah, you let your guard down. Yeah. Yes. What's that other stuff they have for the truth serum? Right. Right, yeah. Yep. Fucking I would force it on you right now and I'd get some good answers, I'm sure. Let me lock you up for 3 weeks and fucking start shoving an Alidol on you. Hey, nature, what's up? No, for real. I rage. What? Wait, what? You talking to me? If I knew everyone wasn't a flapjack in the chat, I'd put mine up. Why don't I put my email out 1,000,000 times? What do you want me to do? If you sent it to me, you're not sending me emails. What are you saying? Are you talking to me? Yeah, it has Camaro in it. It's a word. NHLZR1Z28 Camaro at live.com. I'll receive it. I have it on push. It's right beside me. You don't need to put anything in chat. Want me to type it in the chat again? Because I don't care. Nobody emails me. You've not been emailing me. If that's what, I don't even know what you're saying. So, hey, what's up? Did I miss someone? A child wrote that. Hey, what's up? Who's this? Sorry, Dole Bruce. Sorry if I say your name right. I can't see it good. Let me see. I gotta make my screen full screen. Sorry. Oh, Dale. Hello, Dale. Welcome. Yeah. I mean, a broken guy with a drugged guy wrote that. Look at it. This guy's a manager. Shows up perfectly normal and it's writing like this. His fucking eyes are about to puff out of his head. He can't even see the paper. His face is all black and blue probably. He's fucking got shit all over himself. He's fucking gone nuts. Perfect. Yeah. That's it. Let me see again. I'll zoom in. Perfect. NHL ZR1 Z28 Camaro. That's perfect. That's exactly. If you email me, that's it. NHL. NHL hockey. ZR1, the number 1. Z28, the number 8. Camaro with 2 A's. CAMARO. Live.com. COM. It's on push. Oh boy. Yeah, you don't have to put anything in chat. I mean, I have a bazillion emails. If anyone got weird with that, I can just either block them or throw it away. And I have like fucking 20 email addresses I use. I use stuff for selling stuff, buying stuff, eBay stuff, PayPal stuff, and personal just for my family only I send, and I don't want to get junk stuff. And yep. Cool. Oh, did you send some pics? Oh, did you send pics? Oh, did you? What were they? I hope they weren't bad. Oh no. Did you get it returned? Like, or did you actually send them to somebody else? Oh boy. I'll talk to you after about that. Oh boy. Well, who's here? So Nature's here. Dewey's here. Charles is here. Mimi's here. Hello. And who's it? Dale. Hello, Dale. Are you new? Welcome. Where was that? Dale. What's up? Fishy's here. Dale. What's up, bro? Welcome. All right. The lovely Dee Dee's here. Oh my goodness. Look at all these wonderful people here. If I annoy you, please mute me or listen to somebody else you are interested in. And feel free to just come and talk in this lovely chat. If I annoy the shit out of you, you can hit mute, put on your favorite music playlist or other interesting person that has a shitty live chat, and then listen to their exciting chat, their exciting live stream, and mute me and talk in my exciting chat and ignore their boring chat. How's that? If you're smiling, I am too. Let's do this. It's Friday night. We don't need to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, but let's just have fun, be cool. So he had a job involved management skills. Is that correct? Yep. And over the course of time that you met with him, was he at times a good communicator? Yeah, until we fucking broke him. And so in this particular date, did Mr. Allen decide to go to you to talk to you about his case? Yep. And was that prompted by you? No, he came to me all by himself. Yeah. Excuse me, 1 second, sorry. And let's do this. Uh-oh. Beware. I don't need to be. Come on, I'm a 52-year-old man. I don't need to be aware about anything. What? What can somebody do to me on email? Fuck. Say whatever you want. I mean, I believe Mr. Allen wasn't supposed to make out of that. Oh, you're right, dude. Yeah, they wanted to fucking bury him. Yeah, they wanted to bury him. They're surprised every time they wake up, and he wakes up every morning like, holy fuck, we can't kill this guy. In my opinion, I agree with you. Right? They fucking didn't think he would. Just like that Ron Logan. Fuck, we took Ron Logan's teeth away on Taco Tuesday. Imagine that. Fucking, that's torture in itself. Take my teeth away and then serve hard tacos and hard food to people? I'm only kidding, but they did that. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like it. It was a joke. Nerd. Let's do this. You're right. All right. Could you please read, Shibby? Yeah, I'm sorry, I will. Could you please read the first paragraph that you entered in a patient complaint on April the 5th of 2023? Okay, so April 5th is the day he's sending out under the door, remember? To the guard who's there. So April 4th, she says he's before April 4th, he's not on suicide watch. Yet, for weeks before this guard is here to receive this, he's there to replace the suicide companions, the inmates that were at his door 24/7 on constant supervision for weeks and weeks and weeks. And the day before, he's come on suicide companion. He's gone through. So Galapoo's admitted in this with her testimony. Galapoo's basically saying that, that's why he wants to put it back a month, right? That's why he wants to backdate it, because that'll prove that the guards were there longer. I don't know what he's trying. But basically, the guard says he puts this under the door that day, the 5th, April 5th. And he's trying to say he got it on March 5th. So whatever that means, if the guard is there on April 5th to receive this, and he's there to replace the suicide companions, and she says he was put on April 4th, he was put on suicide watch, and before April 4th, he wasn't on suicide watch. Therefore, he's got a bazillion fucking convicted criminals on constant watch at his door as suicide companions when he's not on suicide watch. Galapoo's, she's saying that right here when she says this. So it could be nothing, I guess. Oh, I did receive it. What is this? Uh-oh. Hey, wow. Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. I received it. How's that? I received it, right? Oh, boy. I will not say it. Perfect. Yes, that was very pertinent to the case, and we will investigate this together as friends and family on this channel. We're going to solve this. I know it's been a long time ago, and reading this each time, I remember things I forgot. I understand things that I didn't have, all the information to understand before. We've learned stuff since that makes more sense now. And also, there's probably lots of times in chats where I was fucking around and not paying attention, and I completely missed all this because I'm an idiot, but I'm here now. I'm here, and I just know that appeal is going to be granted, so I'm going to be the first YouTuber in history to read every second of this case. I'm going to do it. You watch. Every piece is going to be read on this channel. I'm going to... Everything. Look at this. Look at this guy right here. Look at these live streams. 8 hours, 9:23, 10:33, 7:30, 9 every day, 9 hours and 21 minutes. The next day, 10 hours and 22 minutes, 9 hours and 11 minutes, every damn day. Every damn day. I'm nuts. I'm fucking nuts. Let's do this. Okay. So, Mr. Rosie, Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. She's just asking her to read a narrative from form of a paragraph. I think she can question her about it. It's her entry, Judge. We had companions reading their entries yesterday all afternoon. It didn't seem to be an issue. So, you want her to ask her question about the entries? Is that what you were saying? Well, if we're gonna introduce the evidence by way of her just reading the entries, then I guess when it gets to me, I'm asking the court to give me the same, the deference. Of course. And we could be here for weeks. Okay. I don't think it's a proper form of the question. I think she should ask her, what did he say on April 5th? Yeah. Because they're trying to say he says this on April 5th. But he passes this to the guard on his door who's watching him on suicide watch. And if he's watching him on suicide watch on the 5th, and she says suicide watch started on the 4th, how is this guard, all these guards were replacing a shitload of suicide companions that were on constant watch at his door for, I don't know, it sounded like at least days or weeks, right? And he's not even on suicide watch. So, wow. Sustained. Oh my goodness. Sustained. So who's objecting? Rosie's objecting, and Gull's sustaining is her rope for him. Nice. You said sustained, Judge? Yeah. Miss Wall. Did he make a statement to you with regard? Actually, I'll just ask you. Did you include your report a quote that he stated, quote, I killed Abby and Libby, I'm sorry, unquote. Yep. And that appears in quotation marks. Is that correct? Yeah. And so how is that particular statement documented when you're in your session with him so that you know what you are being accurate? So you know that you're being accurate? Well, what do quotations mean? I just wrote it down. And does Mr. Allen verbatim? Yeah. I'm sorry. Verbatim, I'd write it down on my sheet. Right. Verbatim. So she's another one. Or if we go back and watch this video, more than likely he's fucking saying this. Some assholes yelling at him. Right. I'm sorry? As in it's a question. Perfect. Yeah. As if he would say it like I'm sorry. Like I'm sorry. Like, ugh. Like this could so verbatim could easily be taken many ways. So yeah. Okay. So this could be a confession. I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. Or some fucking guy's yelling at you for all night long. You get pissed. He's like, you killed Abby and Libby. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to get you. He runs, he gets pissed and says, I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. Like as if, like, no, I didn't. But verbatim, if you read this, because the guards even admitted to this type of stuff. Yeah, he was replying to what people were saying to him and yelling at him all night long. He's arguing back and singing songs. So they're writing stuff. I mean, you could take this in many ways if it's verbatim. Because literally, like I said, if you cut my statement up, I've said I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. I've read it a couple of times. If you don't read this part and you don't play this part of my live stream and this part of my live stream, then yeah. Here, I'll say it again. I killed Abby and Libby. I'm sorry. Or I killed Abby and Libby? I'm sorry? You decide. Clip it. I don't give a fuck. Because I know what I wrote, what I read. I'm reading all this. So the whole thing, if people want to believe shit out of context and literal and the words, especially without hearing the video or seeing anything, then we're all fucked if that's the case. Because so the quotation marks, yep, literal, verbatim, just exactly as the words, without context, verbatim, yep. And does Mr. Allen see that you have paper and a pen in your set? Oh, so he sees you got, so he should have known better than to confess. Oh, because you had the paper and you were going to write it. Yeah, he should have known better. It was obvious I was going to write it down. And so he should be aware, just from a visual perspective, that you're writing things down. Yes, he can see you. Yes. Now you indicate that he became tearful. Is that right? Yeah. And he continues to give you more information, such as he committed the murders on his own. Yep. Did he give you that information? Yes, he did. He came to me voluntarily. On his own recollection. Yes, he voluntarily, in solitary confinement, with forceful Hallandol injection drugs in him, fucking locked up, handcuffed, and fucking shackled and on a leash. He came to me voluntarily, and some 6'2", 300-pound Odin guard with patches all over him walked him here, while another had a fucking camcorder in his face. They walked him here on his own cognizance. He had choices. He came here on his voluntary confessions. People are wild. He made sure they were dead because he didn't want them to suffer. Objection, leading, sustained. Oh my goodness, again. In the first pair, so it's obviously Gull's not happy with these people. With this woman, Walla's accessing databases and doing things, and they're sustaining the defense 2 or 3 times already in a row, agreeing with the defense. This is very unlike her. So in the first paragraph of your report, does he talk about whether he committed the offense? Yeah. And does he indicate whether anyone helped him? He did not indicate anyone helping him. Does he say that he did it alone? Yeah, it does say that. Okay. Does he talk about whether he knows whether the victims were deceased before he left the scene? Yep. And what did he say about his intentions? Well, he said he knew his intentions were sexual in nature. Does he speak about the age of the victims? He reported thinking that they were at least 18 or 19, but could have been as young as 11. Well, murder's wrong at any age, so it's worse, obviously, with kids, I guess, but still really bad. Does he give any other indication as to why he may have killed them? He talked about being selfish all his life. Selfish Simon. Ate the pie man. So he talks about he's also a coward. Yes, he's a coward. And so when he got scared, he took their lives in order to preserve his own. Yeah, he's a coward, walking around in the middle of the day, abducting 2 girls in broad daylight and fucking taking them across the rapids to kill them. He's so cowardly. He then kills him. He, like Holman says, he plans all this sexual stuff, but then he's so afraid of this van, he then stays a whole hour and 15 minutes and then strolls up through the fucking cemetery, avoiding a bunch of great ways to get back to his car, which would be ridiculous to park down there, and then strolls right down the fucking 300 North to get to his car. And Sarah Carbaugh sees him, and the same time, she sees a bunch of people at the Mears entrance who are so worried, look like they're worried and looking for people. Carbaugh says there's a shitload of people at the Mears entrance. She sees him walking towards the mirror's entrance. 2 minutes later, he either uses the mirror's entrance to go back to the trail or walks past the mirror's entrance and doesn't get caught on the camera. And he's covered in blood. And they're looking for missing girls, and a man just strolls by covered in fucking blood, and nobody else sees him. Man, fucking mastermind here. So when he got scared, he took their lives in order to preserve his own. Yes. And then he farted around for an hour and 15 minutes doing a whole bunch of unnecessary shit that you guys say means nothing. And then he's such a coward. He strolls down the road in the middle of the day, past a bunch of people who are looking for the girls he just killed, covered in blood. They don't know they're dead, obviously, but they're fucking worried, looking for people. Hey, Mr. Guy with blood all over him, did you see 2 girls? Nope. All right, take care. What? And does he say anything about how he feels about it in retrospect? He was talking about hoping he could apologize to the families of the victims and wished he could go back and change his actions. Okay. Does he expand at all about the sexual intent of the murders? He alluded to having a sex addiction. And did he give some background on that as well? A little bit. He said he didn't think he was molested as a child, but admitted to molesting his sister as a child. He reported viewing Playboy magazines and other sexually explicit materials, as well as experimenting with both male and female children his age. And he said he felt that's where the problem began. Okay. Does he also talk to you in this session about his drinking history? Yep. I'd direct you to the 4th paragraph under patient complaint. So he admitted being an alcoholic, that was his word, twice since 2011. And he talked about how when he's in that state, he was cared for by his wife. Okay. Now, does he also make reference to religion? And I direct you to paragraph 6. He reported taking God into his heart on March the 21st, 2023. He asked if I believed in God. He said he hoped everyone would find God before they died. He had recently received the Bible and reported wanting to read it before he died. He reported Psalms 23 gave him a sense of peace. And do you talk about what he would like to do with his Bible? He stated that he hoped he would be able to give it away, possibly even to the families of Abby and Libby, who could give, so they could give it to someone they think might need help. And I'm sorry, go ahead. No, that's it. And did he express any remorse for his actions? I believe he did. I just directing you to paragraph 1. I don't know where to look for it though. Paragraph 1. It's the one before the second one, and it's the one after the one that's not there. Paragraph 01. You dipshit. Paragraph 1. I can see if I can find that. Okay, here's 2. Where the fuck is 1? Let me look on the back. No. So where he says he wished he could go back and change his actions and apologize to the families. Okay. Did he talk about how he was doing at this point in the DLC and with regard to his mental health? And I would direct you to paragraph 7. 1 second. Need a quick drink. Yeah, most likely. Or she's stuck in his head for sure. We'll never know. Most likely, yeah. Yeah. Or, like if you, oh, hey, Julia, are you here? That was the craziest part. Hello, are you new? Look at all these new people. Julia, welcome. Oh my God, did I not say hi to, look at Teach? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back and make sure I've said hi to everyone who's come. I'm grateful you're here. Who have I missed? So we've got Dale is here. We've got Charles, Dewey, my greeter, Nature, Who else we got? We got TJ shows up and I don't say hi to you. How long? 2:15. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Almost 15 minutes ago and I haven't said hi to you. Hello, young lady. Hello. Sorry I didn't say hi. I'm a horrible, horrible person. Dale is still here. We've got who? Are you new? Hello, Julia. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So that was the craziest part. He saw the van, freaked out. Yeah. Yeah, then he killed them and spent an hour and at least 15 minutes because they're saying, say 2:30, right? So if he's walking, seen by Sarah Carbaugh outside of the cemetery, what? So let's say he runs from the crime scene. It takes him 5 minutes. He's got to get up the hill, through the cemetery, and out to the road. But if he's walking, let's say 10 minutes. Either he's there in 2 minutes because he's a fast runner, 5 minutes because he's walking fast, or 8 to 10 minutes because he's kind of moseying around. He's not, whatever. So from 2:30 to 1:45, he's at the crime scene, they're saying, right? Because Weber goes by at that time. And he's not, unless he fucking goes up the creek for a stroll, or he goes to Ron's house and has a nap in his backyard for 20 minutes, or I don't know. But he's there, right? Yeah, he's so afraid. He's there. But what I believe could have possibly happened in my scenario, maybe, if you picture Derek says he arrives at 3:15-ish or so. And Derek says he walks in the Mears trailhead and sees Dave McCain. He says, Dave McCain, where have you seen him? No. Then he walked down to that Mary Bird thing, goes down the 501, which is 501 steps down to the creek edge. And in that valley part, he's calling their names. So imagine when Derek arrives at, say, 3:15 or 3:20, right? Let's say it's 3:30-ish or so. And then he's getting in there, and he doesn't bump into McCain now. Say he's mistaken. Say he goes down to the Mary Gerard Bird thingy, 501 trail Derek says it, I go down to the creek edge. So Derek takes the 501 down. He says he goes straight at that intersection. He doesn't go left to the Monon High. He doesn't go right to the Freedom Bridge yet. He goes straight, which takes you to the 501, and he goes down to the creek edge, Derek says. So then imagine this 400-pound guy does that and walks around and comes back, right? And say it's got to be 3:15 or so, or say 3:20, whatever. And he then says he bumps into McCain, right? Imagine he doesn't bump into him then too. Like he walks to the Freedom Bridge and comes back and then bumps into McCain. Like, basically what I'm saying is, when he gets down to that creek edge, it's got to be around 3:45, and he's screaming, Abby, Libby. And what if he hasn't seen McCain yet? And McCain, let's say he's the guy at the site doing this. Let's just pretend. I'm not saying he is. Let's pretend he's the one, and he's just murdered Abby and Libby, and he knows their names because either he stalked them or knows them from social media or has just asked them before he murdered them what their names were. He would know who they are. So 3:45, and he fucking hears Derek screaming and yelling on the creek bed, which would travel easily to that part in that little valley. But Derek is down near the creek water. Abby, Libby. So imagine that would be the reason why he went out to the 300 North. That would be the only reason it would make sense that anyone goes out to that road, is because you hear people calling the names. In this, you can't take the trails. And then Derek walks back and comes up and goes to the Freedom Bridge and comes back or something, and then he bumps. And then imagine McCain is the one that goes out and is seen, and he's walking along. He's like, oh my God, I can't walk past that camera. My car's over there. And he dips back into the Mears entrance and then bumps into Derek then. Wouldn't that be a perfect timing? I'm just saying that's possible, because Derek seems, they're all wishy-washy about their times. Because McCain says when he arrives at 2:45, 14:44, that he sees Derek's car already parked there a half an hour before Derek claims he got there. So I'm not saying anything for sure, guys. I'm just kind of different scenarios, So just talking here. Right. Yeah. He was definitely, yes, he was broken. Look at this. Look at this. And we've seen photos of him. His fucking eyes are going to pop. And it's mostly from the medication too, and banging his head. I don't know. This is not a guy who should be able to confess to anyone. He's being fucked. He's near dead here. And I mean, if they can show, if he's writing like this on all his CVS and Walmart slips and stuff, and fine. But I highly doubt he's writing this and not putting a date. This guy, come on. He's managing. I mean, sure, it's not rocket science, but I mean, to show up every day and hold a job and to manage a Walmart or be at the CVS and showing up every day, that's not, none of those other guys in this case could ever have done that. I mean, that says something to the person's character. You're showing up every day, you're not getting fired. You're not writing like this, I guarantee you, because your boss will be like, what the fuck? I can't read this. It makes no sense. So I agree with you. Yeah. So it's good. We can all just talk here and come up with, when I say things like that, guys, that's like, with every scenario, we're trying to make gobbledygook of the state's narrative, first of all. I don't even know. But to then each situation, I see 3 or 4 or 5 plausible ones. So don't hold, I may be wrong, but we're just talking here, and thanks for being here. Talk amongst yourselves. I try not to ruin chat. It's my jumping in and reading like every 10 comments. But so let's do this. Talk amongst yourself. Thanks for being here. Ooh, hopefully Fishy's going to get me that fishy break soon, I think. It's 2:34 a.m. 2:34. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope whoever you sent them to, if anyone contacts you, I just received it now. So, cool. And look at this. Pop Culture Paula's here. That's it. If you're new here, yes, gobbledygook. If you're new here and you have any questions about Stranger Things or anything pop culture, Taylor Swift, movies, TV, anything, drop it in this chat, and our pop culture expert, Pop Culture Paula, will answer your questions. All right? Thanks for being here, everyone. Exactly. Gobbledygook. So that's why we sound weird, is because we're trying to make sense of their narrative when none of it makes sense. But then again, if you think about, the only thing that makes sense to me is, why would a person covered in blood especially walk out to a road when he has a trailway to choose, or he can run up the creek bed in some, I mean, I don't know. You could have up the trail. There's in between the trail and the street. I've seen people, YouTubers, walk through the trees off of the trail to get back to your car. So why would anyone walk? They could have walked along the edge of that field, at least up until, and they could have went home and got their car after they got fresh clothes on. I don't know. They could have walked from the other, they could have left, ran the other way to their home, got dressed, and got a ride back and said, I was way over here. I wasn't even there. I walked this way to my car. And they wouldn't even know, really. I don't know. Why would somebody do this and covered in blood, especially, walk down a road? Walk down the road, edge of the road in the middle of the day. The only reason it makes sense to me is if somebody, like Jerry was right, that this person was scared by the searchers screaming and yelling at 3:45, which would be Derek. And then, not saying who it is, but they could have been walking along 300 North, and for them not to be caught on walking past the Hoosier Harvester camera, the only reason they don't get seen on that camera is because they dip back into the Mears entrance, maybe bump into the girl's father, and then walk towards the Freedom Bridge area. I don't know. Or McCain had his car parked at the Mears. I don't even know what these guys are saying half the time. Because again, McCain is showing up at 2:45, saying he sees Derek's white car there. Derek says he's at 3:11. He's crossing the bridge, not even close yet. Well, he's like 5-10 minutes away or 5 minutes away, calling Libby at 3:11. So that means he couldn't have been there before 3:15 if it takes a couple minutes to go past Logan's house and park at the Mears entrance. He's sitting there at least by 3:15, the earliest. McCain at 2:44 says he arrives and sees Derek's car already there half an hour before. So, oh, awesome. Thank you, young lady. That's what you. So when I need to take a break soon, I'm going to take a 2-minute bathroom break to make a fresh coffee soon, and I'm going to play this lovely creator named Don't Hate Create has allowed me recommended a few hopefully pertinent but anything quick videos to watch. So if you see that, I'll let you know when that comes soon. I'm not there yet, but yeah, the drama's getting boring, right? No, don't take it. TJ's done it to me too. I noticed one time. I was like, I got a message. TJ subbed to me like a week or two ago. I was like, what? She's been subbed to me. I was like, oh, she must yeah. So, and she's like, yeah, I did it once. So yeah, I get it. Sometimes I do it too. I unsub and whatever. But sometimes we take things wrong. Sometimes anyways, it's all good. So let me get that ready for everyone, just so I can. Where is it? I'm on my other screen. Sorry. Where is it? Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go. I found it. There we go. I'm going to click it on my other screen. Sorry. It is perfect. 12 minutes. Ooh. Here it comes. Make sure there's no other weird Shibby history. Nope. Let's do this. Here, this is what we're going to watch later from this fine person. So how about that? I will put this now as showing thanks. Do you know? Share channel. Copy. And we got it ready. So when I need to take a bathroom break, this is what we're going to watch. And where are we? I'm down on I got 3 huge screens. So this is that creator who's going to allow me to watch a quick tidbit later. A few minutes, whenever I have to go to the washroom. I'll play the fishy. What do I got to name that? I'm going to come up with a proper name. It's not the fishy pee break. It's going to be something that honor proper. So, all right. Okay. Did he also talk about how he was doing at this point and what he was doing, or how he was doing at this point in the DLC, and with regard to his mental health? Sorry. And I would direct you to paragraph 7. Yes. So he said he was glad he had not killed himself. He stated he hoped to be able to see his family and hopes they will forgive him. He expressed appreciation for being fed, clothed, and having a small view of the outside from the top of his window. Yeah. He's very thankful that as an innocent citizen of the United States of America, he's he's in a cage and you're feeding him and giving him a slit to look out. He reported being happier than he's ever. Oh, fucking people. He reported being happier than he's ever been in such a terrible place. Wow. So yeah, he's fucking obviously lost it. Because these people are saying this with a straight face. Like, okay, so prior to this particular time, and maybe at the assessment stage, very early on, is religion a question that is asked in order to determine whether a person finds that to be of comfort? Yeah. And so in your initial contact with Mr. Allen, was that common? That was important to him? Not at that time. One second. There's something bugging me on my other screen. Sorry. Here we go. Perfect. I sound perfect. I've got it full. Just messing around with my other screen. Sorry, guys. I got to put it in live chat, and I'm watching this live chat on a third monitor on a different account. So hopefully, if Sweet Dude Shibby is blocked, my other account will see who's has me blocked. Because that's what those weird trolls try to do sometimes. They come in and block the people, and then you can't see them cause trouble. But, so I have a whole other monitor that watches a separate, complete account chat. So watching this live chat. Okay. So was this information new? Oh, did I miss something? Oh yeah, I skipped this. I'm sorry. I must have skipped this. Did I put a? I must have skipped this. I'm so sorry. So he said he had not. Yeah. So he's ever been in such a. Yeah. So I stopped right here. Sorry. I usually put a little blue mark. Okay, so prior to this particular time, and maybe at the assessment stage, very early on, I read this part. I read this part too. I'm an idiot. So your initial contact with Mr. Allen, was that something that was important? I think I read that too. I'm eventually going to get to something I haven't read. Not at that time. Okay, so was this information new to you at this point? It was new. And did you observe it in ways that were not just Mr. Allen telling you? Yeah, he would ask to speak to the chaplain. He would ask for Bibles, and he slept with his Bible too. Did he offer you his Bible? It's possible. I don't recall. Did he express concern over your own faith? He did. Okay. He did. So it appeared to be very important to him. Is that correct? Yep. Now, in this particular report, since we are just using it as an example, after the patient complaint, there's a section that's underlined that says objective. What is the purpose of that section? So this is where, well, under objective, we would be marking various risk factors. So at this point, we just had the legal status changes, and that's it. It's his initial incarceration. And then under that is the clinical observations. Okay. And what kinds of things do you put in your clinical observation section in general? Basically, my impressions from that encounter. And so, in this particular report, did you make a statement about document a reflection about how Mr. Allen was behaving when he made this confession to you? So, here he kind of went between crying and between solemn and having a bright effect. Yeah, that's fucking crying to being bright. And at times he was calm, and at times he exhibited a bizarre smile. Yeah, he's fucking. You're torturing him when confessing. He did it in almost a matter-of-fact manner. He claimed memory lapses and said he may not remember what tomorrow's date will be. Like, when you think about it, yesterday's trial, the day before this, the jurors are watching. 5 or 6 guards come up and say how normal he was when he came in, how polite, kind, courteous, thoughtful, uh, you know, and not causing problems, make sense, talking. And when he arrived, every one of those guards yesterday said he was normal. And a fucking 3 months, January, February, 4 months later, he's fucking doing this. Psh. Yeah. Oh, look at this. For her to say this, a bizarre smile, back and forth, solemn, bright, fucking sounds nuts. Obviously, he's fucking cracking. He's being tortured. He's being, he's having stuff withheld. He was tangential throughout. He was sharing information with very little prompting. Yeah. And then he demonstrated the abrupt religiosity, which wasn't present before. Right. What? How is this benefit for them to be saying this? Are they just trying to get out in front of the inevitable? Fuck. And That's how you referred to the fact that he's indicated to you that he had found God on March 21st. Yep. And all these people are trying to say they're holding it against him for him to find God this time. Because it's like, because he's so guilty or he's faking it or something. Come on. And if he didn't find God, then they'd have a problem with that. So, okay. You indicate in the last line of additional clinical observation, his sudden shift in presentation is purposeful and instrumental. Oh, she said that. What does that mean to the layperson? To the fucking sadistic, heartless, cold, garbage human? What does that mean to them? So there may be secondary gain. Yeah, he's got you right where he fucking wants you. Excuse me. So there may be secondary gain associated with it. In other words, potentially feigning. So what do? We fucking inject him with more Haldol because he think he's faking it. You horrible garbage human. What kind of behaviors in this particular instance are you referring to as potential feigning? Oh, I'm gonna just read this. Never again will I get distracted. Watch. I promise. Watch. I guarantee you the next 3 to 5 seconds, I will never get distracted ever again. Okay? I promise. So it looks like he reported that he may have drank water out of the toilet but it's because he didn't have running water. When asked if he had running water, he said it didn't matter. He said he may have been delirious at times from not eating. And I just mentioned that, quote, it's unclear whether his claims are genuine as he is monitored via camera and in person at all times, and the odd behavior was not reported until Monday, the Monday after his attorney visit, unquote. Wow. Fucking faking. A human being said this about somebody who's eating their shit. So when you use the phrase purposeful and instrumental, is that in any way also described as being a manipulator? It can be. Oh, he's got you right where he wanted you. He's controlling this whole situation. The leash is pulling. He's pulling the guards with his leash. You know, when a dog is leading the owner, irresponsible owners, you see him? He's fucking controlling these guards every step. Every step. He's looking up at them and saying, oh, if I rub my shit and eat it now, watch the attention I'll get. Or if I drink my pissy water out of my toilet, I can see them looking at me. Look. Oh, I'm getting their attention. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, my God, a human being said this. So then your report goes to comment and looks like, in that particular area, you just reiterate what his level of supervision or observation is. Is that correct? Yep. And there's current mental health status. I don't know why I said status. What is the purpose of that section? To document any deviations from a normal mental status. Okay. So are those actually in the categories underneath that of general observation and mental status? Yeah. Okay. When he was communicating this confession to you, was this the first time he had made this kind of statement to you? I don't remember. What? You fucking telling me he's confessed to murder before you forget? How's she? Okay. And if you did, you would have documented it, correct? I would have, yeah. So basically he probably did, but since now he's on suicide, I don't know. They're fucking around this for a reason. As if this just started blurting stuff out now, this day. And just because she's not writing and documenting it down, and therefore it didn't happen. Sort of like Jerry Holman. If Holman doesn't investigate the murder shits, how they got that FBI PCA search warrant, probably whatever it was, whatever they had, and if Holman doesn't investigate Fig to see how he got that bullet that was supposed to be under seal, or how Barbara McDonald got the Odin report on Court TV when Nobody had it. Holman doesn't investigate those guys, therefore it didn't happen. Right. And when you meet, why was I saying that again? All right, yeah, because if he says stuff to her, she doesn't write it down, then it's like, boom, now he's saying it. And why is it important he's saying it at this time? It must be has to do with him being on suicide watch, because if he said it to them when he wasn't on suicide watch, I don't know. There's a reason for this, because it's probably to the companions that were not the guards. And then the guards write in. That's why the guards were all saying, oh, yeah, that's my name. Yeah, I signed that. I wrote that. Here, look, here's my initials. And there was even that one guard who talks about, yeah, the other guy, Moneymaker or something. Money Peg. What is his fucking name? Money something. Whatever it was. Some guard with the name Moneymaker or something. He wrote the name and date on the top, but then this other guard filled in and then this Moneymaker guy, he does the last line or two for whatever reason, which is ridiculous. I don't know. It made no sense. Every one of them had something weird about how they documented the stuff. It's almost like that was probably said to a suicide companion who wasn't supposed to even be there, and those companions were the inmates who weren't probably even supposed to be there because he was on suicide watch. So they can then attribute it to, and the guards would say, it was to me he said this. Look, here's my initials and my name. I did it. Oh my God. Something's wrong with every one of those guards yesterday. Every one of them. There's something fishy about the time they started watching him, the circumstances, how they watched him, the taking notes, the filling out those suicide report papers, the putting their initials on it, and then just every single one of them had something made me my spidey senses went crazy with every single one of these guys, except the first guy he's the one who got fired. The first guy almost sounded like he had a conscience, and he's the one that got fired. And then at the end, he wouldn't almost lie for them or something. Something was weird with this guy. So, and then this last guy is from Wabash, who he kind of walked around helping with diabetes checks or insulin checks, and every 15 minutes would come back to talk to Richard or check on Richard Allen. Every single one of them had something sus, including this fucking Gallipoot. And when you met with him on this particular day, were you already aware that he was making confession statements to door companions? Yep. Were you already aware that he had written a statement to the warden, Gallipoot? I believe so. Wait, what? A statement? Because he does that on the 5th also. He slides it under the door when he's there talking with you. Doesn't he? The guard says he slides it under a door. When is she talking to him? On the 4th or 5th? She must have switched to the 5th too. They're really concentrating on April 5th for whatever reason. So wait, indicated that he had found God on March 21st? No. They're really, this April 5th, April 4th, Gallipoot changing the date to a month ahead. Super sus, all of it. Excuse me, sorry. Money Penny? Was it really Money Penny? Money Penny? I did forget that. Was it Money Penny? I'll probably never forget that. Right. He spent a year in solitary confinement. That's the craziest thing about it. He was supposed to be an innocent until yes, he's innocent until proven guilty. At that time, he was on pretrial detainment, and he wasn't an inmate. He was a safekeeper, And those guards, half of those guards, thank you for reminding me, half of those guards also said that a bunch of them didn't want to even watch Richard Allen because of what he had did. So they all had treated him as if he'd been convicted and guilty at that time, which, I mean, is directly opposite of what the Constitution would say to you, for you guys. And that guard admitted half of them were treating him, and the inmates, all those inmates aren't going to give a fuck. You know, you'd think they would, because maybe they didn't even know he was there on pretrial detainment, right? They just see him there and they think, oh my God, he's got to be convicted. But I don't know. I don't know what they knew, but the guards sure as hell knew he wasn't convicted of anything. He's innocent until proven guilty. And half of those guards treated him and didn't even want to go near him or watch him because of what he had done. The guard even says it in his testimony. They were treating him as if he had already been convicted. And right there, man, right there is a huge civil rights violations, saying you're treating someone, a state employee treated a innocent citizen of the United States as if he were guilty, and said it in the course of his job while wearing fucking patches of Odin all over him. And don't even get me started. The whole idiocy alone, everything that happened at Westville alone, I mean, if that's not the appeal, man. Right. So you're already aware he written. So wish they would. I hope that I should keep reading. Like, why aren't they writing dates? Because if that's the one, you know, written a statement to the warden. Well, that wasn't a statement. This one is a request to visit with him. So where's that note? Where's the note that he wrote? It's got to be close. Interrogation. The request with the warden. Everything. You can't get anything of these guys, what they wrote on their suicide companions. All the guards. And then voila. Medical certain. Then it switches to. So where is that letter that he writes to Weber, Richard Allen, between photo. No. Where's the. Didn't he write a letter to. Yeah, he did. It's got to be here, obviously. Got to be after that or before. When did he write that letter to the warden, right? Not that request to visit with him. Video, not listed. Bree Wilbur, Snapchat, blah, blah, blah. Snapchat of Abby. Well, here's that one here. Yeah, the one they don't know who fucking printed this off. Here, let's look at this while we're here. Oh, I can't. Yeah, I can break it down. Cool. Check it out. It's perfect. Like, this always bugs me every time I see this. This font. I know fonts do different things, right? But this here is this little R and this little T. I don't see how they're on top touching. I don't see how they're touching. It just doesn't feel right. It just feels a little higher too. No? Just doesn't feel right. Right here. Almost like, because I wouldn't say it, but if you saw that sheet with all their different usernames and stuff, and 7 hours ago, I mean, obviously they didn't see this one, because 7 hours they were looking for those girls within an hour or two. So whoever Kelsey and all of them had shit, they knew instantly. So what was I looking for? Oh yeah. If there's a letter, sorry, I should check chat. Hey Julia, hadn't noticed that before. Oh, on that, yeah, it fucking drives me bonkers every time I see it. I'll keep it up because I'm gonna save that because I'm always looking for that. Not always. I have a shit. Well, I'm just gonna keep it up because I mean, it makes me nuts. So this is what they can't even use this at trial because it's not found on her phone. Ooh, that's another thing. They claim this is at 213, right? Right. If this is at 213, how do we have in the cache the Snapchat from before this? So I've always thought possibly if this is missing in the cache and Cecil's going on about first in, first out, The reason we don't have this one is because it was before the other ones, and it's gone. It was overwritten. It got bumped out of the cache, like, you know? So imagine they're saying this is the at 213, but we can't find it on her phone in the cache, where at 143 or whatever, like 30 minutes before this, they find photos that she did the exact same thing. Uploaded to Snapchat, took and uploaded, right? Then they're saying this is the exact same as that, but we can't find this one that was taken after that one. That makes no sense. The only reason this would be not available. So if you think about it, imagine this is before the other one. Then they do the video, they walk back. They don't get murdered. They walk back and get in Kelsey's car. And then they take that one at 143 in the car. Because that's the last one, you think? If you find that one, this can't be after that. They want to tell us it's 213. But, I mean, look at these shadows. Everything could be fucked with. We don't know. Right? Like, would a half an hour make these shadows less? I don't know. The sun's lower. I don't know. But for this one not to be there, because it's not on her phone, this is a Snapchat upload, and the one at the 143 with them in the car is them supposed to be going there. How do we know that? Or wherever they're, I don't know. Yeah, because they're dropped off at 149, but then the videos are all adjusted 54 minutes, and everything. Cecil's changing the app data, the health app data from 231 to 213 because he wrote it down wrong, saying that you know, it's wild. So again, if you think about it, they can't prove. So 7 hours ago, someone screenshot this. And another, if Snapchat works, I've never used it, but I thought if you took a screenshot of this, then this account gets alerted. So who did this? We can't find that person in her data. If this is the last photo, okay, we can't find the photo. Who screenshotted this? Because the person, or is this even a screenshot? Because where's their status bar? Where's their time and status bar? You screenshot something, don't you? Or do you just get the whole, I don't know how Snapchat works, but you know, a lot of screenshots, like when Bree and them do their screenshots, 211 is the best one. 211, if you want that. It's got all the FBI lies about the timestamps too. So if you go to 211, Bree Wilbur's Snapchat, 211 in this evidence, look what's here. So this is a screenshot, right? And look at what they get when you do a screen. Is this what happens? I've never used Snapchat. It tells you when you're taking it or when you, I don't know, you see their status bar and all that, right? I don't know how this works. And then you come here, and this Fitbit data is bullshit. If this is taken on they want us to believe she saw him at 207, right? And she's leaving 209, she's driving away. But what are the odds she screenshots this on this day on a whole other day? Because this hasn't happened yet. If she's taken this screenshot at 207, it's the next day, the next day, the next day, the 15th, the 20th, before she goes and sees them on another day, coincidentally at the time they want us to believe she sees Bridge Guy, which is right here, right? But this is just a big coincidence then, because she's not taking a screenshot on this day, because this hasn't happened yet. When she takes this screenshot, she's gone, she's driven home, she's done stuff, she's had a nap, she's fucking walking around making dinner, doing, I don't know, she's had another fucking nap, I don't know. Then hanging out with her hubby, watching fucking America's Got Talent, fucking baking a, I don't know, having a fucking rest, having a snooze, I don't know, reading a book quietly, not moving. Maybe took her Fitbit off to have a bath, 10 p.m., and she goes to bed around 11. So for all that to have happened, she's not taking it on this day. She's taking it of this day. Coincidentally, at the same time, they want us to believe she saw him on this day, on a whole other day. What a coincidence. Meaning they just fucking so used to changing times and that they shouldn't have done that, because that would be ridiculous. Or it's just a coincidence, right? It's on any other day. And then On the 24th, this guy declares the video is off by 54 minutes. The video, what you see is off 54 minutes. Promise, trust me, on the February 19th. So then February 19th in the EST time zone, he says the timestamp is off by 54 minutes, but then when an hour, 2-3 weeks later, the time shift is at, we spring ahead on March the 2nd. March 17th, the FBI sprung ahead an hour and is writing that the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. on this day. In Ron Logan's PCA search warrant, the FBI says the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. But, so in this time zone, it's an hour, whatever, but then February 19th of 2017, right? But on March 2nd, we switched to EDT, which is daylight saving time. So there's going to be an hour offset. So this is EST. So they need to do better with these. This is the FBI. And they're not letting you know, we know if you're taking this time at this date, that's EST. The winter time from November 2nd to March 2nd is EST. It's on -4 in the Eastern time zone. And then we spring ahead an hour, right? So this is the winter time is the standard time. EST is standard, and then in the summer from March 2nd to November 2nd is EDT. It's a daylight savings, which is the extra hour, -5 offset. So you spring ahead, and then you fall back in the fall, back to the regular time. So when they write this, they're on regular time. And when they write Logan's PCA, they've sprung ahead an hour. Because it's then EDT in March 17th or whatever, and they write Logan's. And then the warrant, they say the girls were dropped off at 1 p.m. They sprung ahead. And then there's this hour offset. So they should... So that they want us to believe that it's wild. It's wild. You know what? I'm going to take my break after this. It's perfect time. They want us to believe that, don't believe what you see on the timestamp. When Betsy Blair arrives, believe this is the time we say so. We've declared this. Don't believe the timestamps. Don't believe the timestamps. They're wrong. This is what's right. Or vice versa. So, or this is right, and the date, but it's actually this time. I don't even know what they're fucking saying. My head is spinning. Because I'm pretty sure they're saying it's 1:15 p.m. when she goes to the washroom or something, or 2:09. Maybe the timestamp is right. But I don't even know anymore, guys. It's 54 minute offset. And here's another thing is this one, look at this. 12:02:59 to 12:56:59 is exactly 54 minutes, right? But then later when she leaves, 13:15:46, 2:09:41 is not exactly 54 minutes. It's 53 minutes and 5 seconds. So they're also losing 5 seconds here. And it's weird because Cecil does a weird 5-second shift too. When Cecil is changing the time, Cecil changes it in the health app data from, he says he writes it down wrong at 2:31:55. He then changes it to 2:13:55, but then says, oops, it's also off by 5 seconds. So it's 2:13:51 or something for whatever reason. These guys are amazing. And then all the other timestamps are, if Bree and them say they saw Bridge Guy at this time and they uploaded this photo at that time, therefore that means, not this one, but they have one with the green roof background, the one they took earlier. So they're saying is, look at the girls say they saw this man at this time, and they uploaded it at this time. Therefore, this man is here at this time. but they don't have him in the background. They don't have a photo of him, except for them saying that's when after they took these photos, not these ones, but the other ones at the bench. So after they see him, after they took those photos at the bench and uploaded it, they seen him. Therefore, the LE gets to say that this guy was here at that time because they say they saw him. Yet one of these girls describes him 2 days after. Brianne or Riley Voorhees says Steve Mullen, I don't know which one's which, Brianne or Riley. Riley is probably, I don't know. I think it's Brianne with Riley's camera. They're taking photos of each other, whatever it is. So the one, Riley, I don't know if this is her or the other one is. Riley says on the 15th, February 15th of 2017, Steve Mullins, the chief of police, goes to her high school to question her. So when the chief of police comes to your high school, a day after 2 bodies are found and 2 days after you supposedly seen the guy that killed these 2 girls, the chief of police comes to your school. You remember, and you told him a teen girl sees a guy 2 days earlier on a pathway in the middle of the day, walks past him. She describes him as having black jeans, black boots, black hoodie, a black mask. Oh my God, the black mask. Check this out. The black mask right here. Right here. Just check this out. Sweet Dude Shibby. What does Sweet Dude Shibby say? Let's check this out. So and that's it. So Riley Voorhees, I put this up a while ago. Riley Voorhees saw a man in black masks. She tells it to the chief of police 2 days after. So do we think she's getting this wrong? No. A teen girl seeing a man in the middle of the day walking past him on a path 2 days later describes him with a black mask, black jeans, black boots, and black hoodie with curly, longer hair coming out of it. He's wearing a black mask with a square jaw. So if he's wearing a mask, how does Riley Voorhees see his jaw? Maybe she meant the mask was square in the jaw area. Let me see. Indiana State Police, I was watching a video on their YouTube channel. Sure, the dates or whatever. Maybe she meant she couldn't see the jaw, but the guy had a black mask that was very square. Or her photo shows a guy with his nose sticking out. I don't know. Was it, could she see his square jaw? Or was it Bane? Was it fucking Bane from Batman? Look at Bane. This is ISP. They wear these masks. Maybe she couldn't see his jaw and said that the mask was square in the jaw area, and LE maybe wrote it down wrong. Maybe they misheard her. Oops. Who knows? Look at this. This is the Indiana State Police masks they wear. Riley Voorhees sees a man with a black mask and a square jaw. If he's wearing a mask, how's she seen his square jaw? Was his mask square in the jaw? Who knows? Who knows? I could be wrong. I'm not saying anything. So before I get off on a tangent, I'm probably cranky because I need a coffee. That's what's happening here. I need to go to the washroom. So I'm going to play that fishy video. I'm not going to get distracted ever again. So these two describe 2 completely different men. Bree Wilbur's description. Then they browbeat this Riley Voorhees to say, maybe he was wearing colors and he just had a dark soul. Maybe his aura was dark, so I thought he was wearing all black. Oh my God, I can't take it. Can't fucking take it. I'm going to get a drink. I'm going to go to the washroom. I'm going to do the right thing. So let's watch this. It is 12 minutes long. I'll be back before this. Quality is up there. Finally, good quality. You can see this. You know what? It's just eyewitness testimony. What's going on? Am my banner in the way or not? Let me see. I have the volume off, but I think it's just how it's zoomed in. Yeah, it's fine. So this is going to be our fishy break where she recommends I watch one of her videos and I run to the washroom and I make a coffee and I come right back and you guys are so entertained. I'm not sure if it's exactly pertinent, but either way, it is going to be for this trial, the witness statements. This is called Eyewitness Testimony by the great Don't Hate Create. Ooh. So it's this video. I've put in her other one. Don't Hate Creates channel. This is the video to there. Whatever, maybe afterwards, if you're bored, go and subscribe. If you're not, oh, that's what I wanted to do. A like, look at that, like number 16, young lady. Thank you, thank you. And I'll be right back. So I got the volumes on. Everything's perfect. I'll mute myself and I'll play. I'll hit loop just in case. There's no way I'm not back. There's no way I'm not back, but let's see. All right, I'll be right back. So I'll be listening. I got my phone with me, so while I'm waiting for my kettle to boil, I'll be able to probably chop. Yep, my iPhone. So I'll be right back. If even one person is here, I will continue reading for another, at least 4 hours and 40 minutes, right? Because I'm working hard at my other jobs and I have to stay awake. So I'm going to drink coffee and I'll be right back, right? Hope you're still here. If not, I'll try not to wake you if you fall asleep. If people have come and I've missed them, I'm so goddamn sorry. I'm a horrible, horrible person. If I missed saying hi to you, just know I mean well, right? Let's do this. I'm a confused old man who needs coffee. I'm cranky and I need to go to the washroom. I'll be right back.
Eyewitness testimony is one of the most important types of evidence in the justice system. It can be used to convict or acquit a defendant, and it can have a profound impact on the lives of everyone involved. But eyewitness testimony is not always reliable. In fact, studies have shown that eyewitnesses are often inaccurate, and their testimony can be influenced by a number of factors, including stress, time, and memory bias. In this video, we're going to explore the science of eyewitness testimony. We'll look at how the human brain processes information and how factors like stress, time, and memory bias can affect eyewitness testimony. We'll also look at some famous cases where eyewitness testimony has been challenged or overturned. By the end of this video, you'll have a better understanding of the challenges of eyewitness testimony, and you'll be able to think critically about the reliability of eyewitness evidence. The human brain is an incredibly complex organ, and it's not always perfect. When we see something, our brains don't simply record a perfect image of the object. Instead, our brains process the information and create a mental representation of the object. This mental representation is what we remember. The process of creating a mental representation is called encoding. Encoding is influenced by a number of factors, including the following. Attention. We are more likely to remember things that we pay attention to. If we're not paying attention, we're less likely to remember the details of an event. Rehearsal. The more we rehearse something, the more likely we are to remember it. For example, if we see a crime, we're more likely to remember the details if we think about them repeatedly after the event. Emotion. We're more likely to remember things that are emotionally charged. For example, we're more likely to remember the details of a car accident than we are to remember the details of a trip to the grocery store.
Though they don't know it, they're minutes away from becoming eyewitnesses to a murder. All they know now is that the railway is a pub near the studio that serves food.
Take me longer. Why not? Take me longer. It is now. I was just saying to you, girl, mate, right? It's the first time I've seen her smile. Sit down. First time I've seen her smile. When you was in the toilet. Just go. Just go. Dean! Sit down. Shut up. You fucking shut up. Get outside, then. Stop it. No. Get outside. Get you to me. Get outside. You. Jimmy, shut up. You guys. Sliding start with this. Give me. Give me that. Stop him! Jimmy, come here! Look what you made me do! He's been stabbed.
Phone an ambulance.
Dean.
Yeah, phone an ambulance.
Please, Dean. I need an ambulance. Dean, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I don't know what to do. Don't help me. I don't want to go there. Dean.
happened?
Where are you?
Calm down.
Just don't move. Don't move.
Right, we're not moving him.
He's not breathing. I don't know what to do. He's not breathing. Who stepped on the guy in the yellow?
He's had a stomach puncture. Got a stabber into the stomach.
1864 Alpha. Yeah, we're stage 6 at the railway. Yeah, we've got a male. He's got a puncture into his abdomen.
On my count, 1, 2, 3.
Our volunteers are now eyewitnesses. The police are handling this crime like a real case.
Once we've encoded an event, it's stored in our memory. Memory is not a perfect system, and it can be affected by a number of factors, including the following. Time. The longer it takes us to recall something, the less accurate our memory is likely to be.
6 weeks after witnessing a fatal pub stabbing, we brought our volunteers back to take part in a photo identification experiment. In the studio, we placed 10 photographs, 3 of which are the actors from the pub fight: the murderer Gordon, his accomplice Jimmy, and the victim Dean. The remaining faces were of a selection of males completely unknown to our witnesses. We then asked them to identify any individuals they recognized and which part they played in the crime.
Number 6, he was the one who was wearing the high-vis jacket.
7 witnesses picked out Jimmy as the rude man in the high-visibility jacket, although most were confused as to the exact role he played in the crime. Surprisingly, no one identified Gordon as the murderer. In fact, only one witness placed him in the pub at the time of the crime.
I think number 1, he was just around the pub.
I recognise number 4.
Number 10 looks familiar, but I don't know why.
I think number 7 was the chap who was just jumping about.
It's very difficult to say.
Number 2. I'm pretty sure number 2.
But most shocking of all was the 2 witnesses identified the same innocent man, a man they could never have seen before, as the murderer.
Interference. Our memories can be interfered with by other memories. For example, if we see a number of people who look similar, it can be difficult to remember the details of each person. Memory bias. Our memories are often biased by our expectations and beliefs. For example, if we believe that a person is guilty of a crime, we're more likely to remember details that support our belief. The factors that can undermine the reliability of eyewitness testimony is suggestibility. This refers to the vulnerability of human memory to be influenced by external factors such as leading questions, social pressure, or exposure to false information.
Contacted, hit, bumped, collided, and smashed. And each verb resulted in a different average estimation of speed. A week later, in a follow-up interview, the researchers asked participants if they saw any smashed glass on the scene. Even though there was no smashed glass in the original video, those participants who had been primed with the concept of a high-speed crash in the smashed condition were most likely to report that they had seen broken glass. The power of a word. The following year, Loftus published another paper on leading questions and reliability of eyewitness testimony, this time with Zanny. This time the difference is even more subtle, but amazingly influential. Participants again watched a video of a road accident, this one involving multiple vehicles. Having watched the video, participants were asked a series of questions about the scene. Some participants were asked whether they had seen a broken headlight. They were asked if they had seen the broken headlight. The researchers' use of the definite article "the" in the question led to twice the number of false reports of seeing a broken headlight in the video. There was no broken headlight in the video, but that sneaky little 3-letter word led so many witnesses to swear that there had been.
Leading questions are questions that subtly guide a person towards a particular answer, often implying that certain information is true when it may not be. In a witness, "Did you see the suspect carrying a red purse?" implies that there was a red purse present. This can cause the witness to unintentionally incorporate the suggested detail into their memory, even if it wasn't there initially. Post-event information. Witnesses can be influenced by information they encounter after the event, which can alter their memory of what happened. For instance, if a witness hears another person's account of the event or reads a news article about it, they may inadvertently adopt some of the details from these sources as their own memories, even if they didn't actually witness those details.
Now, at this point, you might be thinking, well, what about when a witness isn't asked a leading question? Surely, if every word is carefully checked for implicit meaning before questioning, the witness could then rely on their testimony. Well, it still might not be so reliable, as Kronberg et al. Demonstrated in the aftermath of a real, very tragic plane crash in 1992. A plane had taken off from Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, and shortly into the flight had lost control of its engines. The pilots turned the plane around to return to the runway, but the plane lost height and crashed into an 11-story apartment building. Whilst the story had been widely reported in the news, the accident itself hadn't been captured on camera. So 10 months after the crash, Kronberg and colleagues questioned 193 people about it. When asked if they had seen the plane hit the building, 55% of those that had been asked reported that they had, even though they had not been present at the time and there was no video footage. In a follow-up study by the same team, the percentage of people who believed they had seen the crash had risen to 68%, and 67% of interviewees described how they saw the plane hit the building horizontally. Further proof that they were providing false testimony because the plane was vertical at the time of the crash. So were these supposed witnesses compulsive liars? No-gooders who can't distinguish between truth and imagination? No. Even more concerning, they were perfectly ordinary people like you and me who had fallen prey to our biggest strength and weakness, the human ability to self-deceive.
Misinformation effect. This phenomenon occurs when people are more likely to remember false information that was presented to them after the event than the accurate information they originally witnessed. This can lead to creation of false memories or the distortion of existing ones, further complicating the reliability of eyewitness testimony. The factors that influence encoding and memory can all affect the reliability of eyewitness testimony. Eyewitnesses are often inaccurate, and their testimony can be influenced by a number of factors. Eyewitness testimony is still an important part of the justice system, but it's important to use it in conjunction with other forms of evidence. By using multiple sources of evidence, we can increase the accuracy of our decisions and help to ensure that justice is served. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it made you think about eyewitness testimony, and hopefully you learned some stuff. If you like this video, please like and subscribe, and see you next time. Bye.
Ooh. Ah. Yeah.
Eyewitness testimony is one of the most...
Oh boy, that was awesome. Fuck. That was great. Those fuckers. Imagine watching that. Like, if I saw people doing that, I would jump it up. Why was it? I didn't get to see it all. The part in the bar. I'll turn it down. Was it loud, guys? I'm sorry. Well, I guess we could have.
important types of a crime.
Bar part, right? I turned it down. No worries. That was great.
All they know now is that the railway is a pub near the studio that serves food.
Is that better that I turned it down a little bit? Maybe it's too low. I turn it. It's a halfway. It's 50%. Let me know if it's better or worse.
Why not? What's the problem? There he is now. I was just saying to you, girl, mate, right? It's the first time I've seen you smile. Sit down. First time I've...
Like, some of these men, I don't know, I guess not these guys, I don't know. Fuck, if I saw someone doing this, I would
seen you
fucking...
smile. Sorry, this guy. This guy. Dean! Sit down, shut up! You fucking shut up! Get outside, babe, don't make no outside!
So, do we know who the actors exactly are? Or is that one guy that comes in? Is I'm gonna... Are they all actors? And so maybe that's why the people didn't get up. That's good because they saw people intervening. Yeah, well, calm. I'll get whatever. I'll say I should have reworded that. I didn't mean it's not half-assed. Definitely not. Well, bye. But I guess they weren't into because people were already into. So if they had actors come, so that's why a lot of people aren't jumping up. I'm guessing that the guys that are trying to break it up are actors themselves. So, and this guy's a big guy. I mean, he's not. Look at that man. Like when this guy's doing it, I mean, it wouldn't be. Wow. Maybe it wasn't. It seemed like it was that guy with a couple of his buddies. No, nobody moved. I know it happens fast. And I don't know. This guy, fucking nobody jumped up to help these people. Maybe not him. He's a bit old.
Phone an ambulance.
This fucking guy.
Yeah, phone an ambulance.
Yeah, I need an ambulance.
You can only do this in the United Kingdom, man. Right? Well, yeah, there's a plumber's butt. I caught that. I mean, that's going to happen when you're fighting. You're going to see bellies are hanging out, and yeah, it's not as pretty as the movies. So that's for sure. It's not. And when you start fighting, you fucking your pants fall down. It's ridiculousness happens because you got flip flops on, and I saw that one where those guys were fighting the black guys on the dock, and he had those duck shoes on. What are they called? Those duck shoes. And his fucking feet they were up on his leg because his feet pushed right through his little what are those duck shoes? Those rubbery ones. Whatever.
Dean, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I don't know what to do. Someone help me. I don't want to go there. Dean.
What happened?
Where are you? Someone call an ambulance. Yes. Don't leave. Get off me. Just don't move him. Don't move him.
Right, we're not moving him.
Like honestly, there's a few men that could have jumped up. Like I know, especially at a bar. If I had a couple of beers in me, I would what? The fuck? Pushed a girl like you push a woman like that? What the fuck? I'd be that idiot that would get right in there, and I'd probably ruin this skit because I'd be fucking chasing guys down in my car, pit maneuver, and fucking. Oh my god! I mean, I don't know. Maybe they went to a few. I don't know. It's possible they went to a few that said, "Hey, this is gonna be I don't know." Everyone was. They were shocked. It happens fast too, right? I'm not saying it's easy. I don't want to be a dick. Crocs, yeah, those Crocs. Did you see that one where the white guys, the 5 white guys punched the black guard on the dock, and all of a sudden all these black people started showing up and chasing them, and they're all fighting each other, and then a woman's there, and the guy bonks her over the head with a chair on the dock, and then the guy's fighting, and his foot crashes through his Crocs, and his Crocs are up near his knees because his toes have gone out the end of his Crocs shoes, but both of them stay on his legs, like the toe part breaks open, and the Croc goes up his leg and stays on his leg, and it's like wrapped around his leg because his feet have went through the toe portions of both his Crocs. So that's what I'm saying. When the fights break out, it's easy. But yeah, it looks ridiculous. There's a plumber's butt here, like this kind of. It's good. It's good they do this because that's real life. Like it's ridiculous when their pants start falling down and they're not ready for it, and it happens fast. And where's that plumber's butt? The fishy plumber's butt.
ambulance.
That's before that.
Yeah, phone an ambulance.
That was the Fishy's plumber's butt. I'll get that. I dedicate that to Fishy and TJ and whoever's here. There it is. We've got it. We've got the Fishy's plumber's butt. This is every guy when he's trying to fix a leak under your sink. Look at no belt. He's not ready to fight. You need a belt because your stretchy jeans that we wear and all these cheap Amazon stretchy jeans, you need a belt, bro. You know, then fights. So these are actors. I know they're actors, right? So they're actors, and so it was interesting. I'm just going to quickly play what they said afterwards when I talked to them. So we don't need to see it because we know what happens here. So they
stabbing. We brought our volunteers back to take part in a photo identification experiment.
So obviously this time they now know what they saw wasn't real, but they're going to say, okay, if it were real, they'll help us solve this crime, because they basically sat there witnessing a fight, and a guy, two other guys came in with the one guy, I guess, and they're on top of each other, and then all of a sudden he gets stabbed. Like, who stabs him, right?
In the studio, we placed 10 photographs, 3 of which are the actors from the pub fight. The murderer Gordon, his accomplice Jimmy.
I'm not going to play the whole thing again. Just I want to hear what they say again quickly, and then we'll get back to our regular scheduled program. I'm here. This is awesome. Thanks, Fishy. The Fishy intermission. It's official. It's officially the Fishy intermission.
The victim, Dean. The remaining faces were of a selection of males completely unknown to our witnesses. We then asked them to identify any individuals they recognized and which part they played in the crime.
Number 6, he was the one who was wearing the high-vis jacket.
7 witnesses picked out Jimmy as the rude man in the high-visibility jacket, although most were confused as to the exact role he played in the crime. Surprisingly, no one identified Gordon as the murderer. In fact, only one witness placed him in the pub at the time of the crime.
I think number 1, he was just around the pub.
I recognise number 4.
Number 10 looks familiar, but I don't know why.
I think number 7 was the chap who was just jumping about.
It's very difficult to say.
Number 2. I'm pretty sure number 2.
But most shocking of all was the 2 witnesses identified the same innocent man. A man they could never have seen before as the murderer.
Interference. Our memories can be interfered with by other memories. For example, if we see a number of people who look similar, it can be difficult to remember.
Yeah, that's a good point. So that they also set them up too, right? Because they knew there was a bald guy there in the bright jacket, but then they showed him pictures of bald guys, and it's like, oh, must have been him. And they picked the totally guy who wasn't even there just because he's bald. So I'm in trouble, right, Charles? My fucking cue ball head. Look at this guy. This guy's I saw him. Look at this guy. He was there. This fucking guy. I saw him in there. And I'm not even in the same country. Oh my God. This is the fucking guy I saw. Look at him. He's guilty. Wow, that was great. Thanks, Fishy. Let's get back. Ooh. Let's get the, what was it again? Where was it? Yeah, let's do it. I'm going to find that other one. You know which one it is. The dance party.
So much for watching this video. I hope it made you think about eyewitness testimony, and hopefully you learned some stuff. If you like this video, please like and subscribe, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Oh, let's do that again. I was a little bit slow. Sorry. Yeah, you're yelling at me. I hear it. Oh, I missed it.
And hopefully you learned some stuff. If you like this video, please like and subscribe, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye. A duet. Did you hear that? That was a duet. Hello. Crime. A meow. Meow. That I know you. I recognize that photo. Let me see. I remember. It's Aaron. Right? Right? Hello? What are you doing? Welcome. Hello. We're just about to get back to that was our fishy intermission. What I'm doing is I'm reading Dr. Walla. We just took a pause so I can take a... That was our fishy intermission. Cool. Welcome. Where you been? What time you got here? Look at my live streams. Oh my God. Look what you've missed from this creator extraordinaire. Look at this. You're missing stuff. Look at my lives. 10 hours. 9 hours. 10 hours yesterday. Every day. 7 hours. 9 hours. Oh my God. I'm doing every day of the trial. Every day and everything else too. In the beginning, I did depositions. Oh my God. 2 months almost I've been going. 10-hour shows. 6, 7, 8 hours. 9 hours. I did one. My record is 11. Check this ridiculousness out. I'm a 11, 24, 52. Oh my God. 10, 06, 45. Whew. You got some catching up to do. If you start replaying now, you will be done in, I think, 3 to 4 weeks. I'm just kidding. Let's do this. Great to see you. All right. So that's what we were doing. I was covering, and anytime there's something pertinent, I'm trying to find the corresponding exhibit numbers. So we're doing Dr. Walla's ridiculousness right now. We're doing so. We're looking at this. This is the note that was Richard Allen passed under the door on April 5th to a guard, who then gets Galapoo feels the need to backdate it, I guess, to March the 5th. I don't know why. Richard doesn't put the date. He's fucking obviously broken and confused and near dead. Look at this. He's writing this. He wants to speak to the warden. Then Dr. Wallace says, the guy, one of these guards, I forget which one exactly, says, which one is it? Which one is it? One of these guys, probably one of these guys, earlier, Miller or Fisher, receives this under the door on April the 5th. But Walla, a couple pages earlier, says that Richard Allen wasn't on suicide watch from December, the end of December, till he was not on suicide watch from the end of December 2022 to April the 4th, when they put him back on suicide watch. So January, February, March, and the first few days of April, he's not on suicide watch. But on the 5th, the guard on his suicide watch, when he's on suicide watch, receives this under the door. Yet the guard is on suicide watch because they replaced the inmates who have been on suicide watch for weeks. But this is on the 5th he receives it. And on the 4th, Wallace says he's put back on suicide watch. Yet these guards are replacing inmates that were on suicide watch for days or weeks when he's not even on suicide watch. So Galapoo's got inmates posted outside his door, watching him on suicide watch, suicide companions, and Wallace says he's not on suicide watch until April 4th. So all those inmates were on suicide watch when he's not on suicide, whatever it is. So that's wild too. It's fucking wild. Hey, so, man. Oh my God, my coffee's perfect. Welcome, Aaron. What are we calling you? What do you want to call Aaron? Or you want to go with this new name? Whatever you want. Whatever you want. We know and remember what happened. He was there the whole time. Right. Yes. Thank you. Emojis, perfect. Dewey's my greeter. Dewey's here. Formerly known as Commentator Root. He is now Dewey. Also known in his real life as Dwayne The Rock Johnson. He's in between wrestling matches and filming movies. Officially, Dewey. I'm glad you're all here. Whoever's still awake. I'm working the night shift. I must stay awake. So you guys are doing me a favor. And I'm going to read. Oh, I'm on page 38 of 177. It's taken me what? Oh my God, it's taken me 4 hours and 44 minutes to do 38 pages, and I got, oh my God, only 150-ish more. I should be done in another hour or two, I think. Let's do this. Let's do this. Welcome. We're just reading. Monica Wall is still being, her testimony being examined by whatever it is, the prosecution deaner is still asking. So you'll hear my deaner voice for the question, and I don't know, my nicer voice for Walla, who I'm also not calling a doctor ever again. Her name is F.G. Walla, fangirl Walla. I want to go with F. Walla, but that's, I want to be, I'm not calling her a doctor. I refuse. So, were you already aware that he had written a statement to the warden, Galapoo? I believe so. That's what I was looking for. If anyone sees it, cool. Thank you. Oh, what everyone, whatever happens elsewhere, all your woe, don't worry. I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to. That's cool, but who knows? She's been wonderful to me, so I can't speak. I don't know what's going on in this. All these people are fighting. I don't even fucking know what everyone's fighting about. And too much energy. I'm too old. I'm a 52-year-old grandpa. I'm a confused old man. I don't have the energy. I don't even know what's happening. So she's been great to me, but hey, it's all good. Let's just read. What was I going to say? Oh, right. So we have the statement, but I know the letter's here somewhere. So if you guys see me go past Richard Allen's letter to Galapoo, I know he writes a letter, and that's basically what they're talking about now. So I'm sure it's in these, right? Doolin's fucking narrative. Oh my God. Oh my God. So if we see anything, let me know, okay? Because that's, I should have had it ready. I thought it would be easier to find it. But, definitely wrote a letter, right? So wouldn't it be way back here then, right? Because he wrote it. It wouldn't be this. Yeah, would it be in a whole other thing, right? It would be like way back. And yeah. So I don't know. This is some of it by date, right? So when he writes that letter to Galapoo, although that one is way ahead, but right, this is the trial sequence. Maybe I should go into these ones then, because this is more of the order of operations when things happened. No. 2018 depositions. What is it? Non-comp. No. I wouldn't mind finding that letter. I should probably stop looking for it and keep reading, because I don't want to ruin it. It's so great. Look at 170 people are watching. I got a new subscriber. Thank you, young lady. You're always welcome. Whoever's still awake, awesome. My trick is to start early enough to have a bunch of people come, and then when they fall asleep, I just keep jibber-jabbering all night long, and I get views accidentally. If I don't wake them or piss them off enough to close out, boom. That's my secret. To put people to sleep and then talk all night as if I have people watching me. That's what I'm going to stick with. Seems to be working. So I'm not going to keep looking. I know Richard Allen wrote a letter. We'll find that someday. I've been looking for it for a while. It's like I find this stuff when I'm not looking for it, you know? And when I want it, it's like I can't find anything. So, were you already aware that he'd written a statement to the warden, Galapoo? I believe so. When you talk about appearance within normal limits, would that indicate that you didn't see anything alarming or concerning about his appearance? Correct. Yeah, he looked perfectly normal, right? Build and stature is more of a physical description. Is that correct? Yeah. Posture, again, physical. The posture's physical. Oh my goodness. Her training can help her answer this. Posture, again, it's physical. You would attribute posture to physicality? Yes, my training says so. Eye contact, it says intense, intermittent. What was normal for Mr. Allen with regard to eye contact or gaze? Sometimes intense was normal, but intense was normal. I feel like across time there were various presentations. It's almost like everything they're saying here is helping the defense. This is the prosecution, right? Like, he came in normal and we broke his spirit, and then he's nuts afterwards. He came in here perfectly fine and nice and cordial and friendly and you know, didn't cause trouble. Then in 3 or 4 months, he's fucking eating shit and we broke them, we drugged him, we tortured him. They're admitting it with all this, basically, in my opinion, unless I'm missing something. Yes, young lady, obviously not. What are you pissed off about? Don't you dare get pissed, young man. How dare you? Go put your Crocs on and go for a bike ride. Okay, so sometimes intense was normal. I feel like across time there were various presentations, like as if he's manipulating them with eating shit and changing from intense and staring. Yeah, these people, he's manipulating them all. Oh my God, these people are amazing. Like as if the fucking guy's cracking because he's being tortured. Fucking an innocent man at this time. Okay, so yeah, I mean, I would see intense staring or gazing. He hasn't seen a woman for months. Fuck. You smell good. I don't know. Even you. Well, I won't say. But it was intermittent. So then I won't be creepy because Fishy will remind me not to be creepy. But come on, this guy in this situation it's just not right. Yes, you're right. I did it before you said it. I did it. It's probably, I don't know if you're delayed, whatever. I was definitely doing that. I was thinking, oh my God, don't say it. I don't want to be creepy for Fishy again. She knows. You're right. Thank you. So I didn't say it. I did not say it. And I'm trying not to now. Okay. What is the purpose of activity? And then indicated within normal limits. What's that referencing? Just general, I believe. That's just general. Let's see. Being able to walk around and take care of himself in that way. So physical ability. And then attitude toward examiner. You documented here cooperative. So if you was uncooperative, if he was, I think it meant, so if he was uncooperative, you would also document that. Yep. And then in mental status, there are categories as well. Are any of these particular concern with regard to the subject matter he discussed with you that day? I mean, what I had mentioned was that he was what? Lip. Does that mean something else, or is that a word I don't know? He was labil. So he was it's on the tip of my tongue, a different word that would probably, he was affable. I don't know. So his emotions were kind of up and down. Is that a word I don't know? Labil. He was volatile. I don't know. So his emotions were kind of up and down. His thought process was both, he's in need of help. He's being tortured, woman. Help this fucking guy. Fucking seeing cross-eyed. He can't even see the paper to write. Look at this. Look at this. He's writing this shit. A fucking man that held jobs and managed Walmarts and works at CVS is fucking writing this. You think it's fine? It's fucking obvious in distress. I mean, what I had mentioned was that he was There's got to be a word. So, yeah. Tell me. He was docile. I don't know. He was, so his emotions were volatile, would be up and down. No? Yeah. What? Labile? Labile. It says Labile. Labile. Maybe I'm just, I'm going to move on. Let's go. I'm looping. This is, anyway, this is the time you put a shark or squirrel in chat to help me stop looping, because I'm ridiculous. I will stick on this for hours, for whatever, and it probably says it in the next statement. This is my thing. Like, I sit here and figure things out, and if I just keep reading, labile, is that a word? What? So, like, so his emotions were kind of up and down. So, it's volatile, it sounds like. I don't know. His thought process was both circumstantial and tangential. So he would go off on a tangent and sometimes never return, or he would go off on a tangent and sometimes come back around. Yeah, like, was he doing this in the beginning? No. You guys, how is this helping them? It's got to be helping them. Or they're just getting out in front of it to act like they know. I don't know. So with regard to the paragraph that you documented about the particulars of him committing the murders, did he relate that information in a chronological manner? Yeah. And was that portion tangential, or was it concise? No, it was concise. That area of a mental status continues on the next page, and it has a place for you to indicate whether he was having any hallucinations or delusions. Is that correct? Correct. And there are none reported here. That's correct. And then there's interventions. Oh, what does that tell us? Just the fact that I was there. She was there. I was actively listening to him, and we processed the events that he brought to the session. Yeah. And you didn't tell anyone that this man is in need of help, that he's being tortured. You just fucking played along and made it. Oh my God. Okay. And then under assessment, what are you including in that section? It appeared at that time that his anxiety and depression had improved. He was not suicidal. I'd have some questions about some of the things, some of the stuff appeared questionable. Or are they trying to say that he wasn't on? Do we even know? Did I just get duped? Because she says, in here it says that Walla is saying that he wasn't on suicide watch from the end of December to April the 4th. Maybe they took him off of suicide watch on the 4th and they wrote that wrong. And I just got duped because that sounded weird. So then on the 5th, he could then confess that confession that he wrote because he's off of suicide watch. I'm guessing I have it wrong. I don't know. Because she said that he was not on suicide watch from the end of December to April the 4th. Did we just get duped, or did they write it wrong and I fell for it? Because he had to have been on suicide watch from the end of December. So I'm on page 40. Oh my God. I'm not going to go back, but she says it like a couple pages back. Oh. No, I thought it must have been a misprint or something. It sounded like volatile or something. Maybe yeah, that's what it is. Because she must have said volatile because she's saying he's up and down. Like, and sometimes, that's volatile if you're a bit of both. I could be wrong phonetically. Who cares? Oh, I don't even care anymore, Charles. Charles, Google Labamo. Dewey causing trouble, then laughing out loud. Moving on. Phonetically. Yeah. ebonically. I'm only kidding. Let's go. The Hooked on Phonics. You guys ever see South Park? The Hooked on Phonics monkey. It's this little monkey that plays drums and helps Eric spell. And he plays the drums. He goes. It's a tiny little monkey. It's called the Hooked on Phonics monkey. It helps him spell. Eric Cartman's spelling monkey. It appeared that at that time his anxiety and depression had improved. He was not suicidal, and I did have some questions about some of the things. You know, some of the stuff appeared questionable, like drinking from the toilet. Yeah, some of it did, right? The stuff he did that was questionable was weird, but in between them, he had bursts of genius, and at those moments are the ones where he confessed. Everything was perfect. The sun came out. He was singing and dancing and moonwalking around and happy and smiling. That he confessed, and then when he went back, it was the other stuff that, you know. So it makes sense that his confessions would stick. Yet we had to give him the Haldol. Everything makes sense. It could go both ways, and she's perfect for that. He's feigning, but he also needed the Haldol. He was perfect when he came in, and now we cracked him. But when he confessed, he was perfectly. It was good, lucid, so the confessions could stick. Yet all the other stuff was only the crazy side that has nothing to do with. Oh my God, these people are amazing. Like drinking from the toilet? Yeah, that could be it. But otherwise, he was cooperative and communicative. Okay, what are your expectations for Mr. Allen in this setting with regard to his status as a safekeeper? You know, what is that you expect him to engage in? And how do you help him? Help this? Yeah. Well, I mean, ideally to meaningfully work on any mental health concerns. Okay. And remain safe. I mean, safety was a big one that we focused on. Fucking lightning bolt is going to hit this woman on the stand. Man, I hope that seat she's on is grounded. One of those lightning rods, because safety was a big one that we focused on. And you say mental health concern. Are you referring to his depression and anxiety? Yep. And are those concerns that he came to the DOC with, to your knowledge? Yeah. So he was crazy? Yeah. He was fucked up before. We fucked him up way worse. What are you documenting under the section of plan? Plan just kind of repeats the items that he can have. Okay. Plan. While he's on suicide watch. Yeah. We'll take this from you, and if you say the right things, maybe you'll get it back. I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. And the lower section under the gray bar that may or may not be able to be read. May or may not be able to read. These fucking people, they can only read certain things, and changing dates and timestamps and videos. Every piece of evidence been fucked with. I think that just generates simply based on what I just put up above. So it's kind of repetitive. Okay, thank you. So the next document in the exhibit would be a report for May the 2nd. Is that correct? Yeah, Okay, I just want to make sure we are on the same page. So the report starts the same, does it not? Yep. Okay, and this is a daily visit for Mr. Allen. Yep. And again, that reason for placement carries forward. Is that right? Yeah. Yes. Under patient complaint, where did you see if you documented Mr. Allen on that date? Where? Show me where. Let's look at. Sorry. Can you repeat that question? Sorry. Yeah. Where did you meet with him? In the same place, in the APOD counselor's cubicle. And how was Mr. Allen's ability to communicate that day? He was very tangential and focused on a lot of the same stuff. There were a few concepts he kept repeating throughout the session. Okay. On that particular day, did he make statements about the death of Abby and Libby? Sorry, this is the prosecutor. I'm so sorry. Okay. On that particular day, did he make statements about the death of Abby and Libby? And could you describe what you documented? Okay. He did make statements. I see that there are categories in the particular report. Is that correct? Topic areas? Yep. Okay. If I could direct... Sorry, 1 second. Sound perfect? Perfect. If I could direct you to the topic, the category of death, suicidality, and murder. I know, I'm looking at it. Okay. Specifically, it pertains to Abby and Libby. He said, I killed Abby and Libby. I will kill everyone. I will wipe out the whole world after I die. Unquote. He mentions starting World War III. Oh my God, I should have muted. I'm just drinking my coffee and I usually mute because I was going to clear my throat. 1 second. And we're back. Oh my goodness. My coffee's perfect. 1 second. I gotta... Oh my goodness. I had to clear my lovely throat. Look at this. Kelly's come in. Good morning, Kelly. On the other side of that pond in a planet called the United Kingdom. Hello. Good morning, young lady. Welcome. Did he make any statements about wanting to die? Yeah. So I read all this, right? No, I didn't read this. Yeah. Just before that, he said, quote, is it okay to kill myself? Unquote. He said that he said that to the other incarcerated individuals. Wait, he said that the other incarcerated individuals tell him to kill himself. Right. Yeah. The other people are telling him to kill himself. So he's asking if it's okay to kill himself. Right. These people aren't supposed to be communicating with him, are they? Whew. Oh my God. This guy's an innocent until proven guilty citizen on pretrial detainment. People are wild. No wonder there's a whole row of fucking IDOC suits, shit, lawyers and stuff. Man. He stated he did not want to die. I did ask if he had any kind of thoughts or methods that he may use if he were to consider it. Oh, of course, yeah. She obviously asks him, but then probably suggests stuff so then she can use his words to then take away a bunch of things. Oh, these people are horrible. All we have is her account of what happens, right? He said he could climb up onto the sink. Boom. Yeah, so we can use that against him. And he said, quote, I killed myself by killing my entire family and best friends. I'm not going to kill myself. I'm too much of a coward, unquote. Now, at this point, he's making reference to killing other people besides Abby and Libby. Is that correct? Yeah. Did you perceive those other statements to be confessions as well? I kind of took that as more of a metaphor for the situation. And you actually included that in your report. Yep. Oh, so we weren't always ridiculous. We kind of said something to prove that we're not everything we say is ridiculous, that, he meant it as a metaphor. Yeah. This is bullshit. Yeah. So since we said this was a metaphor, then everything else we say, watch what she says. I haven't read this. I should keep reading. Okay. And I would direct your attention to that mental illness section. There was some testimony through the companion sheets about whether he was doing certain things with his own feces. Were you familiar with that? Yep. And so in that particular section, did you document information with regard to discussion about why he might do that? I did. Please share that. When asked why he consumed feces, he stated, quote, because I'm insane, unquote. When pressed for a logical explanation, he stated, because I was afraid I wouldn't have water. He was told this didn't make sense. He said, I know, So based on your review of this report thus far, was Mr. Allen engaging in conversation with you? Yeah, he was. Yeah. He's fucking probably blank stared. He doesn't even know where he is. Fucking probably doesn't see you sitting there. He fucking probably forgot you were there. He's just talking to himself, in trouble, in need of help. And this awful garbage human being sat there to help him, to keep him safe. And I'm here to help you. Trust me. And was he able to answer questions? Yeah, it was perfect. It was so perfect. Yeah, so perfect. He's right. Look at this. Everything's perfectly fine here. And was he able to answer questions? Yeah. Was he able to initiate topics of his own? Yes. He was so... Everything we talked about was his idea. Right. Yes, he was able. He brought up the white van. Oh my God. This woman is... And the very last paragraph, I believe you documented your observations of his state in that particular time. Did you see that in the last paragraph? The additional clinical observation above that. Oh, okay. So he had difficulty staying on topic or clarifying information. His behavior improved. He did not present as psychotic. He stated he isn't clear on what the expectations are for his behavior aside from taking his medication. And we talked about taking care of himself by showering and eating. Yeah, eat the food that these fucking guys are bringing to you and whispering in your ear. Enjoy your meal, Richard. Yeah. I spit in your drink. Oh, here's a sandwich, Richard. Oh. If there's anything crunchy in there, don't worry about it. Okay. Oh, Richard, I saw your daughter at CVS today. I said hi. She didn't know who I was. Here. Oh, the cameras can't see me here. Spit in your fucking food again. Fucking guys. You know they're doing that. In my opinion, I think that's probably happening. So he should not be covering his window with his mattress and engaging in any other defined behaviors. In terms of self-harm, he has both said he will and won't kill himself and stated he did and didn't want to die. At this time, no changes will be made due to his inconsistent presentation and unpredictable nature. Right. They wanted the best. He's so unpredictable and inconsistent, and he can't have this or that. You can have an iPad and a sort of, proper. They got to take, but he's also so lucid and normal. He's able to confess to these people who are supposed to be there helping him. I allowed more property. Oh, I allowed him to have more property. Yeah. And then, Yep. Yeah. You want that iPad back? Fuck, you better tell me something good. Excuse me, sorry. Puzzles and documents, and she allowed him to have documents too, and puzzles and all his property. She was the gatekeeper. You're right. She was like, oh my God. Except sheets and clothing, to see if he uses it properly, as he used to. Obtaining a tablet for regular communication with his wife or a phone call with her ASAP will try to be coordinated. We'll try. We'll get right on that, Richard. It might take us a month or two, and you'll be fine just before you get back to trial, so don't you worry. You're here. You're safe. The warden mentioned providing a TV. Bullshit. The HSA will be informed about his possible request for a drug test. He randomly asked about drug tests. Okay, so there's several topics there that I'd like to ask you about. So we'll just start with the beginning of the paragraph. So his behavior had improved, or what it might have been prior to May 2nd of 2023. Yep. And you indicated he does not present as psychotic. What's the significance of that? Oh my God. He doesn't present as psychotic. Well then, he would be, he knows what he's doing, and you think he's faking. That's what it is. Because a psycho doesn't know what they're doing. Or that's a psychopath. Sociopath. So he's a fucking sociopath manipulating you guys. He knows everything he's done is wrong. But he's still, because he's aware of what he's done is wrong. Right. He's not a psycho. You're right. You're fucking idiots. That our diagnosis we assigned, it seems to have been, he's in remission, basically. Yeah, he's in remission. Okay. Describe for the jury what diagnosis you are referring to and what the psychotic reference means. Grave psychotic disorder or situational psychosis is another term. It lasts for about a month and then remits. And then the person can usually return back to normal functioning just before trial. Right? Yeah. And you stop fucking torturing him. Doing all the shit that's making him this way. Okay. And so you're indicating that on this particular day, he does not present as psychotic. Correct. You indicate he talked about expectations and not understanding what they were, and you clarified. Those expectations you discussed with him, is that pretty much all you expected him? Eat at that time, yeah. Eat your meals, yep. Take care of yourself, right? Yep. Accept showers, go to rec, right? Accept a shower, like fuck. Imagine like Rambo. You ever see Rambo First Blood where they give him a shower? Man, these are fire hose. Okay, copy's finished. No more distractions. No more distractions. I have a brand new cola treat ready. Open up. Come on. There we go. Sorry. Look at this. Cool. All right, let's do this. Sorry, guys. I'm getting this done today. I've only got 130 pages to go. Yeah. Accept the showers and go to right. Those are all things available to him, correct? Stay active. Don't just lay in bed. Oh, yeah. Come on. Let's go. Let's do this. We're here. This is a fun time. Get up. Yeah. Come on. Get up. Sleepyhead. Let's have fun. Don't be so down. You're only in fucking solitary for something you didn't do. Okay. You would provide him with a reading material, and it sounds like puzzles and things to do. Yep. Oh, yeah, puzzles. Oh, my God. Yeah. And were there ever periods of time where he was receptive to those things and used them? I think in the very beginning. And then it kind of slowly dwindled. Yeah. Another point. He was fucking normal in the beginning. Did those things appear to assist him? In the beginning? Okay. I thought, okay, participating in a conversation with you. Would that be something that would improve his circumstances? I don't know. Yeah. And with other mental health professional or medical professionals? I'd like to think so. Yeah. We're there to help. Oh, how does he just lay in bed if he's also covering the door with his bed? True. Yeah, and we're talking about this day, right? Yeah, she did just say that he had his mattress up against the window, right? But then the other guard describes it as he's sleeping and not moving. I don't know what it is wild. They do definitely constantly contradict themselves with their mumbo jumbo. It's like everything's so ambiguous. So their discretion makes things so he can be faking and get forced injections. Oh my God. It's so crazy. The wording of these policies and laws are so ambiguous they can just be applied willy-nilly. If they like the person, if they're a bootlicker, they get it means this. If it doesn't, then you're jaywalking and they can give you a ticket. And okay, when he makes he will and won't kill himself. What kind of situation does that present for you when you're assessing his level of observation with regard to suicide concerns? Well, at this point, he's already on constant, so we just kept him on constant. Okay, you make a reference to obtaining a tablet for regular communication. Did Mr. Allen have a tablet when he came to the DOC? He was provided a tablet, yep. Same tablet where 2025 CrimeCon on stage, Susan Hendricks points out to Nick and Jerry that solitary wasn't really solitary. He had an iPad or whatever, and they had a good chuckle. They all laughed, and then Susan Hendricks gets a standing ovation from the crowd. They're cheering and laughing. This man, it was not considered, wasn't. He had an iPad, so it wasn't all that bad. You garbage people. Spend 3 days in there, you'll be cracking. 3 days, a week, 3 weeks, a month. That's 395 days he's there. And you people are laughing at him? Was he provided a tablet in a faster fashion than might be normal? My understanding is that it was the case. Yeah. Well, he's different. Like, he's not unlike anybody that's ever been there. He's not guilty. He's not a convict. Okay. They act like, man, they can't treat him the same as all these convicted criminals. They're pissed. They're pissed. They're fucking sadistic, sick people. Garbage humans. Oh my God. I'm not the provider of the tablets. Okay. Though that's my understanding. But you know about this through the course of your interactions with inmates? Yep. Yeah. Other convicts. Yep. Not safekeepers, convicts. Yeah. And so, do you know why on this particular occasion he did not have a tablet? I think by this time the tablet was broken. And did Mr. Allen break it? It appears that was the case. And then it says the warden mentioned providing a TV. What's the process for an inmate to obtain a TV, if you know? I mean, honestly, with the TV, we probably could have gotten him a TV, but he didn't want one. Right. There you go. It's fucking gone. What guy is not going to say, give me a TV? Come on. No woman, whatever. I won't just say guy, but no, I don't want a TV. Come on. They should be, oh my God, this guy's really hurting. He doesn't want to watch TV. Fuck. Like, oh, you want a lazy boy recliner and a TV? Nope. Things are perfect. Thanks. I'm having a great, I don't need that shit. Keep your lazy boy and your beer fridge and your TV and stuff it. I'm controlling this here. You're not sticking that on me. Oh my God, these people are amazing. Okay, so that's another amenity, so to speak, that was available to him that he declined. Yeah, because he doesn't even know what day it is or if it's day or night. Oh my God, you sick people. On this particular date, was he cooperative in the sense that he participated in the session? Yeah, for the most part. Let's move on to the next document, which would be addendum to that same date, but prepared on May 3rd. Oh, right. Look at these people. They got an addendum to, so we added stuff to that same date, but it was prepared on a whole other day. What good is any of this stuff if we can just start changing timestamps and dates? How does she know he didn't want one? That's freaking... Right. Yeah, she's not in control of any of this, so who told her that? Right, Didi. How is she even... that would happen... Right. That would happen when she wouldn't even... Like, she could probably have inquired about it, but she didn't. Yeah. She could have said, oh, I talked to the warden, and when, I don't know. You're right. But look at this. Look at this statement. They're slipping this in. No objections. What's going on? This is the problem. So let's move on to the next document, which would be a addendum to that same date, but prepared on May 3rd. So what date are we talking about again? Got to be close to that, right? May 1st or so. We're talking about, oh my God. So they slip these things in all the time, eh? I don't even know. It's got to be, so it was prepared on a whole other day. An addendum to, like, trust me, bro. This happened this day. These people are wild. Yep. Okay, you made reference to a diagnosis. Is that correct? That's correct. So she's made reference to a diagnosis in an addendum on another day. Did she forget to include it on this day? Like, wow. Does this document reflect what you were referring to? Yep. And so could you please explain to us diagnostic criteria area and what it is that applied to Mr. Allen? Okay. So this is for brief psychotic disorder. Wow. With marked stressors. You have to, the criterion A is the presence of one or more of the following symptoms. And the options are delusions, hallucinations, disorganized speech, or grossly disorganized, or catatonic behavior. So like asking if he wants a TV and him not replying. That's fucking catatonic for sure. So we were seeing the disorganized speech and the disorganized behavior. And so it appears those are in bold print because those are the ones that apply. And that's in the addendum only. And it was no indication that he had delusions or hallucinations. No. Did you ask him if he's having delusions or hallucinations? There's no indication. Like, you're supposed to just look at him and teleport into his brain? Shouldn't it be, and you asked him if he was having, and he said what? No. There's no indication. They're trained expertise to just no, look into his eyes. And oh my God. And only one of those would have been sufficient to at least get through the first step of the diagnostic criteria. Right. Yeah, we don't need much. We wrote these rules. Yeah, we don't need much to get away with anything. It's in our belief. We believe. Okay. So he had the third one, disorganized speech. Boom. Oh, I see that. There's a number 4, but up at the end of the line A, it says at least one of these must be present. 1, 2, or 3. So what is the purpose of number 4? So if that one, whether or not that's one's there, it kind of doesn't make or break him meeting the, so it just doesn't matter. Yeah. Perfect. Your little addendum makes it so it could go any way you want it. Perfect. Thank you, doctor. Okay. Number 4 doesn't matter? Yep. Okay. Just for today. Okay. And so the disturbance is at least 1 day, but less than 1 month, with an eventual full return to pre-morbid level of functioning, and it cannot be better explained by major depressive or bipolar disorder with psychotic features, or another psychotic disorder such as schizophrenia, for example, a drug of abuse, or a medication, or any other medical condition. Wow. Oh, that was her answer? Oh my God. That was a question? I don't know what that was. Started out as a question? Okay, no. Yeah. Okay. And so this has got to be the question. And maybe this shouldn't be here, I guess. I don't know. Okay. And what does with marked stressor indicate? Or they left out an answer? Or I don't even know what happened there. For example, a drug of abuse. That doesn't sound right. Page 17 to 105, 17 to 106. I feel like they fucked with this or left out something. That doesn't make sense. It's a mouthful of gobbledygook. It's supposed to be the prosecution question. For example, a drug of abuse. A drug of abuse. Is that a medication or any other medical condition? Then there's no answer. Kind of just continues. Okay, and so she says marked stressor somewhere because he's like, oh, you're saying this, right? Okay, and what does with marked stressor indicate? So she's replying with marked stressor. Where does she say that? So they're leaving out an answer, in my opinion. They definitely, because he's asking her, what does that mean, what you just said to me? And it's never said. He's like, after all that gobbledygook, okay. After his question, there's no answer. They've left something out here. And he's like, oh, she's like, this is Diener. Okay. And well, what does with marked stressor indicate? Well, where are you getting this from? She didn't say that. It's another way of saying brief reactive psychosis. If symptoms occur in response to events that singly or together would be markedly stressful to almost anyone in similar circumstances in the individual's culture. Oh, God. These people are wild. Okay. So this particular diagnosis, it indicates added today to account for his presentation, correct? In the last month. So she's added, this is her addendum. So she just adds that later on. Wow. Holy fuck. In the last month. So she could have wrote this 30 days later, technically, in the last month. Okay. Wow. So he added. So she just has to put added today to make it so back then. Wow. Fucking amazing. Yeah. So in part B, it says at least one day, but less than 1 month. At any point, do you actually put a beginning and an end to this particular reference in terms of dates or just amount of days? Well, I kind of took it from beginning of April to beginning of May. Just kind of. The beginning is what? Okay. And this is a diagnosis that takes time to arrive by observing him over a period of time. I think so. Wow. And then seeing if it's going to persist, which would then turn into a different diagnosis. Okay. And if it's beyond the month mark. Okay. Thank you. So let's turn to May 3rd of 2023. Could you please indicate what you learned in your meeting with Mr. Allen? And was this also in the APOD counselor cubicle? Yes. Yeah. It was in the APOD counselor's cubicle. It started with him wanting to call his wife, and we attempted to assist him with those phone calls, but it didn't work. She didn't answer. So, yeah, who knows what number they're calling, right? They're saying, she's not at, yeah, could be they could be dialing her car, her phone's in the car, and she's probably or it's in her locker or something. She's dialing it. Sorry, dude. She doesn't want to talk to you. Look at, she's probably got called. She's ignoring you. Yep. These people. So then he went on to, so then let me guess, she could get a hold of him after he tells you all this stuff, right? So then he went on to provide a narrative of what took place in regards to the crime. Oh, what did he tell you? So he said he wanted to confess to his crimes and went on to tell. So he tries to get a hold of his wife and he can't. Then he confesses, and if they fucking turn around and say, if he gets a hold of her right after this, man. So he said he wanted to confess to his crimes and went on to tell his story. He reported seeing his parents the morning of the crime. He stated he was supposed to go eat with them. You know what? We have these calls. Should we be listening to some, Didi? Anybody? I have them. It's right here. All of them are here. Audio X. Go away. Windows security. I don't care. Sorry, I had an alert there. Whatever those are. Which one did she just say? Thank you. So but he couldn't get a hold of her. Oh, wait. Provide. So with those, so system, so he couldn't get a hold of her, right? He stated that he was supposed to go eat with them. Wait. He reported seeing his parent. Oh, this is his hallucinations or whatever, right? Oh, this is what he's saying. This is a confession, what he did that day. Right. Okay, so I have them ready. So if we see a phone call, They haven't talked about one, right? So they're trying to get, so they can't. So then they can't get hold of Kathy. Then what did he tell you? So he said he wanted to confess to his crimes and went on to tell his story. He reported seeing his parents the morning of the crime. He stated he was supposed to go eat with them. Like, if he tells Doolin this that day, like, what? 5 years later, you guys, none of you could answer where you were. Oh my gosh. But opted to get himself a 6-pack. Oh, so he's waited all this time and now he's cracking and telling you all this truth. Oh my God. He reported drinking 3 beers and then finishing the rest later. He stated, I bundled up. Once on the trail, he stated, I laid in wait. He reported seeing the girls and following them to the bridge. He mentioned doing something with his gun and stated, I think that's where the bullet fell out. And then he said, I ordered them down the hill. Right. And then how did it get across? Did it get stuck in his shoe? Did it fucking bounce down and end up over there in the crime scene? And then he accidentally, he left, it was there and they just coincidentally fell down beside it. And then he said, I ordered them down the hill. So the bullet fell out up top and then it's now across the creek. He stated his intention was to rape the girls and mentioned he thought they were older than their biological ages. Yeah, the other inmates have been screaming and yelling at him all hours of the night. He's fucking been gaslit into he doesn't know what's happening. He said he saw a van, which scared him and caused him not to follow through on raping the girls. Right. So the van makes me not rape them, but I'm not afraid to murder them, just afraid to rape them. How convenient. Like as if he said they crossed a creek and then he cut their necks. Yeah, so he's over across the creek now. The van's gone. He's obviously not afraid because he stays an hour and 15 minutes in your baloney story. Like, I don't even know why I'm entertaining this to them. But in their ridiculous narrative, he's afraid, so he doesn't rape them. But he takes them across the creek and stays for an hour and 15 minutes. He's so afraid. And he does all this ridiculous stuff and doesn't do what he really wanted to do, is rape them. He then, oh my God, this guy's amazing. This woman, excuse me. Hey, nature, what's up? I'm still here working on my life, working my life away. Me too. Oh my God, I'm hard at work. Thanks for reminding. I should be watching. I'm supposed to be keeping my eye on those cameras. Yes, I'm working hard too. Yep. I'm watching cameras where nothing's happening, and I'm looking at 6 or 7 projects that I should be doing. But they're ready to go. They're ready to go. Pert is here. Hello, Pert. Linguistically, Richard Allen didn't say, I laid in wait. Oh boy. Hey, good morning, Pert. You just waking up or you been up all night? Are you a normal person who's been up all night like us? Or are you one of those weirdos that wakes up in the morning? Please. Either way, hello, Pert. What's up? So where the heck am I? I got to do better. Leaving a blue mark to say where I was reading, stop reading. So it's around here somewhere at the bottom. Yeah, so he said he saw a van which scared him and caused him not to follow through on raping the girls. He said they crossed a creek and then he cut their necks perfectly where we could just bleed them out. And almost their blood runs almost as if they were hanging upside down. Yes. Now, he indicated wanting to make sure they were dead. He reported covering their bodies with tree branches. Yep. Yeah, especially Libby's. Because Jerry Holman says that Libby was, her branches were on an angle to cover her from being seen from Weber's private drive. Holman said that at CrimeCon. Therefore, that stick is not covering her body. Therefore, Jerry's basically saying, hey, Libby can be seen from Weber's private drive. In his own ridiculous theory. He said, but then he also said previously is that he was scared by searchers screaming and yelling names. Which is it, Jerry? He said he exited the area by keeping off the trail. Right. As to not be seen. Yeah, and to keep off the fucking secluded trail and walk down the middle of the road. Yep. Yeah, he said he returned to his vehicle, which he parked by a nearby building. Right, I gotta see him. Show us that video of him walking by at 3. What? He must be walking by Hoosier Hardware Store by what? 4:05 or 4:03? Because if Car Boss sees him, so Car Boss sees this guy, covered in blood, at 3:56 near the cemetery, and she says she passed by a bunch of people who looked worried at the Mears entrance. Tons of people were there freaking out and looking worried, and this muddy, bloody guy walks. They're looking for 2 girls, and this guy covered in blood walks past them all. Nobody sees him, and he walks past the Hoosier Hardware Store to get to his car, and that camera doesn't pick him up neither. Look at that camera. I mean, sure, it's not going to be just, I mean, it would pick up, where the fuck is it? Yeah, sure. Yeah, as if we would see this guy, a blue, we'd see a speck of blue going by, wouldn't we? I could see the fucking mailbox. Okay. Can you see? Yeah, I can see their mailbox perfectly. Right? It's a little pole and there's a mailbox. Look at it. We wouldn't see a blue guy walking by here. Look at this. We wouldn't see a guy in blue jeans. We might not see his face, right? We can't even tell a car, but fucking we would see a guy walk by. Look at it. He would walk right by. Oh my God. Where is it? One screenshot. That's all I want. Right here. Fucking perfect. Look at it. He would be standing right here. We would see him. Even here it would really stand out, the blue. He might even be dry so fucking far. He'd be almost dry. His clothing would be lighter blue by now. Because Carba literally says she drives by at 3:56, sees him, and at the Mears entrance, there's like a shitload of people all freaking out. And then she sees him covered in blood, wearing his blue coat and blue jacket. And then within 5 or 6 minutes, he must be walking by here. After walking past a bunch of people at the freaking Mears entrance. So, yeah, show us that. Where the fuck is that video? Because the FBI has it. The FBI has that whole goddamn hard drive. They freaking say it, pretty much, that it's 54 minutes behind. We so saith, the FBI commandeth truth is. We so saith, we have it. Look at, we have it. We're able to remote enter into their. We have the IP address to get to their router. Look at, we set this remote on we set up a DDNS, meaning the day we went there, we set it up so they allowed us to get us through their firewall and to remote into the Hoosier Hardware Store hard drive of their whole system, the one that has 4 cameras, not just one. By USB, they got the hard drive info. By network, they can remote in, download the whole goddamn thing that day when they get back. They could have set it up and they could have called somebody at the office to remote in. Just go to this, go to their IP address and use the subnet. And then when you get to their router, the firewall, we set it up to allow, if you type this in and you have the correct username and password, you can DDNS in to their whole goddamn hard drive. Download to hard drive, everything, network connection, boom, we set it up. Perfect, thank you. This a lady signed, yeah, we allow you. Yes, I say you can do this. Look at the hardware store, we can do it. They've given us permission that day. Let's get it. Let's down 2/19/17. Let's just download the whole goddamn hard drive. Yes, thank you. Thank you. So where's that video, Mr. FBI? Show me it. I vouch that it's 54 minutes off. Offset is 54 minutes. Look, I'm showing you it's 50. These people are wild. The FBI done this. They gave permission, legal authority, consent to search. Boom. These people are amazing. I'm gonna move on. So he exited the area by. I'm not even reading chat. Sorry, guys. I get off on that. Oh. Not including box cutter. Yeah. Yep. I mean, they can't show us that because Sarah saw Mike yeah. Oh, that's another one. What was it? Yeah. Somebody described 2019 CrimeCon. Yeah, we saw that video. I can't find it, but I seen it. I should get a hold of Joe Lewis from Crime Night, because he played that a ton of times. Jerry Holman sitting beside Mike Patty on the stage at 2019 CrimeCon, saying, "Yeah, the hoodie guy sketch, the old hoodie guy. That's Mike Patty, sitting beside Mike Patty on stage with whoever was there, Sandra, what's her face, Susan Hendricks, and Becky was there, and Kelsey and the other sister, and Anna was probably there, and they're all chuckling away on stage, and Jerry's like, yeah, that is a witness saw Mike Patty there. And she described Mike Patty. Yeah. So, 1 second. Sorry. I need to see collection list. I don't think I have seen it. Well, this is Monica Wallace, so I shouldn't go off on tangents like that. I gotta get this. I'm never gonna get this done if I don't focus now. I got 3 hours left. So, serial Shibby is here. Never again will I get look at. Never again will I get distracted. All right, perfect. What motorcycle cover? The one that what's her face talks about? The Nancy Disgrace talks about a motorcycle cover the cat was on. And don't you start with me. The only motorcycle mentioned here was Dave McCain mentions a blue muscle car and a motorcycle in that woman's statement or report, whatever her name was. I have it. She says that he arrives at 2:44 to see Derek's car's already there at 2:44 p.m. Derek German's white car is there. And then when he leaves at like 4 something, he sees a blue muscle car, a blonde woman, and some Abbott people arguing or something, and there's a blue muscle car. Yet when Derek says he arrives, he sees a moped and a Polaris Razor, which has to be a Polaris Razor unless it's a Razor scooter. Derek says Razor. So now, do you ask him about the crime scene that he had been? Sorry, I didn't finish this off because he said he returned to his vehicle, which he parked by a nearby building. He stated a nearby building. Boom. He stated he managed to continue living his life after time passed by and he hadn't been caught. And yeah. And the first second, if a guy really does this, the first second his wife is out of that house, goes to her friends or goes to work, he's got a day out, he's fucking going to have a bonfire in his backyard. Anything that can melt or burn is gone. People are amazing. You think you're walking in there and getting a jacket and all these clothes that he's wearing, that shit would be gone in smoke. Charles knows. He'd have a barbecue in his backyard. So his neighbors didn't think, dude, you're burned. No, it's good. I like them. I like my steaks well done. They need to fucking smoke. It's a smoker. I'm smoking some salmon. Whew. Man, those boots, jacket, fucking jeans, anything will be so gone. These people are amazing. Amazing. The jacket was even made after the date, it says on it, I believe. Now, did you ask him about the crime that had been charged with? I did not. Did you make a reference to his prior confession in order to elicit the statement? No, I didn't. No, I didn't say anything. So you see, look, here's my notes. It's not dot. No, I can prove it. Look, nothing. I didn't write it down. Therefore, never happened. Yeah, perfect. Was there any indication prior to him making? Oops, my mouse just takes off. You know what? I'm fucking ordering a brand new mouse from Amazon. This one fucking just takes off for some reason. It's crazy. Was there any indication prior to him making the statement that he was going to tell you about this crime? Nope. Did you prompt him at any point during his relaying this information to you? No. Look at these answers. Stay quiet. Don't say it. Bite your tongue. Bite your tongue. Don't say it. No, I didn't say nothing. She's like, how did Mr. Allen appear to you with regard to his demeanor or emotionally after he told you this story? Oh, boy. He, I want to say, almost appeared relieved. He did have some concerns about his property and fearing he would not have food and water. I assured him that he's going to give his phone call to Kathy now too. Oh my God. So yeah, okay, we'll give you some drinks. Okay, good boy, you've confessed. Good. Now we'll let you have anything you want. That they could not with, oh my God, property and fearing he would not have his food and water. I assured him that they could not withhold things from him. You are though. You are doing, you just said you did that. You're doing it right now. He mentioned he couldn't sleep due to safety concerns. He discussed, just got me something on my mouse pad. Just takes off. He discussed a transfer to another facility. He reported previously consuming feces because he feared telling the truth. What? He reported consuming feces because to stop him from telling the truth? Oh my goodness. You think anyone can fake eating their own shit, eh? Good luck with that. He reported not knowing why he blocked the camera or window with his mattress yesterday. He stated he would not kill himself because he was too much of a coward. At the same time, he stated that if he died, he wanted his wife to know he loved her. Now, during this conversation with him, did you have any concerns about his safety during this conversation? Well, I guess I should be specific. He said he was afraid to sleep. Nope. No. Was there any reason you could see that he should not feel safe to sleep? No, no reason. Okay, and he talks about asking for property back. What was it at this point that he didn't have, if you know? Well, she just said they can't withhold stuff from him. Oh, I don't know on this. I'd have to really dig it up. This was a month after, so he would be having. So here's another one that ends weirdly. It's like they're just leaving out answers. I don't know this. I'd have to really dig it up. This was a month after, so he would be having. And so what did you note under additional clinical options? Where's the rest of this? Is this just a? It was a month after, so I don't know. I'd have to really dig it up. Like she was about to say what. She was probably about to suggest a few things, right? I'd like to know what he was waiting to get back. And so what did you note under additional clinical observations with regard to his ability to communicate? So for the most part, it was adequate. There were some odd things here and there. He kept repeating that he didn't want to miss Easter. The paranoia that he mentioned about, not feeling safe, that's relatively normal. Right. But the question before was, what was it that he didn't have? What did he want back? What property? How convenient. Don't want to push that. And he talks about asking for what was it at this point that he didn't have, if you know. I don't know. And I'd really have to dig it up. She'd have to dig it up to see what. This was a month after. So he would be having like visits or what was said here? Then we move on. That's it. The fuck? No, wait. Finish answering that question I asked you earlier. No, let's move on because I don't want to hear the answer. Or she said an answer and they don't want us to know. And we can hardly prove it because there's no recording of that day. And Fucking, we confused the shit out of the few people in the gallery that we could probably trust. Was the information he provided regarding the crime that he said he committed, was that organized? It was. Did he have any psychotic symptoms? Nope. One of the assessment categories. What? Goodness. You guys are focusing. The problem is the murder. What do you fucking care if people have fetishes? The fucking problem is murder. You guys are wild. One of the assessment categories you refer to as impulse control. Does that have any impact negatively on the statement that he gave you? No. Oh, did you guys see the video we played for YouTube? The YouTube bad actors wanted me to play that one. Where his what's his face? Gray pubes talking about what he thought Rick did at the crime scene with the socks and underwear. Uh-oh. But Charles, how does eating crap get you out of 133 years? Better off chilling and going to trial. Oh boy. I want to see the answer to that. There you go. There you go. Your worst nightmare, Charles. Someone who's going to ask you questions back. Someone who might engage with you. I'm like it. And you indicate whether he was responding to his treatment plan or being cooperative with the treatment plan in order to keep him stable. Whether he was cooperating with it. Yeah. At this point in time, I think he was. And is that indicated in your assessment section? Yeah, I mentioned he was more organized than he'd been since his placement on suicide watch. Okay. Was he compliant with medication? That I have no idea. What? You don't know if he's compliant with taking the meds? How could you not? Shouldn't you know this? I mean, there's got to be, you could find that out, right? It will tell you if he's, oh my God, he has no idea if he's compliant with his medications. And she's talking about him on suicide watch, and then she's, oh my God, wouldn't she be involved with that somehow? Like if she inquired, she could look at his sheet to see if, wouldn't that be? I don't know. Or maybe I'm wrong. Man, she has no idea. Okay, was he compliant with medication? That I don't know. Does that sound normal? Oh boy. Yeah, just because they didn't find him doesn't mean that the person took him as souvenirs, although it's possible. I mean, if I direct you to your assessment paragraph at the bottom of the third page of that report, would that assist? You know, everything sounds fishy. Like the assessment paragraph at the bottom, like she could have added these in any time, you know, like these people are amazing. These forms are just so, it's like he could have just wrote it before she came into court this day. Yes, changes. So he probably had a medication change, but I'm not necessarily noting non-compliance, just a medication change. Okay. And then in the section where you talk about the plan, about what things you'll allow them to have. Yep. Or not have. Yeah. Oh, they can't keep things from you, but I can. So it looks like he had a lot of the regular stuff. So again, when we were doing this, my intention wasn't to keep him in like a suicidal situation. He had to live in that cell. That's what the central office wanted, right? Central office. So he could be on suicide watch, but we could still allow him property. So mattress, blanket, clothing, items, regular meal, regular property except sheets and clothing. So we're Their clothing items you were keeping away from him because they related to a risk of self-harm? Yeah. Okay. Does that include sheets, like traditional sheets? Traditional sheets. So he would have like a special blanket. Okay. I believe the next document would be something from May 5th. Is that correct? The evaluation of suicide risk? Yes. So can you explain the May 5th document entitled Evaluation of Suicide Risk? Okay. I'm trying to see. We do these periodically while they're on suicide watch. Oh, usually when we change them from close to constant or vice versa, or releasing them from suicide watch. And this just kind of goes over his risk factors. They include categories of historical risk factors. Those are the ones that don't change. Clinical risk factors and situational risk factors, as well as protective factors. And as a result of this particular assessment, was there an adjustment made? I'm not sure. There was an adjustment. Okay. She's not sure if there was an adjustment. Oh my God. Okay. And then the next document is an individualized action plan. Can you describe what that is? That's essentially his treatment plan. Is that also done periodically? Every 6 months, we need to review it. So this would have been the review period and the things included there. Targeting the fact that he's high risk for suicide, working on the depression and anxiety, gaining insight into symptoms, and implementing healthy coping strategies. And so, what was the number one goal? Safety, ensuring safety. Okay. And then his mental health was the next goal? Yeah, targeting the depression and anxiety so they don't interfere with his daily functioning. At the end of that report, do you indicate whether there are any changes in his level of watch? Changed from constant to close. So, that would and that was back to the 15-minute checks. Okay. So, what would that indicate improvement? Yeah, and that particular section actually provides a little historical data about his levels of watch, does it not? Yep. And so it dates back all the way to November 4th of 2022. Yeah. Okay. Like, what is the next document in your exhibit? Looks like May the 9th. Okay. And let's turn to the patient complaint section. Does Mr. Allen speak to you about his case again? Yeah. And what does he say to you? He said, I just want to go sign my confession. And what did you indicate to him? That he had to discuss that with his attorneys. Yeah. Should you be offering him legal advice, young lady? Okay. Did you say that when he was fucking telling you what he did? Okay. During that session, does he also talk about other things that would indicate that the state of his mental health is improving with regard to what he might be looking to do with his time in order to keep himself occupied? He mentions some thoughts of self-harm with the plan of diving off of his sink and snapping his neck. He talked about wanting to plan his last meal, but he did say he wanted to help others and get a job. Was he asking for a job like within the DOC? I believe so. But then he went back to saying he'd be better off dead. Okay. Well, if you would, go to the assessment section on the next page. Was there any indication that he was exhibiting psychotic symptoms? Nope. One sec. Need a quick drink. One sec. Sorry, guys. And we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. I've got a Ricola cough drop. I'm not even sore throat, but they're good. And how was he doing cognitively? Mild impaired judgment and some preoccupations. Okay. So maybe in this situation, it would have pertained to the talking about killing himself over and over. And in the assessment conclusion, do you have any indication as to whether he's compliant with medication and responding to treatment? I never tracked medication. Okay, wowza. Well, is that normal, guys? Shouldn't she kind of be interested in what's happening with that? She doesn't know if he's taking it. She doesn't know which ones. I don't know. Doesn't something she would be at least help her make better decisions? Because sometimes it's hard to know, right? Like, isn't his file there? Like, isn't she wouldn't she have his file like a doctor? You know, when you see them in the movies, it's like the folder's there, and then any doctor that comes in can kind of have a look at it for his medical. I know it'll be different with her, but I don't know. Do you sometimes ask him? Yeah, he has no idea what they're shooting him up with. So, okay. Yeah, but ultimately, it's a different record that I don't normally access. Right, you don't normally, but can you? Could she know this? You guys? I don't know. Shouldn't she be able to find us out? Because in this situation, like suicide, and she should know if he's taking his meds, and don't they, she should kind of know everything when she goes into these, or no? That sounds weird. Yeah. It's a different record that I don't normally access. So in your assessment section, if it says patient is compliant with medication, is that him self-reporting? What? It probably would be. And I may have checked in the situation. You just said you don't normally do that. Okay. The next report is from May the 10th. Excuse me. Do you see that one of 2023? Yep. And let's go to the patient complaint section. Are you meeting with Mr. Allen out of his cell on this day? Yeah. And how did this visit begin? Okay. So it's out of the cell. Where? Sounds like somewhere else. Or is it always in that same place? Why do they say out of his cell? Because they've always been saying it's that APOD cubicle. But today it's, are you meeting with out of his cell on this day? Where? Oh, okay. So there were issues with Mr. Allen being unable to use the phone because his tablet was broken. And I guess the phone just wasn't available to him on the range. So I was able to get the phone approved by the warden so that we could try to make the phone call in there with him. Right. Now he's told you everything he wants. We can get him that phone call. Good. You've said everything. You said a lot. Good. Now we can call the right number to get a hold of Kathy. Is this the first time you'd ever gotten the phone for him to use it during a session in order to call? I think there was another time we tried and it didn't work. Right. Because his confessions probably weren't good enough. Now the phone. Okay. So here we are trying again. And he was able to connect with his wife this time. Like as if she wouldn't have answered any time. Fucking garbage humans. You think Kathy's going to look at her call display anywhere and not say, whoa, I got to take this? And so at that point, do you leave the room? Let's see. I did leave the room. But then when I came back, when he was done with the phone call, he wanted to call her back again to tell her he did it. And then he said, I want you to hear this so you can understand. What? So did he make another call? Yes, he did. Oh, bullshit. He probably didn't get that first call. She walked away and, okay, now you ready now? And okay, no. So now he wants to do it. Oh, I'll do it now. Like, fuck these people. Acts like, I bet you this didn't even happen as they say it did. These people are amazing. Yeah. He did make another call, and I believe she answered. You believe? Or did she or not? Like, you're there, right? You just believe it, eh? Fucking liar. Who uses that? It would be, yeah, he did make another call, and she answered again. Not, I believe she answered. I wrote down, she answered. Look, I got an addendum over here. I wrote it down 2 weeks after she answered. Oh, my God. People are amazing. Amazing. I was able to hear them speaking. He asked whether his wife and his family loved him and he would continue to love them. He said he may have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Oh my God, how is she able to say this? Thought he may only get a chance to see her one more time and mentioned the electric chair. He asked if she, don't they have these phone calls? Why do they need her stating that? They have this, right? The fucking harshman, whoever's sitting there listening to this. What? I want to hear everything. I want to see the time. I want to see this all line up with their other phone calls that he called and doesn't answer. Then he called again. We got the calls. Those reports obviously are going to match everything they're saying here. Times are all going to line up. Like, look at this. The times are all going to line up, I'm sure. Oh, I'm so sure. Perfect. Look, we got the exact time. You know, then it's going to be that you tried to call, there's no answer, then, you know, I'm sure it's going to line up perfectly. Good, look at that. He asked if she understood. He stated, I killed Abby and Libby, and it appears his wife told him to stop saying that, and soon after, the phone shut off. And yeah, she hung up probably, right? Yeah. And then he told me she doesn't believe me. And he said, I didn't do everything I said I did, but I did kill Abby and Libby. And so, were you having a conversation with him? To which he responded, I didn't do everything I said, but I did kill Abby and Libby. No, he just said that. Oh, okay. So we don't know what he's referring to. Right. What? And he said, I didn't do everything I said. Yeah, I don't. Oh, okay. So fine. Okay. So we'll throw that out. So then we can have this. Look, this is that whole bait and switch. They do it all the time because it doesn't even matter. Well, we don't understand what he said here. So judge, we don't want to admit this, but just give us this. Oh, because that's the bait and switch. We'll give you something we didn't want and we'll take what we made up. But I did kill, so boom. These fucking guys. So idiots. Well, I didn't do everything, so who cares? Who cares? We'll take the other part, throw that out. Yeah, don't matter really. We got him. Oh, okay. What did you observe about his demeanor during this conversation with his wife or immediately following? Yeah, I mean, in terms of like his interactions with his wife, where he sounded really pleasant and affectionate, it sounded like a pleasant first phone call. First phone call? Thought they fucking talked already. A pleasant first phone call. Because he's already called her. Another call. This is a second call. Right. So she's fucking full of it. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like his interaction with his wife, yeah, it sounded like the first phone call you didn't hear. You walked back in, and then he wanted to call again. And for the most part, even after that, he seemed okay. Yeah. We got it. Yeah. Now he knows he's going to get his fucking iPad and maybe ramen noodles or something, whatever you're holding back. I don't know. Okay. He remained calm again, very affectionate towards his wife. He didn't cry. He was organized, clear, coherent, no evidence of psychosis. Now, the next report in the exhibit would be May the 11th. If you could turn that of 2023 and go to the patient complaint section, and I would direct you to the second paragraph. Did he make any statements about how he was feeling about the crimes he indicated to you previously that he had committed? Where's all the detail in these crimes? The detail only this killer knows. Got a white van that you can't even prove? Like, I mean, where's the details that you held back? Like, there's a little something that only this person could answer. Where? Isn't that what they do in interrogations? So they know they're talking to the guy? Like, this white van, that's it. And then we plant the white van there and everything's perfect, like he did it. Like, come on. There's got to be something that only he would know that they held close to the vest? Nothing there, eh? What was it like? At this time, nobody's like anything that only he would know. He mentioned, they could have got him to confirm which clothes was one wearing, because he got all the crime scene stuff anyways, right? They should have held all that back to say in the very first ones, not this time, back when Mullen and them, before they arrested him. They should have said, hey, okay, look at this. Look at one girl's naked. What else do you know about this crime scene? If you want to confess, or in any confession for it to be worth, he would say, here's something nobody knows. I couldn't get this girl dressed because I put her clothes on the wrong one. So when I tried to dress her, they were too small, so I went and threw them in the creek or something. Like, where's that info? That's something, because they need to confirm that he's really telling the truth, but they don't want that. There's fucking white van that some guy lied about, most likely. Now, on this particular day, do you make reference to his orientation? Oh, I missed this, wait. I'm sorry, I missed this. Might take statements about how he's feeling about the crimes. Yeah, so I was going to read the answer. He mentioned wanting closure by apologizing to the victims' families. He then went on to say he just wanted to see his wife. He also said he still needs to forgive himself, but said he didn't know what closure would look like for him. Now, on this particular day, do you make reference to his orientation to person, place, and situation? Oh, yes. Is that he was... Go ahead. He was talking about the days running together and not knowing the date, despite being provided with a calendar. Oh, my God. Give him a calendar. So... there you go. You got a calendar. Just guess where it is. Throw a dart at it. That's what day it is. Answer the question, Charles. Are you eating pizza? Are your fingers greasy, Charles? Fishy wants to know. Check. Before you guys hit enter, make sure it's what you want it to say. I agree with Fishy. Dry your hands. Quit eating pizza while you're typing. I'm only kidding. He was talking with the day. So yeah, he doesn't even know if it's day or night. Wanted to fucking follow along on it. You give him a chocolate counter like I had when I was a kid. Each day I got to open it and I'd know it's almost Christmas. So it's the 13th. Give me the chocolate. Open the little door. He was oriented to person, place, and situation, but claimed not to know the day. Yeah. Fucking doesn't even know what day, if it's day or night. Is that one of the tools that you use in your profession? Yeah. All right, he's got that little window to look out. You can look out the little window to determine whether someone is able to communicate clearly and grounded in time and place. Yeah. Okay. Oriented to person, place, time, and situation. Yeah, like what year is it? Who's the president? George Bush. Right. Oh, George Bush Sr. Oh, no, that was a long time ago. Oh, okay. Now, let me direct your attention to your report from August the 3rd of 2023. In the patient complaint area, what is the conversation about on the particular day? So when I asked how he was doing, he said, I want to go to heaven. I asked that. Did he expand? Nope. But did he expand on why that was important to him? Oh, no, so he didn't say anything further. Wait, no, that's pretty much where it ended. I want to go to heaven. And then I asked whether he had contacted his wife. He said, I can't, but said he wanted to talk to her and see the family. Okay, maybe if you read that whole paragraph, and we'll come back to that. Okay, with reference to contacting his family and his heaven reference. Okay. So he talked about being afraid of dying. He said he felt like he was dying. Quote, I don't feel well. Unquote. He said, it feels my heart is going to quit. I had a heart attack before. Yeah, they're just trying to kill him. They're like, oh my God, this guy won't die. He indicated fearing something would happen to him before he got a chance to say goodbye to his family. Yeah. When asked about wanting to die, he said, part of me thinks I do. He denied any plan or intent to harm or kill himself. He indicated being confused and not knowing what was rational anymore. Exactly. Yeah. He needs help. Not fucking someone to confess to. When asked what he was confused about, he stated, because I don't know if I'm going to... No, fuck you. Nice. Yeah, it's a way to put that off onto this. He's confused because he doesn't know if he's going to heaven. These people are amazing. No, he's confused because he fucking barely knows which way is up. Did he indicate why he couldn't contact his family? I don't know if this was... Yeah, because they were holding it from him, probably. I don't know if this was where he was choosing not to. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, he was controlling, he was manipulating you guys again. Or whether he still just didn't have a tablet. You don't know. How could you find that out? At any time, did he indicate to you that he felt that his family didn't want to have him to contact? Yeah. So if he was saying that he has an iPad, but he doesn't, so where's that iPad? Show him using the iPad for everything else except he's stubbornly not calling his family at this time. Show me. Show us that. He's using his iPad for a day or two and he's being a jerk and he's fucking not going to call them. He chose not to talk to... She's calling him and he's fucking dismissing it, putting it in airplane mode or whatever, I don't know, and just playing, show me. I guarantee you, all those times he didn't want to talk to his family, that iPad has no other action on it. Show us that knowledge, see. That fucking... How many times did it turn on and off and get charged? Yep. At any time did he indicate to you that he felt that his family didn't want him to contact them? Yes. Was that after he was confessing? From the beginning? He would say things like, I just need to let my wife go. Basically that he's a burden and stuff like that. Okay. So that continued throughout. In different ways. So that continued throughout. In different ways. Judge, I believe that's the conclusion of the exhibit published to the jury. Okay. Oh boy. So they're still direct. I can't wait till the defense starts talking to her. I think this is still direct, right? This has to mean it's still direct. So, man, Miss Walla. Then in looking at exhibit, let me get my number here, 304. Did we get that? Did we get 304 or did I screw this up? Shit, I was there. You idiot. I don't think we did, right? I feel like we didn't. I forget if we did. Was it? No. Was this it? No. 304. Sorry. Where was I looking at that? Sorry, guys. 304. 304. 304. Where the hell? All these different sections. Wait. Oh my God. I'm getting better at this. There's a whole excluded ones down below. I should be not 304. I'm almost there. I like scrolling. It's like my keyboard, I can reach to get my keyboard, but it's like, I'm so close. So we don't get it. Tease, what a fuck. Let's see if there's anything in these excluded shit. Where's that excluded list? Here it is. I should be checking here. Affidavit, petition, PCA, position. Anything walla. Walla, walla, walla. Walla, walla, walla. Ooh, chi walla, walla. Ooh, chi bang, bang. Chi really, really, really. What's that other one? Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Ting, tang. Oh, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. Ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah. I'm singing away to myself like a maniac. Anything walla. Walla, walla. I really should be looking here because this seems to be stuff that's not there. So what were those? Murder sheets. There's the affidavit. The murder sheets. Some state-sponsored people lists excluded from the clerk's record. Transcript and motion to dismiss. Nah. Oh, wait. Oh, I did. I should. Look at this. My God, please be here. Walla, walla. Walla, walla. Sorry, guys. Man, this is going to prove fruitful this time. Aerial photos. Deposition. Nicole, that's the... I got to read this still. I skipped over that. I didn't even... I thought I definitely should be reading that because she's important. Blotcher. Murphy's. Sorry, guys. This is the one, Tina Garrison. If you're ever looking for that wicked Tina Garrison report dated September 21st, it's the same day they find the tip. Because Kathy Shanks talks about September 21st, 2022 being her dead husband's birthday, her belated husband's birthday. And that's when she finds that tip. Then you're getting this report to whoever Tina Garrison is. It's redacted, but this has got wild info here. Blair leaving, all this stuff, and Purple BD Cruiser, and this Wesley McWhirter, and the guy who walked his black dog, where McCain showing up at 2:45 and seeing Derek German's car at 2:45. And Derek says he didn't even get there till 3:15 or 3:20. And McCain leaves at 4:11 and sees the blue muscle car and a fucking motorcycle. Where's the motorcycle? Yeah, on the road, a motorcycle. They've identified it as Maya Abbott. She was talking to a male in a blue muscle car. Identified as Carl Abbott. The male was shouting, "Did you see my..." He observed a male wearing, "Did you see my kids?" So he sees Derek shouting, "Did you see my kids?" Right? Did he ask you again, Derek? Wait, that's weird. He also observed a male wearing a bright orange shirt, and the male was shouting, "Did you see my kids?" To you? Because he's already asked you on the trail. Fucking when he first got there at 3:15 or 3:30. But you said he was there already. This whole fucking thing, it's wild. Because he's arriving at 2:45. He sees McCain said that he saw a white station wagon when he arrived. We described that this car is Derek German's, white Impreza. The truck was David Riley's Honda Ridgeline. McCain said he walked into the hubs. Why doesn't McCain say he bumped into Derek? Or does he? He doesn't say that, does he? White Impreza. So McCain said he walked to the hub. This is where Derek says he bumped into him. Then to High Bridge, Freedom Bridge, then back to his vehicle. He was observed on video at 4:11 leaving. Why did he talk about bumping into Derek? Derek bumped into him in his testimony. When leaving, he observed a female sitting on the road in a motorcycle and a person in my hat. He's leaving at 4:11. He doesn't mention talking to Derek. He sees Derek's car half an hour before Derek says he got there. And then, but he also, we have identified this as Carl Abbott. So he also observed a male wearing a bright orange shirt. He also, maybe I missed it earlier. Oh, I shouldn't get stuck on this. A white Impala? I thought she had a black Impala. This is crazy. That's probably the white car he sees. I don't even know. But it's a white Impala? Somebody said black Impala when they were already there. They're the ones, her and Daniel Pearson or something. Whew. Man, this is wild. So McCain says he arrives half an hour earlier than Derek said he did, except he sees Derek's car already there. Says nothing about bumping into Derek when he walks in. But then this guy observed a male wearing a bright, which is Derek. The male was shouting, "Did you see my kids?" So we have identified this car. She was talking to a male in a blue button. So he also, this is McCain. So McCain sees Maya Abbott, and she was talking to a male in a blue muscle car. They've identified as Carl Abbott. But then McCain, he also observed a male wearing a bright orange shirt, which was Derek. You mean the guy that you talked to an hour and a half ago at this? He says he walked to the hub. The hub is where Derek says he bumps into you. Right. And he goes down here after that to Nisha's Bluff. He walked to the hub. No, or the Nisha's Bluff. Yeah. This is where Derek says, yeah, the hub. He doesn't go down the bluff. He just walks to it. And then he goes to the Monon High Bridge to the left. And Derek then, they're supposed to bump into each other at like 3:30ish. And Derek then goes down the bird sanctuary to the creek edge. So this is where Derek bumps into him. That's like 2:45. 2:50. Oh, fuck these people. Sorry. I'm not getting, no more rabbit holes. No more rabbit holes. I'm losing people. I'm going to keep reading. Let's do this. Sorry, guys. Miss Walla. Then, so I was looking for that exhibit. And did I even find, no, I couldn't get it because it's probably his health records. Did I even make it there? No, I'm not doing it. Sorry. If you guys see anything about Walla evidence, the witch doctor. Yeah, that was a song. Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah. Sorry, I missed that. I forgot about it. The one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people leader sure looks good to me. The one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people leader. What's that from? It's not the same song, is it? The one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people leader. That was some weird song. Was that the same song? Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla, bing-bang. Ooh-ee, ooh-ah-ah, ting-tang, walla-walla, bing-bang. Why do I know that so well? I think my dad had a record and we used to fart around with it. So, I'll just make reference to dates and give you a chance to look at that particular report. Would counsel, and we may not touch on all of them, before you go on, would counsel approach? Yes. So we're having a sidebar, Diener and Rosie and Gull. So, could we take a restroom break, please? It's 11. Oh, are you okay stopping? Yeah, I'm getting the sense that our table could use a break. Okay. That's okay. Okay. Can we? Yeah, that's fine. I could actually use a quick break too again. I gotta go. I'll be right back. I'm gonna Fishy, I'm gonna play that bit of that video again. Was there anything else Fishy wanted to play? I really gotta run to the wash. What's going on? I've been drinking a lot of water and I drank a couple coffees and I'm not going to make any more coffees, but I just got to run. So, yeah, that's fine, Shibby. You take a break too. All right. So let's take a break with them. All right, Fishy, if there's anything else I can play, if not, I'll just replay that other one. I've got your channel up and I've got this up. I just need 2 minutes. So if there's anything. So, all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break. And I got to read this just in case there's something happens here. Sometimes they throw shit in here. That's true. So to get up and move around a little bit. Yes. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please do that if all 15 of you are there. Yes, the one guy went on a family emergency and disappeared. We disappeared that guy. And he cried because he had to leave, but he was maybe elated he was leaving because his family, someone was wrong. But then he cried in the jury room at the same time. And please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, all rise, 10:50. Let's take 15. I'll need 2 minutes. Look at that. They're back on the record. I'm just going to get us to the part where they start. Then, so, all right. They're back on the record. Miss Diener, well, they took 20 minutes. Miss Diener, are you ready to continue? Yeah. Gentlemen, do you need a water or anything? Miss Walla, we have more water over here. Do you want one? I'm okay, thank you. All rise. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. Miss Diener, you may proceed. Thank you, Judge. I've got a quick feedback. Fishy's giving me the eye. Yeah, I see you, girl. I'll just play the other one a bit. Was there a part here that we liked? So this is, here, we'll play a quick one of, I like this one. What you're going to witness here is, I've got it turned.
Have a better understanding of the challenges of
not loud. It's at like less than half volume. This is a video
of eyewitness testimony, and you'll be.
She'll tell you it's about eyewitness testimony. You're going to see a fake, like some actors are going to bust into a bar and people are really going to think they see something. And eventually they're all like shocked. These aren't actors, just the people that are doing this are actors. And then they fake a murder. And these people afterwards, they ask them to remember what did you see? Like as witnesses. So all the people are in a bar. They have no idea what's going to happen. They supposedly. So a bunch of actors come in and all of these people are actors supposedly. And eventually they have to describe what they saw. And they have no idea this is going to happen. So it's a test of fake. It's acting. It's not real. But then afterwards they tell them, okay, it's not real, but, we'll give you a free beer or something if you help us with this, and what did you see? Who did you see? What? This guy killed him. He's dead. Like the ambulance comes in and takes him away and everything. These people are stunned. So I'll be right back. Should I go to the beginning?
Stress, time, and memory bias. In this video, we're going to explore the science of eyewitness.
So I'm not doing anything. I'm going to take a quick. I could have been back by now. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. I've got a drink. I don't need coffee. I'll be right back.
Testimony. We'll look at how the human brain processes information and how factors like stress, time, and memory bias can affect eyewitness testimony. We'll also look at some famous cases where eyewitness testimony has been challenged or overturned. By the end of this video, you'll have a better understanding of the challenges of eyewitness testimony, and you'll be able to think critically about the reliability of eyewitness evidence. The human brain is an incredibly complex organ, and it's not always perfect. When we see something, our brains don't simply record a perfect image of the object. Instead, our brains process the information and create a mental representation of the object. This mental representation is what we remember. The process of creating a mental representation is called encoding. Encoding is influenced by a number of factors, including the following. Attention. We are more likely to remember things that we pay attention to. If we're not paying attention, we're less likely to remember the details of an event. Rehearsal. The more we rehearse something, the more likely we are to remember it. For example, if we see a crime, we're more likely to remember the details if we think about them repeatedly after the event. Emotion. We're more likely to remember things that are emotionally charged. For example, we're more likely to remember the details of a car accident than we are to remember the details of a trip to the grocery store.
Though they don't know it, they're minutes away from becoming eyewitnesses to a murder. All they know now is that the railway is a pub near the studio that serves food.
Take me over. Why not? There he is now. I was just saying to you, girl, mate, right? It's the first time I've seen her smile. Sit down. First time I've seen her smile. When you was in the toilet. Just go. Just go. Dean! Sit down. Shut up. You fucking shut up. Get outside then. Stop it. Get outside. Get you. Jimmy, get outside. Jimmy, sit down. You guys. I can start with this. Give him in! Stop him! Jimmy, come here! Look what you made me do! He's been stabbed.
Phone an ambulance.
Dean.
Yeah, phone an ambulance.
Bleeding. Yeah, I need an ambulance. Dean, don't leave me. Don't leave me. I don't know what to do. Someone help me. I don't want to help me. Dean.
What happened?
Where are you? Don't get off me. Just don't move him. Don't move him.
Right, we're not moving him.
He's not breathing. I don't know what to do. He's not breathing.
Who stabbed him? The guy in the yellow?
He's had a stomach puncture. Got a stab wound to the stomach.
1864 Alpha. Yeah, we're stage 6 at the railway. Yeah, we've got a male who's got puncture into his abdomen.
On my count, 1, 2, 3.
Our volunteers are now eyewitnesses. The police are handling this crime like a real case.
Once we've encoded an event, it's stored in our memory. Memory is not a perfect system, and it can be affected by a number of factors, including the following. Time. The longer it takes us to recall something, the less accurate our memory is likely to be.
6 weeks after witnessing a fatal pub stabbing, we brought our volunteers back to take part in a photo identification experiment. In the studio, we placed 10 photographs, 3 of which are the actors from the pub fight: the murderer Gordon, his accomplice Jimmy, and the victim Dean. The remaining faces were of a selection of males completely unknown to our witnesses. We then asked them to identify any individuals they recognized and which part they played in the crime.
Number 6, he was the one who was wearing the high-vis jacket.
7 witnesses picked out Jimmy as the rude man in the high-visibility jacket, although most were confused as to the exact role he played in the crime. Surprisingly, no one identified Gordon as the murderer. In fact, only one witness placed him in the pub at the time of the crime.
I think number 1, he was just around the pub.
I recognise number 4.
Number 10 looks familiar, but I don't know why.
I think number 7 was the chap who was just jumping about.
It's very difficult to say.
Number 2. I'm pretty sure number 2.
But most shocking of all was the 2 witnesses identified the same innocent man, a man they could never have seen before, as the murderer.
Interference. Our memories can be interfered with by other memories. For example, if we see a number of people who...
All right, I'm back. So all we need now is to... Excuse me.
If you like this video, please like and subscribe, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Together, we wrote that. And that's it. I'm back. Thank you. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. If anyone's still here, I'll try not to wake the others. Let's do this. Excuse me one sec. Dr. Walla. This is what happened there again. They went for a break, right? What was it? I came to here because it was just because they were going to take a break, but still the direct exam, right? Yeah. So still the prosecution. They had a break. We're back. Dr. Walla. Everyone's got nice empty bladders and had a drink. Perfect. I took my vitamins too. I had extra time. Excuse me. My vitamins. So, Dr. Walla, do you recall Mr. Allen's physical appearance when you first met him back in November of 2022? I do. And would you be able to provide, say, maybe a physical description with regard to his weight by comparison to today? Right. He, I think he got to use he was maybe 180 pounds. Okay. Did weight kind of become a topic of conversation with regard to meals and refusing meals? Yeah, it did. And the exercise, well, yeah. Oh, you think it was actually, yeah. He's probably not, because those people are probably messing with his food. These guards handing you your food, oh my God, I wouldn't trust any of them. I don't know what I would do. Okay. Like, it seemed like it was all positive at first, yes. It's like when you go to the retreat, what is that called again? Like a rehab or, they go to you get better. And refusing meals is a concern for the DOC with regard to inmates. Is that correct? Hunger strikes? Okay. And so as a mental health provider for him, would you check in with him about things like that if he was refusing meals? Yeah, I would. Yeah, you check. But what about his medication? You had no concern about that. And you indicated at the beginning it seemed positive. Can you expand on that? Just that he was taking care of himself by exercising and trying to lose weight. He would think he was trying. He said that? Think he's trying to lose weight? And sometimes he would refuse meals, but he only did it enough to the point where, yeah, he wanted to see a six-pack, right? He wanted to get some abs. He wouldn't reach that fourth meal that they have to report it. So if you miss 3, it's fine. But if you miss 4, they have to report it downstate. So he was very careful about his manipulation, not getting to that fourth meal. Oh my God. And was there a time where he actually expressed some satisfaction with weight loss? I think so. What? I mean, if he's trying to lose weight and he lost all that weight, you don't know if he's like, fucking, yeah, I'm excited. She doesn't know, eh? What? And you indicate a knowledge that he was exercising in his cell. Did he share that with you? Yeah. Now, I'd like to direct you to Exhibit 304. That's in the back of the binder, behind the first or second tab. Okay, those are chronological order. I'm not going to touch on all of them. I just wanted them available to you for questions on direct or redirect. So I would like for you to flip to the report for November 10th of 2022 and take a look at the patient complaint area, the first 4 or 5 sentences. Let me look at that, make sure that that I'm talking about the right spot. Rosie jumps in. I'm sorry, where are we at? The date of November 10th, 2022. Oh, 2022, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, it'd be at the very beginning. Thank you. Okay, and actually, it'd be the middle of the paragraph with regard to reference about what your purpose was with regard to mental health visits. 1 second. Oh, I won't. All right. I want to bury 1 second, sorry. Got 2 bags of Ricola. Actually, I got 3 bags, all 3 flavors. Okay, and actually, it'll be in the middle. So, in the middle of the patient complaints paragraph. Yeah. So, it talks about there were times when he would refuse to come to see me and said he felt he was a burden and that he was told by other staff he had the options to refuse. And so I encouraged him to continue to come out for his visits. He mentioned being confused about who he should be communicating with, as he still has not been assigned a public defender. Oh boy. I told him not to speak about his case with anyone except his attorney. Yeah. Well, at this time, he's not confused. Probably pissed. I made it clear it was appropriate to accept help coping with mental health symptoms he's experiencing as a result of his circumstances. Okay. So, does that basically encapsulate how you were intending to assist him without interfering with this case? Right. And this is very early on, correct? Yep. Within a week of you starting services with him? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So now I'd like you to turn to April the 7th of 2023. Did you find that one? Yep. Okay. And go to the patient complaint area. Now, this would be after the first confession statement that you provided in your notes previously today, correct? Correct. Correct. Did Mr. Allen, did you have a chance to read that paragraph? I skimmed it. Okay. Sorry. I'll let you go ahead and look at that. Okay. In that particular session, did he make a reference to the fact that he was aware he had confessed? I told him he had confessed. Okay. Yeah, he had no clue. Fucking doesn't know where he is, right? Okay. That's right. Goddamn mouse. Did you also talk with him about why that might not be a good idea? Yeah, I said it was not in his best interest and likely against the advice of his attorneys to continue to verbalize his claims of guilt, as this information could, she's so worried about him, be passed on by other incarcerated individuals to their families and the media. Okay, so it appears advising him for his own safety, he should not be talking about that, right? Right. Yeah. In your clinical observations for that particular day, what do you note? It felt like he was being more blatant with feigning symptoms of confusion and memory loss and purposely behaving in a bizarre manner. Yeah. For people who might not be familiar with the term of feigning, would that be similar to saying that he's faking symptoms? Yeah, maybe a nicer way of putting it. No, it's not nicer. It's a fucking more clinical. Okay. Yeah. And what particular symptoms were you referencing in this observation? So he said, but I didn't sign anything, right? I told him he didn't plead guilty in any formal manner. He was oriented times 4. Person, place, time, and situation. So he was oriented, right? So were they asking what person, place, time? So everything's perfect. Yeah. She's got this 4 inches. So everything he says is legit because she's deemed him oriented. He asked why he was still on suicide watch. I let him know his ongoing behaviors suggest he's not being safe. But it seems to kind of be the claims of memory loss. Boy. Okay, could you turn to April 10th again, the patient complaint paragraph on that particular date? Did you meet with him outside of his cell? I did. Did we already talk about this, or is this another time? And did you make any observations with regard to him feigning symptoms? outside of his cell. Do they mean the APOD thing again? It's the first time they did this. I was wondering where, like out in the hallway or fucking. Excuse me. Sorry. Some odd behaviors. So he was sitting back against the wall. I kind of grunted there. Yeah, lowering his arms. He didn't respond when his name was called. He just stared forward. Yep, bacon away. He was naked. Oh, he's fucking got you where he wants you now. The condition of his cell was concerning, as he had papers strewn about the floor. Officers' logs indicated he may have been urinated outside of the toilet. He may have been urinating outside of the toilet, talking to himself and doing unknown things to his penis. He has been refusing meals and showers, admitting to various acts, talking about his wife, exhibiting religious preoccupation, and I believe then they took him out to clean the cell. What papers would be strewn all over his cell? I assume the ones that he got the discovery. And so, what do you know about him receiving discovery? And are we talking about discovery in this case? Is that what you mean? All I know is that they had discovery at the facility and they were concerned about other incarcerated individuals learning what was in the discovery. So when they did give it to him, they removed those from being companions. Oh, didn't they? I thought they removed the companions. Is that what they're trying to put it off as? No. They removed them because they were communicating. And the companions were going back to Gen Pop and talking inappropriately and telling people. There's a whole shenanigans going on here. You trying to say that that's why the companions were removed? Because now he gets this. When does he get the discovery? Is that what? When did he get the discovery? Because those companions are gone by the 4th, for sure. Could you turn April the 10th? Yeah, so on the 10th, he's out with all his discovery. The condition of his cell was concerning on the 10th. Right, so when he got his discovery, when did he get the discovery though? This is on the 10th. So we started with a report on the 5th. Again, this 5th is perfect, yep. Him confessing. When did he receive his discovery? Does anybody know? Because if they're saying, all I know is that they had discovery at the facility and they were concerned about other incarcerated individuals learning what was in the discovery. So when they did give it to him, they removed those from being companions. But again, if the guard receives on April the 5th under the door, how can he was April 4th between the end of December and April 4th, he's not on suicide watch, they said. Unless they said that incorrectly. They said he was not. She says it. He was not on suicide watch from the end of December to April the 4th. So on the 5th, the guard is there. So how are these companions even there? Because he's not on suicide watch. Are they just companions? This is where they're sneaking this in too. They don't say suicide companions. So they just give him regular companions, like buddies, friends, to pass the time and hang with? Is that what they said? And so they weren't suicide companions because he wasn't on suicide watch. They gave him buddies, companions to just hang with. Oh my God. I'm up. I'm still here, Carol. Oh, are you just waking up? Look at this. It's 6 a.m. Yeah, I'm never going to get this done at this rate. So I probably should plan on a part 2. But good morning, Carol. What's up? My newfound love, a new day begins. So what do you know? So do you know when he received his discovery? Anybody? Because they're trying to pretend like that's when they removed the companions, which really shouldn't be if they weren't suicide companions, right? They're trying to slip this in. because they gave it away saying that on the 5th. What's up? I think it's just you and I, Carol. Just you and I, girl. Let's do this. Starting a fresh new day. Are you just waking up? Or have you been up? I feel like you're just waking up. Weirdo. So that's bullshit. There's a whole bunch of bullshit going on here. Because they're saying this. I'm going to move on. But the companions, they couldn't have been suicide companions because he wasn't on suicide watch until the 4th. And the guard's there on the 5th. And they were there for weeks or days or at least. So he wasn't on. So that's why they're trying to say companions. Because they were just buddies. They had buddies hanging out to pass the time. They weren't on suicide watch, right? I must have missed that. They couldn't have been suicide companions, the inmates. So they can't see the papers. And so they give him his discovery and then they take the companions away because they're afraid of the companion getting that. Now this is happening on the 10th. That doesn't mean that's when he received the discovery. So whenever he received the discovery is when these companions got to leave. Which would have to have been on the 4th, right? Because they're saying that the guard received that letter on the 5th and he wasn't on watch, suicide watch. So unless they had companions that were different than suicide companions, and I'm just being dumb, there was none. Oh, read your comment. So officially he wasn't on. Okay, so that's what it is. They were threatening him like he was on suicide watch. Or they were treating him like he was on suicide watch. Sorry. Right. So what my question is, TJ, is those did they have regular companions there that weren't the inmates? Were the inmates suicide companions? Because they couldn't have been. Because he was not on suicide watch until the 4th. And it sounded like those inmates were with him for days or weeks. And they say that on April 5th, that guard is there as a suicide companion on the 5th. And he receives that under the door. He receives that under the door on the 5th. Therefore, and Monica Wallace says he's not on suicide watch from the end of December until April 4th. He's not, right? So you're saying, so when were those companions then? Because those companions had to have been there for a couple of weeks at least. And they couldn't. The inmates weren't suicide companions, were they? They were just companions to hang out with them. That's the only thing they could have been. Hey, Nature, what's up? Good morning. You back or? And then, so the companions left and gave him when he got his discovery. When does he get his discovery? Because on the 10th, they're already cleaning it up. So he's got it at least the 10th or earlier. What date does he receive the discovery? Because that's the day they're implying that the companions are no longer there. And the companions could never have been suicide companions because the guard is there on the 5th. So they must have just been regular companions. And he's not on suicide watch. So they weren't, yeah. So they were just companions hanging out watching him. That's wild. Cool. Well, they couldn't. Well, from what date though, Nature? Because April what? You guys, we need specifics. Come on. Because we're talking days here. It matters. Because the 4th is when she says he goes back on. Wallace says he starts suicide watch on the 4th. The guard is there on the 5th. If he's a suicide companion on the 5th, then because those guards were there to take over for the inmates. The inmates could never have been a suicide companion, right? Like you're saying, and then the companions would be like 3 months afterwards. We need the terms correct. Suicide companions and regular companion, inmates and guards. We need, when did you get his discovery? The 4th, the 5th. You know what I'm saying? They made us believe he was on suicide watch. No, he wasn't though. Not technically, because Wallace says it in her testimony right here. She says it from December 28th, unless they wrote it wrong in this. She says it about 3 or 4 pages ago that he wasn't on suicide watch from the end of December until April 4th. And they put him back on. Unless I don't think I misread it, but she says he wasn't. Yeah, so this is wild, eh? Because she's implying that on the 4th, she puts him back on suicide watch. And I'm just thinking those companions couldn't have been suicide companions because the guard is there on the 5th to receive that thing under the door. And he's there on a suicide watch. So if he's receiving that as a suicide companion, then those companions, because they must have been gone. They must have been in, like February and March. Or March, right? At least March, half of March. I don't know. But he's not on suicide watch, she says, until April 4th. Oh, so she's lying. Okay. Okay. I'll take that. Yeah. I'm just saying what she said. So she's saying, yeah, I could go with that. I'm a confused old man, guys. You need to help me. I'm a confused old man. I hear that. I would believe that. Yeah. Like, was there proof that he wasn't on suicide? So is that when all those confessions happen? So they don't want to say he's on suicide watch? And that has to go with this Galapoo. He backdates this a month, right? He backdates this a month. He says March 5th, but the guard clearly says that it slid under the door on April 5th. He gets this. The guard receives it. And he says he received it a month earlier on March the 5th. So, and then the day he gets his discovery, they get rid of the regular companions because it couldn't have been the 10th because they're already gone, right? So it couldn't have been on the 10th when he's throwing it all over his cell. So the suicide companions must have been gone whenever he gets his discovery because they didn't want yeah. If they removed them on the 10th, that's lies too. So we started to report on April the 5th. This whole April 5th, they're really pushing April 5th, eh? So we started with a report, yeah. So April 12th, to review the patient complaint paragraph. Oh boy, I should probably just read and I should put this together. Galapoo is related to Doug Carter. I don't want to debate, young lady. I don't want to debate you. I want to get to the answer. So brainstorm. Say brainstorm. Brainstorm. Free ball. Let our balls hang. I don't want to debate you. I hear what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying. I like to brainstorm and free ball. And we'll let our balls hang and swing in the breeze. So they can't see the papers. That's the extent of it. I personally never saw them. So just remember that. There's a whole... She says the companions they got rid of the companions because they didn't want them to see the discovery. But they, in their testimony, they said the companions got rid of them because they're inappropriately taking information they talked to him about when they shouldn't have been or something. They were supposed to be just listening, right? But then they were actually conversing with them, and Galapoo knew it, and that was against the policies. So they said that's why they got rid of him. That for the suicide companion guys to come in, the guards to come in. I could have sworn. I guess I assumed that when they said companions, they meant suicide companions, but they couldn't have been suicide companions because he wasn't on suicide watch. She says. So I don't know. Yeah, brainstormed the shit out of me. Oh yeah, is that a challenge? Gonna blow my mind. Brainstorm. Brain blow. Boom. Uh-oh. So I'll keep reading. So basically I shouldn't really get done today. I should probably focus more on details, unless I should just read, because there's no, what time is it? Oh, I got 2 hours. Let's see how it goes. If I can't get to at least 100, then there's no chance. So, okay. So, remember that. Companions. April 4th, she says he starts suicide watch. April 5th, the guard is there. Therefore, these guys couldn't have been suicide companions because I thought they were there for weeks. They're supposed to be gone when the discovery gets there. And this is on the 10th when they're chasing him and he's cleaning his cell. So that, man, oh man. So the suicide companions, they weren't suicide companions, those guys. They were just companions. Right. But what was their official title? Were they just companions? And I just assumed they were supposed to be suicide. Because they couldn't have been, on her, the way she explains it, is he wasn't on suicide watch until the 4th. And even if she's lying, then it hurts her because this guard is there on suicide watch on the 5th because he's replacing these guys. So if it's anything said to these guys, they couldn't have been to them as suicide companions because they're just on companionship, I guess. And they removed them because they're talking with them. When do all these guards say they said that stuff? That's what I should have paid. I'm going to go back after. And when do those guards say these? Where the hell are they? When do they all say, these guys? When do they all say they started? Because they do say their dates. That's it. I remember this now. They all had something sketchy with their dates and when they started. Every one of them talks about when they start. This guy Drang is the first guy, and he sounds like he got fired for probably trying to say the right thing and didn't help them lie. When did you start? That's what I need to find out, is when these guys started, because they're starting, because they're taking over. On the left side of the document, does it give you a date? So on the 5th, look at this, it's that 5th. And would this document reflect what you observed? So, and on the left side of the document, April 5th, on the left side, there's always something weird. On the left side of the document, stuff was cut off on the documents. If you look on this document, some weirdness. There's always some fucking weirdness. Where's that other piece? There's another piece from Galapagos. There's a whole thing. This is so sus. So when does he start? So and where are you? So my name's there on my. So he says he's there at this day. This is the weird part. So he's probably not. So I might say, look at, hey. Oh, so in this, so he's filling it out, and it's weirdness here because, how do you know? Well, my name's on there, so it had to have been me. Where are your initials on your document? Yeah, my initials are right there. So that was, every one of them has a weirdness of when they started. So compare which report, what is the date? So 4/5. That's what's going on. I want to draw your attention to April 5th. Man. So they're trying to make it like these guys are always there or something. But it's probably those suicide companions. And he told this all to those companions. And then the guards, they know they're not trustworthy, so they got to say it's the guards that heard it instead, or something's weird. Oh my goodness. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, yeah. Safekeeping was the whole point of safekeeping, right? Yeah. They're in a program called the Plus program, and that's their job. They've always said, yeah, the reason he was there was because he was on suicide. Right. That's why they sent him, because they had the extra stuff. And that's how they can do the safekeeping. When was that? April, May, June. So it's not till, when was the safekeeping? That was in 22. No. It was in April, May, June 5th, right? June 15th of 23. So April, May, June. So the safekeeping is not until June 15th. That's when they get the official stuff, I guess. So they're doing all this before without the safe. This is in April and May. So January, February, March. Those are the months, because he's in November. So December, January. So they say by the end of December he's not on suicide watch. So they get him in there on the suicide watch. They say it by the end of December, he's off of suicide watch. They lie. I guess Wallace says it. They, from the end of December. No. Or was there another safekeeping? Because that was June 15th, the trial. The hearing was June 15th. No, it was not. Unless there was a different one. Or when they started it, I guess. I don't know. What was that safekeeping hearing? It was about, so the okay, I see what you're saying. So that was a safekeeping, they say, the first one, and then they have a hearing about it on June 15th. It was definitely June 15th, right? Something on June 15th was this, the hearing for sure. But it's probably to deal with all that stuff. Oh boy. I think for now we should probably concentrate on, at the very least, when do all these guys say they started? Because it almost sounds like the companions were actually really suicide companions on until around the 10th. And then these guards are jumping in to say, oh no, it was us that's in us. We put our initials all over it. Therefore it was us, but it was, so to get them moved out of safekeeping. Okay. So the safekeeping started. Yeah. June 5th. Yeah. So the safekeeping starts in November. Right. Yeah. Because that's how they get him in. So they probably get him in under the guise that he's on, and then they get him to Westville because he's on suicide watch. But then they take him off of suicide watch. They're lying. And I don't know. Yeah. I could put all this together if I understood exactly what it, so I'm definitely, because I see so many weird things here. The weirdest parts for me is but when these guys started, every one of them has been trotted in here to say they started this date, they started this date, see, but I have a feeling it seems like it's bullshit that they didn't start on these dates and they're lying for them, and it's because what was told to those convicts, they want to be attributed to being told to the guards because it would be more believable. And they're all just fucking, oh my god, has to be, in my opinion. So when did they say they started? Like this April 5th. They couldn't, what is there, a pile of suicide commands on the 5th? Because she puts them back on suicide watch on the 4th? What time do you start observing? Yeah, they all said, yeah, there was all the weirdness. Yep, that day, he was there that day. I started, that's why I'm there. I'm starting like a new role as a suicide companion. It's got to be it. Every one of them. No? So Mr. Drang, the 5th is the date the log sheet was completed. They're pushing this. The 5th. I guarantee you. I fucking guarantee you. Because this guy is the one that doesn't sound like he wants to lie. Yeah. He's a yes. Watch, he says he ends up getting fired, this guy. That's probably why they went for him first. Because it's like he didn't want to accept their lie. He didn't want to lie for them. Feels like it. The day he slipped the letter in the door, right? Yeah. That was it, April 5th. So he's there. Slipped the letter under the door. It's a handwritten, so that's the letter was March 15th. But wait, did he slip that under the door too? The handwritten note. So I don't want to get it confused. What are they calling which? So this is called, I got to get rid of these. Just because they're, what is this? This is not the letter. This is the note then? Is there more? Because he writes like a letter too, right? So I need to understand which one they're calling which. That's what it is. And I should. So he didn't get moved until November of 2023. Right. So he's in on November 2022. That's what we're talking about. So we're talking about 2022. So he's in. He gets arrested October, the search warrant, he gets in. This is in 2022. No? Right. Because then the gag order starts at December 2nd, 2022. And then they're saying by the end of December, he's moved to Westville and he's no longer on suicide watch for those first, until April the 4th, he's back on suicide watch. So, what is 2020? Well, that's a different move. I don't know. 2022 is when he goes in. It's probably. I think it'll make more sense if we can get their wording correct, because they're saying a letter slipping. But on the 5th, this not? It's not the letter. This is a request for an interview to the warden. He slides this under the door, and he doesn't date it. And this is the guard that said it was on the 5th, but Gallipo then tries to date it March 5th. Where was I? So I gotta close some of these tabs. This. So here I'm just gonna open these guys to see. I gotta find out when they started. That's the best. So the note on a date was March 15th. So it's not to say they didn't work there. They're just saying they started as suicide companion, their role, right? As suicide companions. Doesn't mean they don't work there, right? So I just want to get, because each one of them there's a weirdness about, and it got weirder and weirder about when you first under the door, April 5th. So were there contents in the yellow envelope he slid under the door on April 5th? And this is the juror questions. 2023, 8:05 a.m. as noted in your log. Yes, there were. I'm going to show you which one. State Exhibit 292. So was that 292? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's 292. Contents of the envelope. So where's that letter? I need that letter. Because March 15th, they're saying, right? Was the letter first? He writes a hand note, like a letter. But he also writes one in the beginning, too, about attorneys. So how many letters does he write? And they're saying March 15th. What is that? March 15th. Yeah. March 15th. What was that? March 15th. He's writing a hand note. Oh my goodness. This is so convoluted. I can't. That's too much. I should just keep reading. But these dates, I gotta get better handle of all this. And the letter versus this isn't a slip, a note. This isn't a letter. He wrote a letter, but he also wrote one in the beginning. How many letters does he wrote? I think he wrote a bunch, right? A couple at least. He wrote a hand one in the beginning about the lawyers, that he was wrong. He does want public defenders. That's way in the beginning. But then he writes supposedly a note to Gallipo, probably. I don't even know anymore. It's getting to be out of control. So I think I should do one thing at a time. And there's something weird about them being there on the 5th. They all, when they start as a companion, as a suicide companion, not their employment necessarily, always a weird time. This guy seems like the one who gets fired and doesn't want to lie for them. That's what I always felt. Now it makes more sense. Hey, what's up? Just James. Good morning. We are supposed to be reading Monica Walla, but I almost got sidetracked. I kind of am in a little loopy sidetrack of just trying to figure out this whole April 4th, April 5th baloney. They're saying all these guys are taking over. I like they were taking over for the other guys as suicide companions. But they couldn't have been, because they're all starting on the 5th. And on the 4th, Walla says is when he's put back on suicide watch. She says that from the end of December to April the 4th, he's not on suicide watch. That's what they say. 4 people in prison. It's a time cut, and it's supposed to help rehabilitate people. He was moved to prison within 10 days of, yeah, right. So that's the first, yeah, and they did that on the guys. So the safekeeping started, right, like under the guys that he's on suicide watch and they don't have the right resources. But then are they saying they took him off suicide watch at the end of December? Kind of what Wallace suggested. She said that by the end of December, he's no longer. Oh, yep. Don't you get in trouble at work. Yep. Don't you get in trouble. I'll probably be around for a bit. So hurry back, young lady. Hell yeah. Oh, man. I should probably keep reading because when I do this, I could fucking rabbit hole and loop and loop and loop. I'm not going to. How's this? The last thing is, if anybody knows all these guys, so the next guy is Clemens. There's something weird about every time they say they started. Just something really weird about, yeah, as a suicide companion, not as a guard at Westville, as a suicide companion. Something weird. April 5th is all these guys. What is it? There's something weird about it every time. Like when they start, it's fucking weird. Every time I read one of these, last night's show, I read each one of these guys. And at the beginning, it was a really weird feeling at the beginning. So what is the date? On April the 6th. But they scribble it out. And on the side now it says April 7th. Like every one of them has something weird. Like, then the next guy is, yeah. So it's got to be those fucking guys were the suicide companions, and they want us to believe it's the guards that were there to make those confessions legit. Because if those confessions were to these convicts who are acting like wackos, right? Ooh, what? I have my own business. I have a couple of my own. I have my RC cars, and I'm doing security for my neighbor who's building $2.2 million homes next door to me. And I'm all up in that. And he's got like $1 bazillion worth of stuff I'm watching right at my side door. And I fix and buy and sell and fix these ridiculous heavy machinery toy cars. So, other people, I'm not even sure. I think a lot of people, like Nature says she's like, I think people like night shift RNs and I have to stay up and you guys are doing me a favor. So I figure, why not be the first YouTuber in the world to read every document of this trial? Look at this. Day one, everything. Only days off I've taken are to celebrate that lucky New Year's and Christmas. I took a bit. It was Christmas Eve and 2 shows Christmas night because I got a copyright strike and had to start again. Yeah, that's what happened. So, but everything else, I did a few things like when the appeals came in, but for the most part, and the Saturday nights we just farted around with Dave's show before Dave's, and I stopped like when that appeal stuff came in. I did but for the most part, I've been Day 3, Part 1, Day 3, Part 2, reading, just going along. Pretty much read everything in this order. I've just been going to the next day and reading the exact order they have. So today I'm doing Walla. And then tomorrow I'll do, well, not tomorrow. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to boom. I can't make videos. I'm getting good at thumbnails. This is my contribution to hopefully when this appeal comes, I'll have I should know all this stuff, but I probably in the beginning, I probably farted around way too much in chats. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Oh, hey, Shibby, no joke though. I need your, oh my goodness. You need my email too before posting a chat. Oh, yeah. It's actually in this chat. I'll put it again. You know what? I could pin it up top if I find it. Because I've put it in today a couple times. I'll go find. I'm on my other screen. One sec. Make sure I'm on the right account. Oh no, I wasn't. I'll go to this one and I'll find it. It was earlier. I put my email in chat so I can just pin it. Give me a second when I find it. It's written in there. And where are you? Where are you? I should just type it in. It's not even hard. No, fuck it. I should just type it in if I don't find it. But I love doing this. I'm looking for it now, and I know it's here. I could type it in so easy, but scrolling with my mouse wheel on my other screen through the chat, because I'm weird like that. Like the easy, normal, like I could have typed it in and put it in chat already, but I'm so neurotic, I guess. It's like, no, I'm going to challenge myself and find this and pin it without typing it. But I could have typed it like 10 times by now. It's just earlier someone asked for my email. We put it in chat. You know what? I'm just going to write it in chat. I'm nuts. I'm nuts. Yes. Oh, anytime, yeah. Oh, when I was 1986, my old man bought me an RC car. And I collected them, I erased them, I fixed them, I repaired them, I flipped them, I restored them, I play with them myself. Oh, I'm writing my email, NHL01 Z28 Camaro at live.com. See, NHL01 Z28 Camaro live.com. There you go. That's me. And it's like I've had that for like 20 something years, I think. So with the RC cars, yeah. Oh my God. I have cars that are worth thousands of dollars. I can show you. I have a whole collection from 1986. My first car my dad got me was called a Marui Galaxy RS. I've got a bunch of them, but there's a company back in the 80s that made RC cars, like around the same time as, anyways, to make it short, like we'd go to the hobby shop and buy it, my dad and I, and we'd spend weeks trying to build them. We'd wreck things and smoke the speed controls and have to go back and buy new ones. We didn't know what we were doing, but it was like a great time. So they made like 15, they made about 12 different models each year, basically. And there's like a Big Bear and all these models, and so I have a couple of each one, the whole collection. I have brand new ones in boxes, unassembled. I have one I could drive and one that's assembled, but in like a shelf queen that's mint condition, exact replicas, the whole collection of them. Each one, it's probably worth a couple $1,000 each one. And there's 12, so just that alone. So, but yeah. So some of them are vintage, yes. You can't buy them, the nostalgic memories of them. These guys, that's what we're doing. I'll show you here. I'll show you parts of the one. It's in that little short I play. Here's the shorts. Each one of these is, to buy them is like $1,000. And then the electronics are worth like $1,000. So and you have each model here. So here's the first one. I'll show you. I was restoring this one. It's not the one I got from my dad in the 86. It's this blue one up on the shelf here. This bluish one. Watch, I'll try to pause it. That's one of them, right? Oh, when it goes down. These are tanks that shoot BBs. This one right here. This is a Marui Galaxy from 1986. I have like 15 of them. I have them just on eBay to buy one now that's unassembled in the kit, in the box, like all pieces. It's like $1,500 on eBay, American. Unassembled. Because they were special. I don't know. This is like, drives in the snow, these ones. These are crawlers. More snow vehicles. This one here, watch. These ones down here are the special ones. At the bottom. Oh, it'll come back in a second. These ones at the bottom are the special ones. Right here. So these are all in order of year, like the Marui, each year they put one out, the big, each one of these is like thousands, at least $500 to $1,000, each one of these. And then I've got them also, versions of them in the back, in my room back here. I have them in boxes that are unassembled. So And I have versions I could drive, shelf queens that are brand new. Oh my gosh, it's wild. It's crazy. It's ridiculous, almost borderline ridiculous. But I love it. And that's it. This is a snowblower. You can see my snow. This is got tracks on it. I literally just drove. This is why there's snow on it, because I brought it inside. And this has like a separate car here. It has its own motor, speed control, servos to turn this, and I shoot snow. It's real. Works as a snowblower. Anyways, that's fun. So we'll do that another day. There's my email. I should continue reading because I could loop here and I'll never get this done. How about this? There's 170. So what's half of 177? So 80 and 80 is 160. So it would be around 80. If I should get to around 85, I should do half today and I'll do half in the next show. But tonight is what? Oh, it's Saturday night. Dave is on. 170. Or, yeah, I can start and we can go to Dave's, or then I can start again after. Yeah, that's it. New old stock. Like, I can buy the parts for it. And if I go on eBay to buy just like a little plastic arm, it's like $35 or $40 because they stopped making them in 1986. But there's people that have old hobby shops. They sell the parts and you can find them, but it's really hard. So all you do is buy one, restore it, and wait till somebody's had one as a kid, and they'll pay you ridiculous amounts of money for their nostalgic memories of their childhood. That's where the big money comes, but they're like classics, and people will pay $1,000 or even $1,500 for a car that was $100 or back in 1986 or but they stopped making them back in the 80s. The company stopped in I think it was the late 80s. So it is funny, but don't you get me distracted. I've got enough distractions here. New old stuff. But now the thing is, if you get a 3D printer, you can make parts. You can get CNC, like little lathe machines, and recreate the parts. So it's pretty neat. So I can make 3D bumpers and stuff that are so hard to find. And then you can make a bunch of them and sell them for 20 or 30 bucks when it costs you 10 cents to make them. As long as you get the files to make them, and they're so old, and I don't know, you can just reproduce them. Like all these little bumpers and stuff, these people would pay. If I make a bunch of bumpers that cost pennies or whatever to make them, and they can't find them anymore, they'll pay you 30 bucks for something that they can't buy anymore. And you make a little 3D bumper recreating it, so they can have, there's people they're nuts, just like me. So anyway, but also the new stuff too. The new stuff is cool. Everything. Just think of everything: buying, racing, driving, selling, crawling, fixing, repairing, upgrading, modifying, restoring, cleaning. Everything. Anything you can do is what I do. And I know so many people with it. I don't have to advertise too much because I've been doing it for so long. Racing, like these guys race them like real racing, and it's really weird. The sponsorship through, but it's crazy. It's just like playing with toys, but it's fun. So I should probably just read before I get way too off. And if I get halfway, so 80s, 160. So there's 17, 18. So about, if I can get to around 89 or so, I'll feel comfortable. So basically if anyone sees about when these guys started, April 4th and 5th, when the actual suicide, if Wall is like technically lying about him being on suicide watch until the end of December, she says, of 2022, he's off of suicide watch, she says, in her testimony. And he's back on April 4th. Then all of a sudden, these guys are coincidentally showing up in, each one is a weirder circumstance of when they're showing up right at that time. And then the discovery on the 10th is they're cleaning he's got the discovery, and the 10th they're cleaning it because He's got discovery all over the place, and those companions are removed because they don't want them to get their hands on the discovery. So he must have had it earlier. And then, oh my goodness, each one of these has something sus about when they started. Then their names are on this side and this side. And then there's another guy that talks about when he showed up, his sheet says his name's at the top. No, some other guy, that money guy, fills at the top, Money Penny or something. And then the Money Penny starts the form, and then the Money Penny fills out the last line of this form, but everything in between is written by this guy. Each one of them has something sus. And that's why they're bringing them in here, for something to prove a point. Not these guys. These guys. Drang is the first one. He gets fired and sounds like he doesn't want to lie for them. Then each one of these guys gets more ridiculous. There's a reason that's super sus of when they start as the companionship, not really as Westville guards themselves, as the suicide companion. Each one of them has made me suspicious. So let's watch Michael Roberts. Like, look at, he's going to start, it's all perfect and everything lines up, or they have to change the dates and the dates are wrong. So they add addendums to these dates to say this was this day and not this day. And oh my God, it's just like piecemeal together. Every one at the beginning, it's so weird how they start. Something just sounds wrong about every one of these guys' testimony. Each one of them, it gets worse and worse. So April 7th, look at, yeah, so I have a feeling that by the 10th, they probably guards maybe started by the 10th, but all these juicy confessions were told to these convicts. I'm not saying so, just saying it sounds to me like all those stuff was said to the companions from April 4th to like whatever. And they want to say that it was the guards that heard this instead of these companions. It just sounds like it, in my opinion. Each one of them, you've got to watch, and there's this weird, each one of them has a watch. There's going to be something weird. I don't even remember. Something weird about the form. Sorry, it's actually this. All right, yeah. The third sheet. So I'm going to draw, which one? The 23rd, the next sheet. Oh my God, there's each one of them. Draw your attention to the date. On the date and time, what? There's something weird about everything. I want to draw your attention to the next page, April 13th. So each one of them starts out, I'm going to draw your attention to the companion watch report of April 7th at 12:45. Can you tell the jury what he said to you? Dear Lord, forgive me for molesting, then I want to draw your attention to this time and this time. It just feels like the rest of them may be, because the 10th, but it feels like these original ones are trying to sneak in as if he said this to this guy, but it feels like it's to one of those inmates, in my opinion, and they want to say that it was this guy that heard it, because that if that inmate says they heard it, and after what they were doing, talking to people and all that, they would never allow it probably. So each one of them, and then there's always something weird about filling out the forms, and each one of them has something that made me the hair stand up. Like, what? It just sounds so ridiculous the way they explain it. So you gave it by August 8th. So the statement, you gave statements August, right? So forget that. Each one of them has something sus. I should just sticking with that beginning. It's that beginning of April 4th, 5th, and the discovery. They're cleaning out a cell on the 10th. Just companions. But if those companions couldn't have been suicide companions, because they're saying they took over as suicide companions from these guys, but they couldn't have been suicide companions because they're there on the 5th. So on the 4th, she says she puts them back on suicide watch. And then those guys were there as companions it sounded like for weeks. But they couldn't have been suicide companions because he's not on suicide watch she says from the end of August to April 4th of 2023, the end of December 2022 to the April 4th of 2023. She says he's not on suicide watch between them times. So there's a whole weirdness here. Each one of them. I'll show you every single one of them. The next guy is Michael Roberts. Watch. It's not who I have up, right? This is Michael Clemens. So Michael Roberts is weird too. Watch. I'm going to go, I'll just show you. So each one of these guys has something. It's around the April 4th, 5th weirdness. So it's got to be it. They want, in my opinion, something's up with them. And it's almost like this was all said to those suicide companions, but they want to say that it was the guards that heard it instead. And therefore, look at my initials here. Look at my form. Watch. My form's here. Look at April 7th. My form's here. My initials are here. Boom. Therefore, it's me. He said this to me. But it feels like, no, dude. It doesn't feel right. Watch. There's something weird about the forms. And this guy, each one of them has something weird about their forms. There's a lot of stuff in his documents, the witnesses, so no objections. Watch. It's the whole thing about, yeah, I signed it. That's me. Yep. Logs. Documentation is filed out as while acting as your suicide companion. Yeah. Each one of them starts out so weird. That's not believable. So suspicious. He's been there for 8 years already. So, but we're talking about just as they start as suicide companions, not at Westville. Each one of them. So fuck this whole microphone distraction. Not falling for it. State of Indiana, Westville Correctional Facility. Look at. So he's been there for 8 years, but then he's going as a suicide companion. Watch. Something I don't even remember what it is. I just know I can find it because each one of them has something ridiculous. But when they started, and there are times you're assigned to watch a cell as a suicide companion, certain logs you filled out. Definitely those you that filled these out, and those are your initials, right? Therefore, so yeah, we're supposed to log everything and did throw it. Yeah. In real time, what he said. Every 15 minutes they're logging, and also anything in between what he's saying. And they're just listening, I guess. And the reason these guys are all here is to replace the other guys because they were talking so much. Yet, if he's there on the 5th to replace them, how he's only put back on the 4th? Are we saying all that stuff happened the night before to all those other companions? No, it sounded like they were there for weeks, but he's not on suicide watch, she says. Voila. So none of it makes sense. Unless I have it wrong. I could have it. I just as easily have it wrong. Just each one of these is the whole beginning, the handwriting. Yeah, it has to be my signature. Like just weird statements like that. Fuck, it has to be my signature, and it has to be my handwriting. Just weird shit. And we don't get any of them because look at, none of these are available to us. Because logs and documents while you were acting. Yep. The suicide watch logs. Monitor him. None of these states, it's all the same number, but we can't get each one is listed as different numbers, but none of them are there, obviously, right? Our logs, everything that happened that day on that shift, and my signature. Yeah. How do you know it's yours? How do you know that document is yours? Oh, fuck, it's my handwriting and my signature on a piece of paper. So look at carbon date the ink. You're going to see it's going to go right to this date. You know, like, how would we know? Yeah. You know, it just feels like to me that they want this to be said to these guards and not these other companions who I think it was, in my opinion. So everything, there's a lot of stuff on these documents. Spots of the documents that I'm going to reference. Yeah, there's some weird shit on each one of these documents. And it gets fucking, look at April 7th is the date. We said this on this date to this guy. Like, man, how many guys are watching him on the same, like this is just the same. Did I pull this guy up? I'm probably reading the same document. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I already pulled this guy up. So it's the other Michael, see? So there's this one, right? See, I pulled up this, so see, look at me. I'm thinking that something looks weird, suspicious, because I pulled up the same one again. So I was supposed to go to this guy. James Early. So here, the beginning of James Early. Watch. It's gonna be so. Everything I said there in the last few minutes. See, I'm an idiot. No wonder it looked the same, because it was the exact same. That's the one I had previous. Because there was 2 Michaels, but I brought up a third one, which was the second guy twice. So that's 74. So it feels, they're talking about the temperature. Watch the beginning. The mic's fucked. Excuse me. Spell your aim. When he's been in correction. So here, he's going to be on the 5th. He's going to be perfect. Watch. I didn't even remember. So when did you first come into contact with him? So that's not what we want. The suicide watch is what we want. So paperwork is suicide companion. Each one of them has a really weird start. So the companion sheet that it was 15-minute schedule. Every 15 minutes, if nothing was happening, they would just write every 15 minutes. But if something did happen, they would write in between what it was. So every 15 minutes, they needed to document it. But they were sitting there, right? They weren't. They weren't. It's almost like they were covering for the fact that they were coming back every 15 minutes to just look in on him. But they're saying that he was there because there was a whole thing of there was 2 different ways to call it. That they had sit there the whole time, and they could kind of do their rounds and come back every 15 minutes. But either way, they're sitting there, and they have to document every 15 minutes. Just sitting there. And while you're doing those logs, sitting there. But who knows, right? They're saying they're sitting, but who knows if they're not. So they could change the designation. And I forget what it was. That it was like, oh God, it's so easy. That they're watching them full time versus just this intermittent. There's names, they have names for it. And it's probably just the English word that matches it best, and I can't think of it. Okay, so here. So from April the 8th, sorry. So something's wrong already here. What are those? Ooh, is the entry from October? No, April 8th. Every one of them's got something weird at the beginning. While you're doing those logs, did you make those entries in real time? Mark, see what are those entries from? All these entries, April 8th, April 9th. See? They want to affect with these ones, and they throw in something as a distraction. It doesn't. So it's this ones, it's these beginning ones, because before the 10th, right? So it sounds to me, I bet you, if we really look into it, I bet you those companions were on I'm guessing that, just my theory, it could be way off. That whole April 10th where he's out in the hallway and they're cleaning his room because he's got discovery everywhere. They don't want those other inmates to get a hold of that discovery, because they're already being irresponsible and talking about everything he's saying to them in general population. And so that's what Galapagos says. He removes them and puts these guards on duty. But they couldn't have been on suicide watch, because they're saying these guards were there from the 5th. And she's saying he's not on suicide watch until the 4th. So what if those companions were there for weeks? That would be the end of March, or all of March, or January, February, and March. I don't know. Whenever those companions are there, the inmates, they couldn't have been suicide companions, because the guards have taken over by the 5th. So I have a feeling that the inmates went to like the 10th, and these guys are all saying this is them hearing what was said to the convicts, like the inmates, suicide companions. I bet each one of these guys starts weird circumstances, and then there's the sheets are filled out in weird ways. Their names are popping up on this side and disappearing here, and another guy's name is here. Then he fills out the sheet, and the other guy has the last entries on the sheet. And I want to draw your attention to the 8th. It's going to be something weird again with this guy. Watch. He heard a confession, right? So I want to draw your last sheet in the package. So May 1st. I'm not falling for that. That's the distraction, in my opinion. Fuck it. That's a distraction, because seems like they're not focusing on those ones. So here we go. So then look at that. She wrote the letter on April 3rd. What? So here, So he wrote a letter on April 3rd, confessing to these crimes. And the warden and Dr. Wall, but he told you he wanted to confess on the 1st. Everything is something fucking weird here, guys. So April 3rd. So 2 days before he writes this, he writes that letter. They're saying he written a letter to the warden on April 3rd to confess to these crimes, but this is from the 5th. This is the 5th. This guy says he receives this under the door on the 5th, and he tries to backdate it to March 5th. He receives it. The first guy receives this on April 5th. This can't be the letter. There's that letter also. So the letter was a couple of days before this. Because then he requests to see it. I don't know. It's all crazy. Each one of them. So are you aware that he already written a letter to the warden on the 5th? So he's hearing this, and his is on either the May 1st or April the 8th. I have a feeling what they always do is their first few are the ones they want to sneak. They want to distract you because they want these ones, April 8th and 9th probably. And then they fucking distract you for this because it's before the 10th, it seems like. It's the 5th to the 10th because they're shaking up his room. He's in the hallway and there's discovery all over his room by the 10th. Not his room, his fucking cell. So sounds like when Walla gets there on the 10th. But on the 10th, it feels like all these confessions were probably these early ones between the 4th or the 5th and the 10th. And it's like on the 10th is like when they removed these companions. And they wanted you to think that they were removed really earlier. But they couldn't have been suicide companions because he was put on suicide watch on the 4th. And the guard is already there on the 5th. So if the guard's taken over for these inmates, then on the 4th, they could, and it sounds like they were there for days or weeks. So, and all these confessions fall between forget this one. I feel like they throw something in to distract you. Don't fall for that. It's this and this between the 5th and the 10th. Each one of them sounds crazier than the next. You watch. His initials are at the top. Each one of them. Reflect what you observe. Yeah, my initials. Look, my initials are at the top. I signed it. Period. That. Yep. It's fucking this. Each one of them. Here, this is watch. So these were said to this guy, right? Yeah, because his initials are there, and then they distract you with some bullshit with these ones, I think. Oh, there's another thing. Yeah, so here's this guy's one. This is Mr. Early, James Early. He writes, Mr. Allen was walking, mimicking Officer Early's movements. But this is Officer Early writing this. So doesn't that sound weird? I could be wrong. But this would be like if the suicide companion inmate was writing this, that he's making fun of this guy who's now saying it was said to him, but he wouldn't write it down like this, wouldn't he? This Mr. Allen was walking, mimicking my movements, mine, Officer Early, my movements. Like, can I confess it? It's just always something weird like this. I could be wrong, but this is him that he's writing. Is he talking about him in the third person? I guess you could. Like, imagine me writing that and saying, I'm writing this, I'm sitting there watching him. And I say, Mr. Allen was walking and mimicking Shibby, Officer Shibby's movements, as if it's somebody else writing this. Not like if I wrote it, I would say, the fucking guy was mocking me, Officer Shibby. He was mocking my movements. He was mocking mine, Officer Shibby's movements. I don't know. He was mimicking Officer Early. And this is Officer Early writing this. Would he write it like that? Mr. Allen was walking and mimicking my movements, right? Because we know your name. You're the guy writing this. Your name's going to be all over it. Your initials are all over it. We know who you are. So when he says mine, it should just be mocking mine. Who talks like this? It's a weird third person. I guess you could, but imagine, pick your name, whatever your name is. And Mr. Allen was mimicking Officer this person. Would you write it that way? No, he would say he was mimicking me. He was mimicking my movements, asking questions. So it's almost like these guys want to they want it to be said to these guys. He had written a letter on the 3rd. Each one of them has something crazy, super suspicious. So I should get back to reading because I'm going to address that. I'm not going to loop. So, Ethan. The first guy is the one that sounds like he got fired for probably trying to do or not lying or something. Ethan Drang, he gets fired. In his testimony, it just sounds weird how he, in a couple lines, doesn't want to lie, like Oberg didn't want to lie about the date changing, the case number changing from 19 to 17. Bullshit. Like they ran out. I don't know. That's what they told me. There's no way I can tell if it's true that we ran out of numbers. So, anyways, here we go. I hope I didn't push the button. I hope it's still blue. On 77, I think I was. Look at this. Watch. Perfect. I know I was on. No, I wasn't on 77. See, I was on. Ooh, I was like halfway on 9, wasn't I? Oh my God. Yeah, I was on 90 something because I was around. No, I'm an idiot. Oh my God. See, I've done it. Unless there's a blue spot coming up, I forget where I was. Please. Oh, see, I've done it. I've done it. Because I definitely haven't read Wexford. Oh my God. Which page was I on? See, Irresponsible Shibby is back. Because I said I was going to mark this in the blue and get back to it where I was. And now I forget. Look at me. This is what you're dealing with. Vulgar, disgusting things. It's not who I am. You went on to say, if I fake my own death, no, I haven't read that yet. So I've got to be around here because I remember thinking I was I'm going to get to halfway and then stop of the pages because I planned on reading this all. So, oh my goodness. Direct exam must have been around here. Jeepers. Based on suicide watch on, see? Since his placement on April 4th. So, but I guess somebody else said that he was lying, that they're lying about that. But I don't know. I'll be happy if I can get back to where I was reading. Move on to the 13th. I just got to keep going back until I see something. Wearing a kimono, not allowed recreation outside his cell. Cannot engage in rec without clothes. No, I don't remember reading that. So it must have been around here somewhere. Because I was thinking of getting to halfway and stopping. Whew, I'm an idiot. Oh my goodness. I should go back. That's what I'll do. I can go back and see where I stopped reading. I have it on my other computer here. So if you hear me, this is me talking before. Point that he didn't have, if you know. Yeah. Mr. Allen being unable to use the phone. White station wagon when he's probably not, because there's people on watch, suicide watch. So that's the extent of it. I personally never saw them. And it hurts her because he's not on suicide watch. So they get him in there on. So I'm just looking for the page number on my other browser. So if you hear me, I'm just listening to myself. This is not me. This is the other Shibby from 30, 40 minutes ago. That was June 15th, the trial. Here on suicide watch. That's what they say. But scrolling with my mouse wheel on my other screen, April 5th. They're really pushing April 5th, eh? Oh, I found volume 17, page 124. That's where I finally found 124. That's what it looks like. I'm here, I think, when I get distracted. I see it right. Because we started the report on the 5th with him confessing. I think this is where I get distracted. So here so we started with the report, yeah. So April 12th to review the, yeah. So he receives that discovery on the 10th. So April the 12th. Right. So I definitely didn't rolling around, making other purposeless. I didn't read this. Kicking the door. Nope. No, I haven't read this today at all. Masturbating. Nope. Nope. So I'm definitely right around here. So whatever starts looking familiar, I'm just going to continue. It's got to be right around here. It was when the papers. Yeah, it was this part that set me off on my last. Right. When I got here, I was like, oh, I got to go look for it. The April 5th, that's when I went to figure out every one of the guards was talking about these dates. So, and she talks about April 10th. She says something about April 10th. Right here. April 10th. So to me, I'm going to guess April 10th, he's outside of his cell and it's a mess because discoveries everywhere. And they don't, the reason they're up because they don't want these other inmates to get a hold of this discovery, but they're not companions anymore. For the last 5 or 6 days, the guards have all been on, but it sounds like this is probably the date when they put the guards on, and they all want us to believe that it was the other one. So cool, awesome. I was just about to get back to it, so I found where I was started looping. It was right around here. So I read, concerning these papers strewn everywhere, right? And all I know is a discovery in a facility we're concerned about, yeah. The other incarcerated individuals, right. That's what set me off. So to the extent I personally never saw, there's always something like this. Always something like this. I personally never saw them though. So what? So they can't see the papers. All I know is that they had discovery at the facility and they were concerned about other incarcerated individuals learning what was in the discovery. So when they did give it to him, they removed that because I wanted to figure out when they actually gave him his discovery. When they did, it's because they removed those from being the companions on that date. When does he receive damn discovery? We've got to be able to find that out. Because those companions, and then they also don't call them suicide companions, call them companions. And they could never have been, because these guys, they said they were suicide companions, but they couldn't have been because the guards are there on the 5th and he's not back on suicide watch till the 4th of April. So how could they have been? Because they've been there for weeks, it sounds like, those inmates, not the guards. And the guards take over in suspicious circumstances, each one of them. So from the 5th on, so I think between the 4th when he was back on, I think the first few days, it's obvious to me that it was the actual inmates were the suicide companions from the 4th to the 10th. And then they were probably removed on the 10th, but they're lying and saying it's all of these guys were the ones that were told those confessions because, in my opinion, I'm very, just feels like it. I could be wrong, but just feels like it. Just feels like it. Each one of them has a even more suspicious circumstance about the paperwork they filled out, and this fucker calling it a letter, and this is a slipped under the door on the 5th, and the guard receives it, so we know they're, I guess that's the whole bullshit. They say that he received it, so to prove he's there on the 5th. But if he's there on the 5th, that guard to receive this under the door and he says he's a suicide companion when he receives it, then, and they're put on the 4th, then those sound like those inmates were there for weeks as suicide companions, no? And then all of a sudden they're not calling them companions anymore. And every one of these guys is between the 4th or the 5th when they supposedly start, their whole start dates are questionable. That's it. It's their whole start dates. And they probably didn't start as suicide companions until like the 10th, 11th, or 12th. Bullshit. And they're trying to say that the guards were the ones that heard it all. But I have a feeling each one of them is doing that to say that the inmates are the ones that heard all this shit. And it would be so unbelievable. They wouldn't hold up in court most likely if those inmates are the ones. So if we say there was these officers, sworn officers, then they're, must have been me. My fucking initials are written there on this piece of paper. Then they move on to probably when they really were starting after the 10th. Could be wrong. Probably, yeah. So April 12th. Yeah. See, April 12th, it's like the weirdness goes away after the 10th. So it's like after this 10th, so early April. So the period he received the discovery around the time he started confessing, early April. So if those guys they get rid of them when he receives that discovery. They got rid of the inmates as suicide companions when he receives. So early April, like this, always vague like this. They don't want what day, early April. So when did he receive this discovery? Started with a report on the 5th. Wallace says he started, oh, look at you typing away. Judy's type. Oh my God. Sorry, guys. I should do better. Let's do better. So, Judy, I live in Lafayette. Where's Judy? Judy was Judy asking you something? Oh, way back. I'd like to know where y'all are finding employment that lets you listen. Oh, yeah, you're joking. Yeah, that's when I got off on then TJ. Oh, okay. Damn you guys. No, I'm not. Very cool. eBay and Marketplace. Yeah. I'd rather eBay is probably the better. I don't know. Because at least you could have like, there's things like where people go buy. I know most of the people for years because I've been doing it so long. And I raced with them and would hang out. All my friends that I had growing up were into it. And so I can get by with just knowing and low, I don't have to do a bunch of advertising and stuff because it's like a little community of dorks. But so here, Judy, I live in Lafayette. Okay. Residence. Oh my goodness. My residence is, oh my God. Oh my goodness. You're right in there. Tippecanoe. How dare you say that word, Tippecanoe? That's a trigger for me to start talking about me tipping canoes as a kid. Just kidding. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So how about this? Look at you typing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If you have escape on your record, oh my goodness. Look at you fired. Your keyboard is melting. Companions are literally supposed to read it across or something. Right. But the whole thing is don't get distracted on what they're supposed to do. The problem with these guys is the dates. The dates they started. Honestly feels like, in my opinion, that they're saying, let's believe Monica Wall for a second. She says that from the end of December 2022, so then January 1st is a new year. So the end of December 2022 to April the 4th, she says it. He's not on suicide watch. So I guess if that's a lie, I don't know. There's probably a technicality they're getting off on. But on the 5th, it all starts. Or the 4th, it's back. So on the 5th is when these guys start receiving all these confessions. The thing gets pushed under the door on the 5th, and the 6th, and the 7th, and the 8th. But then on the 10th, his room has discovery everywhere. And they're saying that when these inmates are removed as suicide companions, unless I have it wrong and they never were suicide companions, the inmates were just companions. It's that. So in my opinion, that doesn't matter what they were told, right? You're missing the point here. It's the time. So my belief is that from the 5th until the 10th, I believe all these things were told to the inmates as suicide companions. And they want us to believe that it's the guards that heard it all to make it credible. Because if all those things were told to the companions, suicide companions, so they lie and say they're not even there yet. They're gone, those companions. The suicide companions, inmates, it's now the guards. Each one of them comes in under suspicious. He started on his every one of them starts their companionship on a weird, in a weird way. The forms are filled out weirdly. Some of them are, on the 5th, the 6th, and then they throw in other dates, but it's up until that 10th. To my opinion, it's between the 5th and the 10th that these guys aren't the ones that hear all those confessions, and they're lying about it. And they're marching them in one by one. This guy gets fired and doesn't really support the beginning, but the rest of them support with no problem. And then they end with this guy who's in Wabash. It's probably a distraction. This guy, they sneak this guy in, they march these guys in, and they're all perfect. They toe the line, they're all boom, boom. And then this guy's like a Wabash distraction. And then we leave the day, and there isn't like any fucking objections, I don't think. In my opinion, I don't want to be a dick. That's what's going on by the guards. So you hear what I'm saying? Like, I think, honestly, it's that. I honestly believe each one of them, each one of these guards has something suspicious about the time they start and how their forms are filled out. And it's all between that 5th and the 10th when that letter's under the door. And I would believe on the 10th is when she sees the discoveries all over his, but she's trying to imply that those guys they don't want the inmates to get the discovery, the inmate companions, or just the other inmates. I don't even know. Just something weird. And I think it feels like around the 10th, there's discovery everywhere, and those suicide companions, the inmates, are taken off around the 10th of April, it feels like. And these guards, all those confessions were probably told to the inmate suicide companions, right? But they want us to believe it's these guys, because each one of them starts in a weird circumstance as a companion, as a suicide companion, not as a Westville employee. And then their paperwork is filled out weirdly, and each one of them, did you sign this? Did you? Yes. Their first thing is that bullshit of, my signatures and my name looks like it's my writing. Yeah. Each one of them, it gets weirder and weirder. There's something each one of these guys. And this guy's sounds like he gets fired for not towing the line. And this guy's a distraction from Wabash. He's talking about going every 15 minutes at the end to cleanse the palate of the juror. These guys sounded pretty legit at the Wabash. I don't know. But then they caught him in a bunch of lies. Not lies, but he didn't write down when he was sleeping, but said he was sleeping. There was a code he was supposed to write down. So, but this guy was walking around every 15 minutes, coming back to look in, because he was helping with, this is the guy that was helping with, what's that? You check your blood sugar. Not type. Oh, I don't know. He was walking around helping. He said something. Fuck. Type. I don't know what it was. Blood sugar monitoring or something. And handing out chow or food. And then coming back every 15 minutes to look in. And Rosie busts him one time saying all the stuff he was going to write down. He did an addendum to write it down, but he says he was sitting there for 10 minutes. And Rosie's like, you had plenty of time to write it down. Why didn't you? But so much shenanigans. So, but I never really thought of the way you said it. Was I know one thing the inmates were told to get him to talk. Right. But that's another way to lead it. So the inmates, were the inmates considered suicide companions or just companions? Because I've always thought there were suicide companions, but he doesn't start till the 4th, and the guards are all starting on the 5th, right? So they couldn't have been suicide companions technically, because he wasn't on suicide watch, they're saying, until the 4th. And it sounds like they were there for days or weeks. So that's why this is weird. Because if they were called suicide companions, then I don't believe these guards are all showing up the 5th, 6th, and 7th, and 8th, and 9th. I think it's probably around the 10th when this shit's all over his cell. They don't want these suicide companion inmates to get this shit. So they clean it up, put the guards on after that, the 11th, 12th, whatever. And those first 5 days when all these confessions were made, I feel they were made, feels like they were made to these inmates, which were going and telling people stuff. And that's the reason they're not anymore, because they were telling people in Gen Pop, and they were worried about them getting this discovery. But they're saying he's not on suicide watch back until the 4th. So if we trust them, we have to. I think we should, because it helps blow their story up, in my opinion. Because if he's not on suicide watch until the 4th, and that guard is there on the 5th to be, all these guys are starting on that, then when were these other guys there? Before he's back on suicide watch? So they couldn't have been suicide companions, that's for sure. Because they're all there on the end of whatever, the end of mid or end of March. Sounds like they're there for days or weeks. So it's that whole between the 5th and 10th when they're probably removed. They want the guards. They want it to be the guards that were told all that stuff, in my opinion. And it just feels like it's not. Each one of them, the sheets are filled out weirdly. There's always something, the date, you know, it's got to be. I'm sticking with it. And then this fucking guy is, this was on the 5th. The guard, the first guard says this was slipped under the door to him on the 5th, April 5th. Because he's the day before, he's there because he's on suicide. So it couldn't have been received on this day because suicide watch doesn't start for another month. Unless it did start back then. And I don't know. It's the date. It's this whole start suicide watch, the companions. I bet they're saying this because those confessions were probably said to those inmates, and they wanted the guards to be the ones it was said to make them legit. So they're all not legit because it was said to these fucking inmates who are untrustworthy and were breaking policy after policy by communicating with them too much. And Galapoo says it, that these guys shouldn't have been communicating with them, just listening, but they were. And they say the reason we got rid of them is because they didn't want them to get the discovery, but they were replaced because the one guard says it. That's probably what Duran got fired for, was telling the truth. Because he says that one of them says it, that these guys were removed because they were removed as suicide companions, and the guards are replacing them as suicide companions because they're going and telling everybody about what he's saying as this, they're going back to Gen Pop and telling, how could they if they weren't on it as a suicide companion? What are they even doing there? Just regular companions sitting outside his door talking to him? What's the reason? He's not on suicide watch until the 4th, so these guys can't. Or is it that they, instead of hiring guards, they're using these inmates as companions because it's cheaper? But then all you do is when they need that information, turn around and say these guys were there instead of these guys, because it would look ridiculous if these guys come in there, because they were all unethical. They were all telling general population and their families and friends about stuff that they shouldn't have. Therefore, it would make these confessions, I guess, especially the fact that they're inmates and they're not supposed to, because these guards were professional. That's what it is too. The guards were professional. We just sat and listened. We recorded. We're professionals. That's it. Officers of the law. With these costumes, we're officers. We're professional. We're sworn law enforcement officers, And I have a feeling they just want us to think these confessions were to these guards, but each one of them comes in and one is weirder than the next. Oh, fucking, yeah, that's my signature. Looks like it. I must have. And this guy writes a bunch of shit, and then I fill out this form, but he's the one that initials it, and at the end, he's the one who makes the last entry, and oh my goodness. And then there's addendums back to days, and oh my God, I can't take it. So let's do this. I should continue reading because at this rate, I could get halfway done. That's it. So I could then finish properly. I don't even know if I'm going to do it tonight because it's Saturday, but we'll see. Yep. Doing things with his penis. We were here. The papers were strewn about his cell. So this is the 10th is when I feel like Wallace sees this on the 10th right here. So, okay, could you turn to April the 10th? Again, the patient complaint paragraph on that particular date. Did you meet him outside of his cell? Yeah, because he's outside of his cell because they're cleaning his shit everywhere. So, and did you make any observations with regard to him feigning symptoms? Right, so he was faking. Oh, that's a whole other thing. Yeah, he has to be faking because all these things, confessions would be if he's real. So if he's faking, then these confessions are legit too. It's the whole, oh my goodness. So yeah, he has to be faking it this time. Because these confessions would be, if he's not faking, then they're giving him Haldol injections. So how can they do this? If he's faking, why would they be able to give him Haldol injections? So April 10th is a distraction. I think this is when the guards come in as take over. In those 5 days between the 5th and the 10th, I just know it. I just fucking know it. But these guards are all lying, saying those were told to them. It wasn't. So he was sitting back up against the wall, right? Raising and lowering his arms. He didn't respond when his name was called. Just started forward. He was naked. The condition of his, this is Wall. The condition of his cell was concerning, as he had paper strewn about the floor. Officer logs indicating he may have been urinated outside of the toilet, talking to himself and doing unknown things to his penis. He has been refusing meals and showers, admitting various acts, talking about his wife, exhibiting religious preoccupation, and I believe then they took him out to clean the cell. Right. So what papers? I'm assuming it's a discovery he got in early April, which is the whole reason. I bet you it's at this time in the 10th. Yeah, that's how they trick people into thinking if these guys were removed when he got his discovery, then that would reinforce that the guards were put on at that time. But I don't believe it. I believe they were removed at the 10th. I don't believe it. I'm assuming the ones that he got, yeah. So this is the distraction here. So if we say that, but then if those guys then they contradict themselves again, because it can't be, right? So if they want us to believe that these guys are removed when he gets his discovery, it sounds like it's on or around the time he's not even on suicide watch until the 4th. So when the fuck does he receive that discovery? The exact date. They're saying that these inmate companions, suicide companions, are removed at that time, and the guards are then put there. And the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and 9th, right before that 10th, is all those confessions happen in between them. They throw in a couple other ones to distract. The big ones all happen between the 5th and the 10th. So I bet you those guards are removed on the 10th. Not the guards, the suicide companion inmates. And all those are suicide companion logs, inmate companion logs. And then they're just saying, put your name and date on these, fill these out, this is you now. This is you. It was said to these guys, so, but, it's not, something's not right. And this fucking guy, why is he doing this? Backdating. Because the guy says he received it on April 5th under the door. It's March 5th. Gallup, I waved my magic wand. March 5th? How could he? He's not on suicide watch. Wallace says he's not on suicide watch for another month. How is this guy, his suicide companion, receiving it as a suicide companion a month? So what is this? Is this 3rd March 5th? What? What year? 24? I mean, it's got to be 2023. So he fucked up by trying to do this, thinking nobody would notice, I guess. Because he's doing this when he's on suicide watch. April 5th. The guard is there on suicide watch. He gets it under the door. On April 5th, he says it. Oh boy, I gotta move on. So, and so what? So it's the discovery date. I can't stop. It says between the 5th and the 10th. These fucking the inmates are there. I feel it. Suicide inmates are there. The suicide companion inmates are there. Because they've always referred to these inmates as suicide companions. No? Right. They fucking always have. This is the first time I heard them say just companions. They removed them from being companions. Is this what they're trying to get away with? Or were they always, and I'm just being an idiot, were they always just companions? No. Those inmates were suicide companions. And if they're removed, when he gets to discovery, he's not even on suicide watch basically yet. So they were either suicide companions or just companions beforehand. And they want us to believe that's when the guards took over. But the guards probably didn't take over till the 10th. And all this shit was told to these inmate suicide companions. And they want to attribute it to the guards hearing it. Fucking has to be. God damn it. I feel it. I'm moving on. Papers. Yeah, they don't want. I'm going to read that one. So, assuming that's when you got the discovery. What papers? And so, what do you do when. What do you do? Sorry. And so, what do you know about him receiving discovery? And are we talking about discovery in this case? Is that what you mean? This is what all I know. Wallace says is that they had this. All I know. It's this weird. At the facility, and they were concerned about other incarcerated individuals learning what was in the discovery. Well, it can't be the companions because they're gone. They're not near his cell. So the only reason you'd be concerned if they're sitting out the door talking to him, they're long gone by the 10th. Right? You're saying they're all, but no, they're not. I bet you the 10th is when they removed them because of this day. Feels like it. So therefore, meaning all those confessions from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th or whatever weren't told to these guards because they don't start probably. They're lying and saying it was them that heard all that bullshit. But it was really inmate companions who wouldn't be believable because they're running around talking to people and taking their info back to the general population. That's why they even said that, Galpoo. That's why they were removed in the beginning, because they were inappropriate. Not, this is wild. It doesn't add up. So all I know is that they had discovery at the facility, and they were concerned about other incarcerated individuals learning what was in the discovery. Right? If it's in a cell, how are people, who would have access to that? Nobody. So when they did give it to him, they removed those from being companions. So they're trying to make it look like they're removed as companions. But if he gets it before he's in the beginning of April, he's just being put on suicide watch before then. So they can't take it. They can't take it. Sounds like these fucking suicide inmate companions were there for longer, at least even a couple of days, right? And it's those 5, 6, 7, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th until this 10th. Yeah, it's those fucking inmates, not the guards. Moving on. So they can't see the papers. That's the extent of it. I personally never saw them being companions, so they can't see the papers. The papers, what papers? The ones that are strewn all over his cell on the 10th. So they remove them. If they can't see the papers, how could they? They're not papers. He doesn't even get them till the beginning of April. Right? And if these guys are suicide companions, they can't be there at this time because he's not on suicide watch until the 4th. That's the extent of it. I personally, comments like this, I personally never saw them. Saw who? The companions? That's the extent of it. Okay. Do you know approximately when he received those discovery papers? I want to say right before all this stuff went down. What? We start, and when you say this stuff went down, let's be more specific. Yeah. So we started with a report on April 5th with him confessing, which made reference to previous day of confessions. No. So they're saying it's before the 5th. So wait, we started with a report on the 5th of him confessing, which made reference to a previous day of confessions to others, correct? See? This does it? I'm ready to officially confess. I'm ready to officially confess killing Abby and Libby. So I'm ready to officially confess for killing Abby and Libby. And he receives this under the door of the 5th. So he's trying to say that I hope to get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry. What makes them think that this is the 4th? What is he referring? Unless there's the other letter, right? Why does he imply that? How? And is it? Do I have this wrong? Is this not what he says? He received this in the middle envelope on the 5th. Isn't this what he receives under the door? Or is it that letter I can't find? So we start with the report on the 5th of him confessing, which made reference. So it's a report that he confessed on the 5th, which made reference to a previous day. Did it? Or was it? There's other papers. I had them up too. I had his previous day of confessions to others, correct? Right? Does that have any relationship to what you're referring to? Yes. Okay, could you explain it for the jury? So, it appeared that he received the discovery around the time he started confessing, so early April. Right. So how could those other guys have heard those confessions? He's not on suicide watch until the 4th, and they were removed when he gets. That's bullshit. They weren't removed then. No way. Because if we believe that, then we're accepting the fact that they. Oh hey, what's up? Morning, Rebby. Morning, Nicole. I've stumbled onto something. Could be totally wrong. But if we believe this, that they were removed when he receives his discovery, he's not even on suicide watch yet, really. He starts suicide watch on the 4th, she says. So these guys couldn't have been there as suicide companions. It sounds like they were there for at least a couple days or longer. But if it's when that April 10th thing happens and all that shit's all over the place, his cell, if they remove those companions on the 10th, then they're the ones that heard all those confessions. And these guards are lying, saying from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all the big confessions happened those days. So more than likely, that's what they're doing, in my opinion. And this isn't when they were removed, because if they're there as suicide companions, he's not on suicide watch until the 4th. So how could they be removed when he gets to discovery? The discovery is an early, like, I need specifics here. When does he literally receive this? They're trying to make it imply, if we believe them, then those suicide companions, the inmates, were removed before he was put on suicide watch. And then the guards are there day 1 to hear all those big confessions, which all sound more bullshit than the next. And it's the circumstances of how they start, not at Westville, but as a suicide companion. The 5th, the 6th, the 5th, you know. And my forms have my name, they're written in the initials, and each one of them has something weird about how they start. And this guy gets fired. Doesn't want to, sounds like he doesn't want to lie. These guys are all towing the line. And then this guy's in there as a Wabash distraction at the end to make it look like they screwed up a bunch. And I don't know, just it's not right. I believe, honestly, that, yeah, the report was on April 5th, and the guard says he receives it as a suicide companion. He started on the 5th. Therefore, those other guys can't be suicide companions. They can't be. They can't be. Now, here they're just companions. Because his shit's all over his cell on the 10th. So on the 10th, I guarantee it, that those inmate companions were removed at this time. And then that would make all those guards liars, saying that they heard everything that was said to those inmate companions between the 5th and, he's not back on suicide watch, they say, till the 4th. So 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all the big ones were made. And each one of them was, their forms are filled out in weird circumstances, and the initials and pages cut off, and guys, money penny guys filling the paperwork out, and then him filling out, and then on the end it's the other guy, each one of them. So perfect timing, guys. I'm not going to loop anymore. I was supposed to get this done. I'm going to try to go, I don't know, Dave's on, I guess, tonight, so I don't know what I'll do. But I'll get at least half of this done. I have, not much more time. So I'm going to try to get a couple more pages done until I can, when I start this again, I'll be able to finish the next show. So I'd planned on reading every one of these, and I'm on 68. Page 68 of 177. So, yeah. Okay. And why was that significant, you said, with regard to the companions? They're all of a sudden calling them companions. Because weren't the inmates suicide companions, guys? If he receives the discovery and that he's not even on suicide watch yet, and those guys are removed because they don't want them getting his discovery, then what are they even doing there? Just, they couldn't even be there because he's not on suicide watch until the 4th, Wallace says. So that the warden didn't want the companions to be able to view the documents in his cell, so he changed them out to be officers. Right. That's the lie. That's the bullshit lie. Yeah, he changed them out when he gets his discovery, because he's not on suicide watch yet until the 4th. And I believe it's the 10th is when they get changed out. And those guards never heard it, that the inmates heard all those confessions. And these guards are full of it. They didn't start until after. So I bet you, sounds like they're worried about inmates getting on the 10th when his cell is all messed up. They're worried about them. He asked why he was still on suicide. Well, on the 10th, when she sees him out in the hallway or wherever, they're worried about those guys getting a hold of, not that 10th. They're worried about those guys getting a hold of all the discovery then. Nope. See, probably right here is a bigger paragraph. The big paragraph. Yes, but no. Yeah, around April 10th. This is the day. This is the day I believe these guys were all removed. Because look at, unless it's worried about just random people reaching in a cell somehow and getting discovery. But Could you turn to April 10th? She's walking and she sees him outside of his cell. And I did. And did you make any observations with regard to him feigning his symptoms? And so some odd behaviors. He was sitting against the wall. Yeah, and his cell's going to be a mess. Watch. So the condition was he was naked. The condition of his cell was he had papers strewn about the floor on the 10th. What officers' logs indicated he may have been urinating outside the toilet, talking to himself and doing unknown things to his penis. He has been refusing meals, admitting to various acts. Right. So they take him out of his cell on the 10th. Because why? What papers would it be? The discovery. And so what do you know about him receiving the discovery? Talking about his case. All I know is this discovery at the facility, and they were concerned with other incarcerated individuals. So when they did give it to him, they removed those from being companions. So all I know is, right. So she's trying. So at this time, she's talking about the 10th. She's implying that they removed them a long time ago. But I just don't believe it. I believe it's this day they're removing these guys. Because it sounds like the papers, why do they lead into that? Why does that lead into that? So she's talking about his cell. It's disgusting. He's out in the hallway. She sees him. I assume so she sees him on the 10th. She sees him out in the hallway. So let's return to April. Can you turn April 10th? The patient complaint paragraph on that particular date. Did you meet with him outside his cell? I did. On the 10th. Did you make any regard? Yeah, he's faking. So some odd behaviors for all this crap. Raising his arms, blah, 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 blah. Conditions. Officer logs indicated he may have been doing this. Yeah, did unknown. So it's this part right here. So they take him out of his cell on the 10th. Well, what papers are all over his cell on the 10th? It was the discovery papers, she's assuming. So what do you know about him receiving? And are we talking about discovery in this case? Or was that what you mean? Yeah, like they're setting her up. Yeah. All I know is that they had discovery at the facility. They were concerned about other incarcerated individuals learning what was in the discovery. Well, how could they be if they've been removed 6 or 7? They're not nowhere near. It's inside his cell. So when they did give him the discovery, they removed them as companions. Bullshit. They removed them this day, I bet. Therefore, in my opinion, all those from the 5th to the 10th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, when all those big things were told, that those are from, they were told to suicide inmate companions, and the guards are pretending it's them that heard all that. Okay, we know when he received it in the beginning. And I want to say it was right before all this stuff went down. Right before. Like, this is weird again. What? It was right before all this stuff. No, he received it fucking 10 days before, in the beginning of April. What? 9 days or 8 days, 7 days or 6, not right before. No. So they're trying to apply that the suicide companions were removed a long time ago. So why would they be worried about them getting here? Do they have... No, this is crazy. Explain it for the jury. So we started with a report on the 5th, right? The 4th, he's back on suicide watch, they say. The 5th, the guards are there, which I don't believe it. I don't believe the guard is the one that received this. He's the one that gets fired and doesn't really want to lie for them, it sounds like. So that's what they're trying to do. Pretend that the guards started on the 5th when they couldn't have, because those other guys are their suicide companions. These guys are taking over for those guys, right? So when were they there? Because they were there as inmate suicide companions, but he wasn't on suicide watch until that day before on the 4th. So are they saying that suicide companions were only there for that night on the 4th? No. They sound like they were there for quite a while. So I guarantee it. At the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all those big things were told to the inmates, and they want to pretend that the guards are starting at the 5th when they're not. That's the whole weirdness of this being back. I don't know. I don't believe it. So that's my story. Does that have any relationship to, 1 second, with what you're, oh my goodness, referring to? Yep. 1 sec. Oh boy. But, I mean, don't just say she's a liar. How specifically, young lady? I want the specifics. I want, when did he get this discovery? So they're saying that these suicide companions, who are now just companions, were removed then. But if he's not on suicide watch until April 4th, how could those inmates be suicide companions? They can't be. And the reason, and there's on the 10th, there's documents all over his cell that they're worried that the inmates are going to get their hands on, implying that the suicide companions are the ones that are there the first bunch of days when he's back on suicide watch, from the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th to the 10th. But then all those confessions, the big ones, happen between that time, right? But they want us to believe that the guards are then taking over for the companions. But if they were, then those suicide companion inmates weren't suicide companions, which we've always been told they were. So it's those companions that heard the confessions. And they want us to believe that they're lying and saying the guards heard it. Not this guy, because he's got fired for not towing the line. He had some weird answers about it. It's this guy who's probably lying. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. All the ones in between. And then they finish off with a Wabash guy who first sounded good, but then admitted to they have a whole different system there of writing numbers, and he forgot to write when he was sleeping, when he was awake, or face us. So this guy gets fired. This guy's a distraction. All these guys here are lying, in my opinion, saying they're the ones that heard, each one of them heard a couple confessions. It's bullshit. The confessions, I think, were said between the 5th and the 9th or 10th. And I bet it was always to the inmate suicide companions. Because if he's not put on suicide watch until the 4th, and they're removed when he gets his discovery, then they're not even there, the inmates. Then it's these guys, which I don't believe. Because it sounds like they're there until the 10th, the inmates. And this is all a lie, in my opinion. So, take that. Okay. And why was that significant? You said with regard to companions, that the warden didn't want the companions to be able to view the documents in his cell. How could they be? They were removed. Fucking, see, this is it. They're lying. She's fucking screwed up. What? The warden didn't want the companions were long gone. This is in a cell in the 10th. It's all over the place. So around the time he started confessing. So it appeared to reach, in early April. So the companions are supposed to be moved then, but he's not on suicide watch until the 4th. How could those guys have even been there? They couldn't have been. They were there up until the 10th. And all those guards, there's a weird thing about them when they started when the guards started working as a suicide companion. They're like, the 8th, the 7th, the 6th. There was all these weird instances. And it makes sense now that they're all lying. They didn't start until probably the 10th or 11th or 12th after that incident in his cell. I guarantee it. So therefore, meaning the inmate suicide companions weren't removed when he got his discovery, because he was put on suicide watch, they're saying, on the 4th. Therefore, the inmate suicide companions were there the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th up to the 10th, and then they got removed. So all that fucking confessions, I believe, were told to these inmate suicide companions, not these guards who were lying and saying they were there. because they all showed up in a weird circumstance. Every time I read one of theirs, it got weirder how they showed up, the day they started as a companion, and then their forms were all filled out weirdly. Their initials, there was a weirdness about every one of them. And it's weird because they're lying. And on the 10th, when she says all that, they're worried about the inmate companions then getting a hold. But how could they? Because they were long gone by the time the 10th gets cleaned. So I think they're full of shit that way. So I say we believe them, because that'll go against their story if we believe them that he's put on suicide watch on the 4th. Because if that's the case, then those inmate suicide companions were never suicide companions, which we've always heard they were, because they couldn't have been, because they're all removed, they say, when they got his discovery. Right. They're full of shit. I think those inmate suicide companions were there until the 10th in that room, when his room gets messy and she sees him out in the hallway, because she says it. They're worried about the companions then. So if they're worried about the companions on the 10th, they're still there, I bet. And that's when they get replaced, because all those guards, each one of them, when they started the 5th, the 6th, was weirder than the next. There was always something. So they're full of shit. Those confessions weren't told to those guards. No way. Those confessions were told to a bunch of crackhead inmates who were removed because they were acting inappropriate, communicating, because the guards are professionals, right? Yeah, the guards had to be there on the 5th. Because look, he receives this on the 5th. Bullshit. That places them there on the 5th. No way. Doesn't. You say it does, but no way. Because if those confessions were told and those guards were being utmost officers of their law, and they were there as a suicide companion the day after he's put on suicide watch, and they're the ones that heard all those confessions, it's trustworthy, right? Because they weren't interacting, they weren't being inappropriate. It's the inmates that were acting inappropriate, but they couldn't have even been there because he wasn't even on suicide watch until the day before, the 4th, and he's received his discovery. So they're all gone by then. Bullshit. They weren't gone. They're there till the 10th. And those fucking 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, when all those big confessions were attributed to, go look at each one of these guys. Ethan Drang. Everything, every big confession is right at the beginning, after the 5th. And that's not to guards. It's bullshit. Bullshit. It's 15-minute blah blah. Yeah. So when is the confessions? What is it? On the 5th. The very first day he's there, he gets a big confession. Bullshit. Yeah. Oh, well, why? Because it had to be me. This is the one that gets fired. And what is this document called? Oh, it's the Suicide Companion Watch Report. And is this a companion watch report that you filled out? Yeah, it is. Yeah. How do you know that? Well, it had to be me. My name is on there, and so are my initials. Minus a ED. Like, who knows? Who knows if one of those fucking inmate suicide companions is an initial ED? Come on. Is that why they picked all these guys? Because their initials lined up with all those fucking other inmate companions? Oh my God. So, and that's why every one of them has something weird. And on the left side of this document, the other one they show, it's all cut off on the left side. It's on the 5th. There's a big confessions on look at that watch. He starts on the 5th. Bullshit. I bet he's an employee of the Westville, but he probably starts on the 10th or 11th or 12th. I guarantee on the 5th when this first confessions. So I want to draw your attention to the report on the 4th, April the 5th. So around 8:46 a.m. Yeah. He wants to draw your attention. I think the prison, so he's saying this to this guy, right? Sure. This one here. I want to confess for killing Abby and Libby. He wants to apologize for the families. That's the thing that gets slipped under the door on the 5th, right? There it is there. That's the one that gets slipped under the door on the 5th. Yet he's backdated it to March 5th. Fucking guys. So where is that? Right here. So this is the guy that ends up getting fired. And he obviously, in this, he doesn't sound like he wants to lie. Now, something he told you or something you read on the slip, that was something I read on the slip. Did you hear him make other confessions? Not to my knowledge. How long did you observe it? Like, overtime? Correct. Well, since he got to Westville, then up until I quit. No, you got canned. You got fucking fired, buddy. You observed with a consistent basis. Yeah. How long? What periods? Yeah. Everything's got a weird situation of how they showed up. This guy. Yeah, so, maybe that was somebody else. And this is where Drang steps up. Okay. Yeah. Officer Drang, you don't work at DLC anymore? No. So Mr. Drang, April 5th, the date you received the log sheet was completed, right? Yep. At this time, Mr. Allen's crying. Yep. Yep. Mental health break. Yep. He's no professional, but it's shifting rapidly, emotional, kind of blah, blah, blah. Like is there, I can speak for everybody. Employees, they're leaving. So he's talking about, he's probably one of those that it got to him and he left or whatever. I don't know. When he says it's the prison system that cured his depression. So this is all bullshit. The mental health provider comes by the door of his cell. Where is it when he gives the confession? Or maybe it's the next guy. On March 15th. A handwritten note of March 15th? Yeah, that's what I recall. Yeah. So he's the weird one about this. Well, there's no date on it? Wait, yeah. What? What is the date on that? Well, there's no date on it. So this is where he gets fucked up. He doesn't want to lie. Because they're saying, what is the date on that? He's asking the prosecutor. Redirect. Oh, is it read? This is the defense now? That's probably what happened. Rosie's up. Yeah, this is where it gets weird because cross-exam, redirect. So wouldn't that be the prosecution going back up? So Rosie approaches. So cross-exam is who? This is crazy. Yeah, this is that weird one where this happened to me the other day. Cross is here. Cross is here. Jay slipped a letter on the door. May I approach? So it's Rosie, right? So Rosie's, yeah, because Rosie, well, there's no, yeah, because Rosie, the other guy wouldn't call him out. Okay, yeah. The handwritten note with a date on here. Oh, March 15th. What? Is that what it says? Of 1-5, and I'm, or 3-5. Because Galapoo has to sign his name on it, right? 3-5 or 3-15? Received March 15th, not April 5th? I don't even know. So why? So appeared to receive the no, I'm sorry, went to the wrong one. Sorry. I'm not looping here. So that's a handwritten note with a date on here. Oh, okay. Of March 15th? Yeah, that's what I recall. That's what you saw, right? I hope I get the opportunity to tell the victims I'm sorry. The families I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I wrote down here. The inmates in there, get them off. That's what you wrote down? What was the code? Blah, blah, blah. So this guy is the one that gets like fired. So what confessions are told to this guy? Here, look at this. So here, the envelope was slid under the door. So the jurors know it. The envelope was slid under the door to this guy, and he's noted in his log, April 5th. So this is where they tried to pretend the cards were there. And this guy doesn't go along with it and gets fired, I bet. The other ones toe the line, but this guy doesn't. This guy doesn't. This guy, the first guy, doesn't. The door got a date there. What's the date? February, March 5th. March the 5th, right? Yeah. So yeah, it was not. So received, yeah. So this is where they get busted. Yeah, it's not That was not on the top of the request form. It was when that was under the door. It got a date there. Yeah, it's March 5th, right? You received that letter from Mr. Allen April 5th. How could you? Why is he writing March 5th on it then? Because March is a month before that. So what the fuck? That's what the log sheet says. There's no way Gallipoot could have had this on March 5th, right? Well, to mine, that was my yellow. So this guy doesn't want to lie to say that it was then, or I don't even know. But this guy gets fired and doesn't sound like... There's no way Gallipoot could have received that, had this on March the 5th, is there? To my, nope. That was in my, he's like, that was in my yellow, because he's the one, yeah, he's ratting them out right here. No, he couldn't have, because that's one I received on the 5th in my yellow, in his fucking, they even call it that, the manila envelope. Or whatever it's called, the yellow manila envelope. Right, it's the yellow manila envelope. That's what he's right there saying. There's no way Gallipoot could have received that on March 5th, is there? It didn't exist. That was my, and this is why he gets fired. Yeah, you don't work for the DOC anymore? No. What? You got fucking canned because you didn't go along with their bullshit. Because if he had just went along with it and said this was on the 5th, it probably would have been fine, right? So this guy gets shit fired, canned. No wonder you don't work there no more. You're fucking telling the truth. No way he received that on March 5th. He received it on April 5th. Therefore, saying that if this guard is there on April 5th, they want you to believe that those suicide companions are no longer there. Right? And that's where these guys come in. Yeah. Ethan, Michael Clemens, let's do it. So I'm done. I'm done. Yeah, you're right. I'm done anyway, so I'm just farting around. So you guys are right. Squirrel it, shark, squirrel. I didn't even see that. You're right. How long ago did you do that? 7:58. You're right. I'm done work. 8:08. I'm done. My heavy shift. I see people next door, so I can go eat and sleep. So that's just one last one. I'll dedicate to Nicole and Rabbi. Look at this guy, which is the next guy. Which was it? Sorry. It was Michael Clemens. Let's just do it. One last hurrah. Michael Clemens. It's just fucking, this is, we have to, guys. This is a big deal. So this is where it ended off, right? Blah, blah, blah. Watch how this guy starts out. Like each one of them starts out weirder than the next. Yes. Yes. So he's worked it. Thing, but it's not when they start at Westville, it's when they start as suicide companions. It gets really weird. And it's bullshit. It's bullshit because they're lying. They're lying when they started as a companion. I was a suicide companion. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, beautiful. Well, when did you start? Well, that's when did you start as a companion, dude? Come on. It was on the 6th he starts. And what is, and who filled out this companion? Yeah, here's a weird one. And what is the date? Well, it's April the 6th, but it's scribbled out on the side, and it says April the 7th, each one of them. And you believe you're the author of this sheet? I believe, yeah. Yes. It's almost like they possibly are, if they're using the real sheets, maybe these guys, their initials line up with these companions who really listen to this. Or isn't there video of all this? That it's not the companions there anymore. And you recognize this sheet? Oh, I recognize it. I mean, there were a bunch. Everyone has something sketchy here. April the 7th. Yeah. This is when the big... So I think on April 7th, it wasn't told to this guard that this was told to an inmate suicide companion. But because they were suicide companions, right? The inmates were fucking suicide companions. How could they have been removed when he receives the discovery when he's not even on suicide watch until then? And those guys were there for days or weeks, weren't they? As suicide companions, the inmates. So that's them. The inmates are there until the 10th. And all these fucking guards are lying, saying they're there from the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, when all these big confessions were made to, in my opinion, these were all made to the suicide companions. These fucking bullshit. And they want to say that my initials, it was said to me, liars. These are all fucking full of shit. Yep. 7:30. Yep. So gets more suspicious each time when they started. He gave a statement to investigators on the 9th. Were you about what Rick was doing at the prison, right? Back when I came one day, yeah, okay, I'm back on April 7th. Rick Allen never said anything too specific, right? This is a lie. Because when the investigators came, they didn't tell them. Because it wasn't to them. Now they want to say it was. I'm done. All right. You guys are awesome. I'm going to set which outro video. I don't want to annoy you guys. Let's just go with this boring. It's not loud. It's the Chrissy Boners hoo-hoos. All right, I'm done, guys. I've had more than enough fun. I am. You're right. Been a great show. So tonight, I'm going to remember to start here. So Nicole, this is your assignment for the day. I'm just kidding. Figure it out. I believe these motherfuckers are lying about starting as companions on the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th and 9th. And on the 10th, when his room is covered in stuff, they're worried about the inmate companions receiving all the paper discovery because it's everywhere. Yet, what are they worried about? Because they've been removed back on the 3rd, 4th, whenever he received the discovery. Yet, how could they be? Because his suicide watch starts on the 4th. And those inmate companions were suicide watch companions. And it's bullshit that these guards replaced them at that time. I bet the guards replaced them on the 10th or so, 11th. And these guys are all lying about it. And that all those confessions on the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th were made to suicide companions, which were the inmates. And they're trying to say that it was to the guards, in my opinion. So it's all fucking that big lie, right? I'm not inspiring anymore, girl. I'm done. All right. Have a great day. So Nicole, I'm going to sleep for 8 hours and I'll expect your report on my desk in my Discord when you figure it out. All right. Have a great day. Bye. All right. See you later. Bye.
Dude, you just touched Christy Boner's hoo-hoo.
Shibby!
Low five.
Yeah. Let's get out of here.